convection, conduction, all those things, the swirling of the atmo, of all the gases. How are they accounting for that? That's all stat two. That's the very
this is the weirdest thing to me. Is just like, hey, I mean, they'll argue for the horizon, just like we played that QE video earlier, where all the guys were talking about the horizon. All the different globers were talking about the horizon. Really doesn't make a difference, and their gravity idea is just like, it's like, oh, you're talking about the same thing we're talking about. It's like gravity in the globe makes the Earth act like it's flat.
Yeah, everything looks flat. So
everything looks flat.
Raised up.
And it's just like, who's wrong here? I mean, where is this? I mean, it was just like airplanes fly over, and airplanes act like the Earth is flat when you use it as a tool, and it's just like, hey, it looks flat to me. That's why I call it an airplane. And ships travel across the ocean. It's planar. So
just a mirage.
Where's this globe?
If the creator set it up that way, where it looked flat and measured flat, tested flat, but it's actually spinning and curved and flying through a vacuum of space, that would kind of be the most epic practical joke ever.
Right.
But the creator wouldn't do that to us.
That's how it gets here.
But at the same time, there's a lot more important things to think about. What's happening across Earth. But this one that we go on about 24 hours a day here, it's a very important one as far as how you can perceive that they've told you a line of bullshit. This one hits hard for some people. It doesn't hit hard for everyone because they've already. It's like, hey, I'm the third rock from the sun. I mean, it's like spinning planets, and I mean, it's just like really hard for people to kind of change their mind about it. But anyway, so it is what it is. I mean, I'm seeking the speakers. If you're really curious about it, then come in here and not be a dick about it. If you're curious about flat Earth, just come and talk to us about it. That's what we're here for.
You've got to admit, though, that French Stewart has a really trustworthy face.
What?
He's very skeptical. You can see it.
Shit, I'm skeptical about a lot of things, but
I'm making a joke that he squints all the time in that show.
Who?
Third Rock from the Sun, French Stewart.
Oh, I haven't watched that show a lot. I just say Third Rock from the Sun because that's what NASA told me, or the Third Rock from the Sun. Or it wasn't before NASA. They told us it was a Third Rock from the Sun.
The 90s show. Not worth watching.
Well, it was pretty funny. I'm a huge fan of it. I like John Lithgow, but but not in that show necessarily. But I like John Lithgow. He's a funny guy.
It's been good and about.
But I mean, that show was obviously put out to take the piss out of this before they introduced this, right?
Right.
Yeah, I mean this idea of flat Earth, and I think about a year after I discovered it, I was like, man, this is controlled release. It's another distraction, but it's the truth, as far as that goes.
I think Third Rock from the Sun was somewhat similar to Big Bang Theory in a more modern read.
Oh, yeah. Third Rock from the Sun, I think, was I don't know, they're both really shitty sitcoms, but anyway.
They're both better than Alf.
No, I think Alf was the shit. I was a kid when I was watching it, but whatever. And Mork and Mindy, Nanu.
But Alf eats cats. That's just awful.
And I was about to say, dude, mine is eating the cats, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, Alf was.
I hope there's not Alfs running around.
Alf was a kind of a dick when it came to the cats.
You don't mess with cats, bro. You don't fuck with cats. Let me re-quote myself.
Do you think Alf wanting to eat cats was a euphemism for something?
Probably will.
Honestly, it probably was, man.
I mean, gives credit
I mean,
to the
considering
theory that
he's
I
an
can't even say
alien,
it.
quote unquote.
I can't even say what it would be a euphemism for, so I guess it's a pretty solid argument for it being a euphemism.
Yeah, I have an idea, but I'm not gonna say it. I watch too many TV shows. I've been watching. Well, never mind. I'm going to say it. I've been watching this new show called Yellow Jackets. It's on Showtime. It's about these. If you guys, I don't want to give too many spoilers if you guys want to actually watch the show, but anyway, it's about a soccer team. You know, a teenage soccer team from a high school that won a regionals and state championship, and they were traveling to national championship. The airplane crashed, and they were stuck in the wilderness. And actually, there's only a few episodes out right now, so I'm curious about how it's going to go. But Showtime puts out some freaking twists. Everybody here knows I'm a fan of fiction, so and horror fiction and stuff like that. So whatever. No apologies on my side for watching Hollywood freaking weirdness. Somebody got to do it. Let you guys know what's going on.
Rather you do it than me.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. There's so much. I'll say this about it's like every new show. I mean, I listen to when I'm at work. I listen to fiction podcasts and stuff like these audio dramas. You know, where they have the noise in the background. Or sometimes it'll be different actors, but sometimes it'll be just be like an audio book, but with sound effects in the background and stuff like that. It's like all of the new ones that are coming out. But they always have a gay element. Not a gay element, but there's always somebody. It's like somewhere in the show, there's going to be one or two gay relationships. It's like, but I don't know any. I mean, I know a couple of gay people. I guess maybe this one, but it's just like I don't know. It's weird. It's just weird.
What you mean to say is statistically inaccurate for its frequency.
Sure. Yeah. That's basically what I'm saying. Yeah. But every single show, there's a couple that are married that are gay, and where in real life you don't know a lot of gay people, or at
So
least
don't watch the show The Real O'Neills. If this is your gripe, then definitely stay away from that one.
No, this is every new show that comes out. Every single new show that I watch comes out has people being gay in the show, whereas that wasn't the case before. Because I've been a fan of fiction for a very long time, so that's just something I'm pointing out. And it's not like I'm going to stop watching it because, but it's like I can already predict the gay characters, that they created in the show. It's like, oh, I predicted one today when I was listening to a new podcast that I was listening to at work. It's like, oh, person's gay. But it wasn't even because they had a gay voice. I mean, it was a woman, but it's harder to predict the women gay. But whatever. It's just, I don't really care. At the end of the day, I don't care about that necessarily, but it's just really trippy that every single new podcast or TV show comes out, There's always some type of gay shit going on. All I'm saying. Where it wasn't the case before.
I think we got your point. Loud and clear.
It's almost just like what Crypto asked earlier in here is why does the globe have to be everywhere? Everywhere you look, every show, every news show, every news program, like wherever you look, it's everywhere. So it's the
There's
same way.
usually more than one.
Yeah, it has to be like everywhere, like in every show.
I counted 5 globes in one room in one show I was watching last week. I forget what it was, but I was just astounded.
Yeah, well, start counting the homosexual stuff too, and you'll find out that it's in every single show.
There's a flat Earth clock in Back to the Future. The first 3 minutes.
Yeah, that was in the 80s. I'm talking about recently when there's a new show comes out. There's always somebody that's gay, or at least it's like her wife, his husband. It's like that was never a thing before. But that's, I mean, I'm not necessarily speaking out against it because, as far as legal marriage goes, I think that's a bunch of crock of shit anyway. So, you can call someone your husband if you want to, but anyway. And you can call someone your wife, but do you have to make it legal? That's the worst thing to me. You don't want to. You're actually confirming your marriage with them to the state, and they govern you over your marriage.
That's the Submission Act.
Yeah. So
I
don't care if you want to call somebody your husband if you're a man. That's fine. Call him your husband, but if you make it legal, then you're stuck, with the legal stuff. I've been divorced.
But it also affects the other side of marriage as well, traditional marriage. The idea that the state has to sanction it is still kind of fought to this day. And there's common law and
I was thinking about it today. You think about
all kinds of laws in different states where it's recognized as life partners, if not officially married. But that just means that the state has no say in the family courts if they decide to break up or dissolve.
Sure. I have a friend of mine that was married by a spiritualist at a rock festival we were at. They haven't got legally married yet, but in my mind, they're married. They committed themselves to each other. What you say?
Begging for the government oversight of it.
Oh yeah, well, it's because they all. It was like I'm going in this with a prenup. And it's like I love you, but I don't trust you. It's just like it's like that's not necessarily. I don't know. I'm older now. I've been married twice, and it's just like it's good when it's good, and it's not when it's not. But I never had any assets to necessarily worry about, so all of that is something else. But if I do meet someone in the future, I'll never legally marry someone ever. I don't think it's necessary.
When you sign the marriage license, you grant their ability to arbitrarily arbitrate over you, given the situation that you've endured twice already by the sounds of it, where they have to get involved and legally separate you.
It's a shit show. But anyway, it kind of works the same way in religion too. It's like it used to be like, oh, if you want to marry my daughter, you must bring me a dowry. But it's not the same thing though as the legal thing. So, anyways, there's a lot of stuff to think about there.
Dowries are still a thing, by the way.
I don't really. I think they should be.
The marriage is a license to register your union for entering into commerce.
I think the dowry is a better idea than legal marriage.
It's like registering your car, give it up to the king. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, hey, here's how much I love your daughter, and here's how much I'm committing. But I mean, it doesn't always work out. I mean, it just depends on the culture you come from, So there's a lot to think about when it comes to marrying. But I think when it comes to homosexual marriage, it can only happen legally. Am I right about that? Because has anyone came up to a father and said, any woman came up to a father and said, I have a dowry for your daughter and I want to marry her?
Well, you're buying into the family. It's like a law firm or something like that. For you to be a partner, you have to invest a bunch of money into the firm. You have to buy in.
Yeah, a lot of times with a dowry, I mean, it has to be like agreement between the two fathers
and the table.
But as far as human history goes, it's never happened between fathers of two women or fathers of two men. That's just not.
It actually it turns into a way for fathers to be in competition with other fathers. Like, I got this much for my daughter. I got an ox and this feast and gold coins and this and this. My buddy married a Thai chick, and he actually gave an ox for the wedding. Like, he fed the whole village.
You also have to understand that it's a consolidation of allegiances and power at the same time, especially historically. When two houses joined, whether they're like noble or not, they become your in-laws, They're your people, for better or for worse. To a certain degree, like, you can't just let anybody in, especially if you're much richer than the person offering virtually nothing. Does that make sense?
It does, but I'm just saying it just never end. I mean, as far as history goes, the stories, it's never been like, let's combine families so that we can bring two people together that will never produce offspring.
But that still leaves the possibility that they may have joined forces, potentially, in some way. It's just very loose.
No, I'm right about that. They will never produce offspring. As far as
I didn't say they would.
Gay marriage goes, it's just like, let's agree that they love each other.
Find a new topic.
But I mean, that's not marriage, But anyway, I don't really have a. I mean, if they legally want to get married and pretend that's marriage, that's fine. I just
the hospital visitation rights and health insurance.
Sure, yeah. I mean, if you've been a lifelong friend and you've been in a relationship for a long time, yeah, they should be able to like spend time with them, like as family. Yeah, if they're very, very close to them, and then it's like, oh well, are you family? I'm her wife.
Yeah, that's a really.
Did I hear about a subject change? Because that sounds pretty good. Just saying. Love you guys.
It's something I've been thinking about lately. I don't really care what people do, to be honest. Let's go with.
Stop thinking about it then.
Well, I can't because I'm listening to all the new fiction shit, and every freaking show has something about it, you know. But anyway, go ahead.
So the problem lies with.
I'd be watching too much TV.
That's it.
That's why you're talking about
Bang,
stuff
bang.
like this.
Yep. Yeah,
You're preoccupied.
It's all right. I'm still gonna watch it, but it's just weird, man. It's just weird.
Crack's making my teeth fall out. I'm still gonna smoke it.
Anyway, so yes.
Single giggle. Jeez, not as fun as I thought.
Got Andy level up. You got something to say, Nick? You got the BC verified link, image and bedroll. Oh, he wouldn't get that role if he wasn't trusted. But he might be just listening in.
Yeah, I've heard him in the last couple days.
Cool.
Seems legit, but you know how that goes. I've seen people change all of a sudden too.
Oh, welcome, Andy. He's obviously very curious. He's still sticking around, so.
So how are the numbers in the server lately?
It's been pretty steady. It's not increasing.
But what's the number at? What's like the number at now?
What do you mean, the subscribers?
Or yeah, just anybody. Like I know there's a number. Was it in the 20,000 or something?
Talking about views per month,
On this
or
server?
hold on, I'll give you some stats. Hold on, just so go to studio. At least on my channel, we have current subscribers 3,178. Analytics,
That's on YouTube.
yeah, 3,000.
What about the server itself? What's the
Oh, server.
here? Yeah.
It's around 25,000. Hold on.
I was just curious. That's close enough.
Members. 24,329.
Mm-hmm. Right on. It's only 12 when I first got here.
12,000.
Yeah.
I was like 12.
12.
Holy shit!
No,
you
I
got
was,
here early.
I wasn't here at the beginning, so no.
Oh yeah, on my channel we're getting 34,000 views a month. Watch time hours is 17,000 hours.
Mine.
The subscriber count has dropped, but it's starting to come back up. So that's on my YouTube channel. So yeah, it says plus 32 last month. So we used to get around close to 100 a month. There was a period where we were getting close to 100 a month, but the view count has been pretty steady for the most part for a while. So. I like when I check people in there and just like, oh, how did you find our server? Oh, I was looking up Flat Earth. Really? Why are you looking up Flat Earth? You want to talk to some Flat Earthers? You get in the check-in room sometimes, don't you, Sonny? It's like oh.
Sometimes, yeah, not that often. I haven't been
I
around.
used to
the
do it
last
more.
couple months.
I
I've
used
been
to do
kind
it
of
more.
absentee. Sorry. Yeah.
But yeah, it's just like when you get a room full of.
I've been kind of MIA for the last couple of months, so I haven't been on that much.
Yeah, I noticed that, but it's fun. It's like I think a lot of us like to hang out in here, but when one of us jumps in the check-in room, there's always going to be somebody that comes in there. And you're like, I'm just like, hey, I'm going to mute you. Nice to meet you. How did you find the server?
Right.
Well, I was looking on Discord for Flat Earth. I was like, really? Why are you looking for Flat Earth?
Or someone gave me a link. The question I never hear asked is,
Sometimes
so
they'll say somebody gave me a link in another server. They might have 3 or 4 jump from another server,
Yeah.
but sometimes you'll be like, I was looking up Flat Earth. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, that's true. So sometimes I never hear this question asked. Like when they say a friend gave me a link, the question I always want to ask is, and what does your friend think about it? So then you kind of get to know, like, okay, as a friend, like, what was the friend
sometimes their
saying?
friend will be in there too to be like, no, it was him. He's in here right now.
And be
Is
like,
their friend a real friend or not?
okay, so then, yeah, and then further on from there, so like, what do you think of the information, or what information for you do you take an interest in? Because we don't know what they're interested in, yeah. Or
Yeah,
which
and
way
sometimes they'll come in as a group, and they always have, and it's like the guy that shared it. And just like, let's go over here and talk to these flat earthers.
And sometimes it's a shit show when a bunch like
Oh, sure, it always is.
what do you call
But
herds of gamers?
Herds. They're called a murder of gamers.
really like crows.
Right.
We'll come like a murderer. Okay, good, like crows. That's right.
No, that's all right.
Yeah.
But
12
even
pack of trolls.
yeah, if we get 12, man, we'll have a couple that'll hang around and actually talk to.
Is there any? Actually, we could instead of just asking for Glovers, can any trolls out there? How about funny trolls? Any funny trolls available? We could use your. We're requesting your presence here.
Oh God, I'm gonna have to write a song about that one. Murder.
I think you're asking
trolls.
for literally the impossible.
Danger.
A murder of trolls.
Am I classed as a troll, or am I just an idiot?
What's your name?
Wait a minute.
Goose.
I don't know. Goose.
Tony, you're not a troll, bro.
Hey, yo, Tony.
Hey, Tony, over there in Australia, he's over there.
Oh, is he in Australia?
Yeah, he be taking pictures all the time. I mean, he's got some great footage.
You're
You
Tony,
got some
but
great
you go
stuff, huh? Huh?
Yeah, Tony's
All right,
got some
all
really
right.
good stuff. Some sunrises, man. He
Listen,
takes
I'm going to give you a cash
sunrise all the
advance,
time.
right? Cash advance.
Okay.
Make you
here
an
we
offer you can't refuse, huh?
Yeah, there you go. I mean, an offer you can't refuse.
go. Witsit gets it.
What's up,
What's
Witsit?
up, man?
What up?
Hey, man, how's it going? You've been around freaking America like what? You're going on the second time now?
Maybe something like that.
Yeah. It's cool.
Yeah.
Back on the
will-
Eastern.
I'll fill everyone in soon, brother man.
Right on, right on. Good to hear you. I know you've been out there doing the thing. Been seeing it.
Not just another man with another plan, but the brother man with the rubber bands.
With the rubber band. I heard a laugh. I heard someone laugh after the third thing you said. That was pretty
Say
good.
Prayers. Say prayers for all of us. If you got prayers, thanks.
The brother man with the rubber bands.
Seen a curved adjacent out there anywhere, brother man?
Kurt, I heard you talking about that earlier. The curved adjacent.
Witsit, earlier someone told me about a
level.
Horizontal
curved
curve.
horizon, the horizontal
curve.
that kind of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah, we've been getting it today, I'll tell you. They've been
That's
filling
pretty
us in.
profound. It's pretty
I know, a
profound.
horizontal curve, you know, up, it's an up-down is what it is. It's an up-down. So I figured you might want to hear about that.
It's a fixed broke.
A fixed broke. Right.
Curved adjacents.
Mm-hmm.
It's a level curve.
Is that kind of like when the plane lands west, it's going west-east?
Yes,
it's
west.
about the sextant. So yeah, the circle of equal altitude. You have to have a horizontal plane. So when you're doing a right triangle, you have to have a horizontal plane in which to obtain your azimuth, right? To measure your angle, your elevation angle of the observed object. So you have to have a horizontal to start with.
Murder of trolls. That would be freaking. I gotta write a song about that.
Have you guys heard about the new super scary Greek alphabet letter?
No.
The new super scary version of how the air kills you?
What? Uh-oh.
Yeah, it's an anagram for moronic.
Yeah, it's an anagram for moronic, and you can also move it around, and it's actually a microRNA attributed to cancer.
Oh.
It's a monogram for that. And also that Omicron is literally a movie from 1963 about an alien taking over a human host so that he can better understand humans to take over the earth.
No big deal. Nothing to see here, folks.
How weird is that, man?
Doesn't it also stand for the end?
Wow. Yeah.
Yo, and then you know how Travis Scott had that crazy little concert where he had the portal and then people died?
Yep.
Oh, somebody already fucking came over.
Blatantly occultic, right? But right around the corner, Omicron, an electronics company.
There was also a game that I played, video game, something Omicron, something. It was really fun.
That's correct. It's also about demons in the spiritual realm. It's like this. You're fighting, like you have to quote unquote fight demons, and
That's why I liked it, because I like to kill demons.
Blatantly in the face.
Years ago, Negro.
there was a list of
Yes.
the coming variants like months ago, and
Can
Omicron
play
was
your damn music.
anyway.
Helio, you're hot micing. Witsit, that's quality gravy right there.
Holy shit! I thought I muted myself. My bad.
No, it's all right though.
Just pretty interesting.
Very interesting indeed. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, of course, the new symptoms for this magic variant is the
wait.
exact same as the adverse effects of poison.
Of course. There's only so many things the body can go through. So, yeah.
I'm flabbergasted.
They're literally identical, bro. It's like funny.
I must be extremely blessed to be a boomer to be able to learn all of this, because the rest of y'all are a bunch of dumb shits. Or some
Yeah,
of
Sonny, you can go right ahead and fuck yourself.
Yeah, thanks.
Yep.
Okay.
You have permission. Permission granted to...
I got the freaking battle wounds to prove it, you know.
What, that you're a boomer?
Yeah, man.
Dude, I'm 39, so I'm a millennial. Do you know how much that pisses me off to say that? And it shouldn't. Anyway, back to flat Earth.
Yeah, I freaking overhead rolled on my bicycle today, and I just rolled, and I'm unharmed.
It has nothing to do with the fact that you're a boomer. It's because you suck at riding bikes.
It's because I'm fucking special.
That's right, exactly. Did you have a helmet on? Shin pads? Playing a soccer game?
No, I had a jacket, gloves, helmet. Yeah, I was set.
Yeah.
So another
Wow.
little bit of gravy real fast. So so the first part of it, OMI, myocardial infarction or heart disease, right? And then cron is computing.
Right.
A command to an operating system. So you put it together. It's myocardial, basically heart disease via a command via computing system.
Right. The infarction is actually a heart attack.
Computer-generated heart
But
attack.
yeah, you're right. You're right. Computerized heart attack is what it is.
Yeah,
what
that's literally what it means. It literally means that.
Yeah. And nobody cares. Nobody notices. Nobody cares.
Nobody notices.
Oh, and the ones that notice don't care.
No, we noticed.
No. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the plebs, the ones that are smart enough to notice, but still
don't care.
You couldn't get them to interrupt their daily shit, their brunch with Susan on Sunday, to fucking care about something like this. Sorry, go ahead.
Selfish ass life. Sorry. Self-centered. I'm not sorry. Actually, not sorry anymore. Damn.
Also, you can look up, there's also writings about that being a quote-unquote draconian reptilian race of hybrids that have been here for a long time. This is all way before. This is all way before this, though, right? So.
Right. All these definitions of that word and variations of the spelling and everything, the anagrams, I think you're saying came way before this current usage of it.
Correct. So it's pretty crazy. Just like with Corona itself, right? I mean, you have Rapunzel put in, effectively quarantined on the island Corona, and then 2020 quarter has the bat, and it never ends, right? All these movies, they have literally put it all. It's all, we can actually predict their whole plan if we knew how to look for it, because it is guaranteed all in the media.
Wow. Yeah.
And iPad Goat.
An iPet goat. That's a really weird.
iPet Goat, yeah, those are good. Or I guess I saw one. It was supposed to be the second one, but it was not made by the same people. Anyway,
I guess it'd mean more if I had been following it the whole time, from the beginning. But
an iPet Goat. Number one, you can't think that any of it's actually empirical. But number two, it's a ritual. So the more attention you give it, etc. Anyway.
When we are successful,
and we will be.
We have a real chance.
Who's watching George Bush slime words out of his face?
What was that levelist?
I saw his lizard tongue come out of his mouth.
Drop us a link and.
I don't care about that shit. Lizard tongues. Who cares? What are you gonna do about it? Oh look, guys! I got a video of a guy turning into a lizard. Yeah. What are you going to do about that?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Whatever they are.
You're going to play a soundbite on Discord, of course.
Who would have thought we'd be born into a world where humanoid lizards possessed by demons? I guess that's where I need to stop.
The story has gotten that freaking crazy. Think about that, man. I mean, things used to be much simpler.
Listen, I'm not making any claims, okay? I don't claim that.
I don't know if y'all remember when things were a little bit slower, but I do. And actually real things got done too. I don't know. Maybe I'm just old-fashioned.
Well, a lot of these reptilians have been here for a minute, homie.
What's that?
I know they have. What I'm saying is I don't know what anybody's going to do about it. You find out once you get, evidence, man, and you can prove it to people, and people are like, holy shit, yeah, reptilians. What does that do?
What the hell? I was like,
nobody's going to do anything about it.
Gotta drop some of that excess baggage off because it's getting in your way, man.
Let's just say you don't go tell someone about the second law of thermodynamics and throw the reptilian race in there.
You got to get that out of the way
Exactly.
first, man.
That's
no
right.
Sumerians, no Anunnaki. Like, I mean,
your battles.
Anunnaki. Yeah.
They're
like,
probably more keen to believe Anunnaki garbage than flat Earth, like all day, right?
yeah.
Ancient aliens. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
wasn't that about the last shoe to drop with the stupid alien bullshit? Like, and then
Just
flat Earth.
great.
That
Used to be obsessed with that shit.
went by
What's
the
up,
wayside.
guys?
What up, Elijah?
Yeah.
I'm sitting here going over all of this. Well, really, I'm just watching the series Celestial Navigation because I'm just trying to figure it all out. And it led me to think, well, what is the oldest star chart there is? I just Googled it, I didn't really look too far into it yet. And the oldest one comes from, oh shit, now it doesn't want to upload. Or am I better?
No, you're all right so far.
It's called the Dunhuang star chart.
Oh, Donghuang.
Dongguang?
Star Chart.
Dunhuang, yeah. And from the year between 618 and 907. I'm just trying to figure out if they were flat earthers or not.
So, well, that's after they had sailed to California, apparently, according to some. In 518 AD or somewhere right around there.
I don't know. It sounds fishy.
They found their anchors on the west side of Catalina.
I'm devil's advocate every time. Sorry. Go ahead.
Anyway, go ahead.
Now I'm just this is what I'm about to get into there. Just looking at different star charts and who is using them and how they were using them.
Like the celestial navigators. Just
Elijah, can I ask you a question real quick?
No?
Moving on.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Go ahead.
Okay. Fair enough.
Go ahead.
I also had dope star charts.
I was just trying to ask, man. I've been trying to ask for a while. Like, how did you come across flat Earth yourself?
Oh, I was watching Joe Rogan and Eddie Bravo, and he was like, the moon landings are fake. And I'm like, what? He's like, the Earth is flat. I'm like, what? There are no pictures from space. What? No way. And I said that for like about 40 minutes as I was looking at CGI pictures from Google. That's how it started. That's the short and sweet of it.
So this is like back in like 2013 realm?
Nah, it's this
Late 2016.
I think it was 2016.
Okay. Well, the only reason I'm bringing that up is because I mean, dude, I was on Dubay back in like 2013, but I heard a lot of stuff. I just didn't like the way he talked. It's just like, this guy's asinine. And I remember Eddie Bravo bringing up things like that back in 2013, but it pushed me off of it, back when I was 21 years old. So it's just, I was just curious to hear your perspective on it, but that's very interesting.
Because what it did for me is because I didn't have a vested interest in the globe. I had a vested interest in space, which is most people's interest. And in space, it just happens to be that the Earth is a globe as well as everything else. So once the question came of whether or not I was actually living on a globe or not, the only thing I wanted to know is, okay, well, someone has measured it. Let me just Google it so that I can brush up on my knowledge of how the fuck we know it's a sphere. And that's when I realized that information doesn't exist.
Right. And then a lot of the arguments that they were making, it started to make a lot more clarity, right?
Well, I mean, I didn't know where I didn't other than the Eddie Bravo, like I didn't know how deep Flat Earth was. I didn't know who anyone was. I was just kind of alone, just looking for information about how the Earth is a sphere and how we figured it out. How we figured out the distance to the sun, all these other things that I've wondered about, but didn't really, I just figured, well, somebody figured it out. I didn't really have to look too deep. And after, maybe 5-6 months, then I started getting into the Dave Murphys and the Eric Dubays and all of these videos. But then when I hit FED, Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley, and I heard the interaction between the panel and the Globe Earthers, I was like, oh shit. I knew it, but it's for real. Like, people that don't know that it's a sphere. They just come up with all this fallacious reasoning and all of this. Well, if it's this, then we can calculate using this assumption. And I'm like, no, that's not what I want. That's not edifying, So
it's kind of ironic how once you start objectively looking at it, how surface level it really is. It's right there. I mean, all of the knowledge you need is right there in front of you the whole time. Even me looking back in retrospect in 2013, just my preconceived notions, my biases that I didn't even. My terminology wasn't even as good as it is now, considering that's almost 10 years ago. I'm almost 30 now, and it's just crazy how that cognitive dissonance will push you away from objective reality.
Yeah, like I said, I'm watching this series on celestial navigation on YouTube, and the guy, he has a white paper out, and he's drawing on it with marker, all of the steps and everything, and he goes into it, and obviously he has like what would represent a sphere, and I'm like, okay, well, this dude's about to break down how it works on a sphere, right? I'm going to listen intently because now I don't have those rose-colored glasses. So let me see what he's talking about. So you have the sphere drawn on the piece of paper. Okay, that's fine. That's cool. But before he gets into anything, he says, in the onset, when you get started, there's a lot of things you can learn, but just to make the process easier, you don't need to do a lot of things. One of those things he mentioned was spherical trig. And I was like, what? Okay. And then he starts talking about, because obviously he has the idea that it's a sphere. So he's like, what you want is the GP of the sun, and that's going to go. And he said, imagine the sun like a laser. Obviously, for my speculations, I was like, what? But and it's beaming directly down on the Earth at some point, the zenith position, basically. And at that point that it touches the Earth, he called it the crust, is the geographic position. But then he goes on to say, imagine that going all the way to the center of the Earth. He says that once,
right.
But when he's doing all of the math, when he's talking about getting the angle, when he's talking about, even when he emoted the angle to the horizon, he puts his hand straight out and he puts his other hand at like a 45-degree angle. And he's like, we're trying to get the angular distance from the horizon to the sun. And I'm like, bruh, that's a straight, everything you're talking about is plain talk. What are you talking about? How do you not see what you're saying right now? It was the most, it's
Right.
the most insane thing I've ever seen.
And conflating it to a completely different logical, illogical perspective.
It's phenomenal.
To the logic that they're perpetuating in the same breath. I definitely, yeah, it's crazy to really look back on it in retrospect at it and just really notice how no pun intended, how plain it is.
Yep.
Joe Rogan experience for me, it pushed me back into Globe Earth because they just they shit on Eddie, man, and they try to make him look so bad, but he's just spitting. He was just spitting facts, man.
But that's what's weird about it, because Eddie wasn't saying nothing crazy. You know,
It wasn't.
it's well, I mean, it wasn't too out there. He's just saying, "Yo, take a look," and basically they just wanted to dismiss it and not take a look because of what they all their preconceived biases. And what was even weirder is finally when he had Neil deGrasse Tyson on, he's asking him these questions about the moon landing, and like Joe Rogan, I liked him because of his logic and how he got.
I used to love Joe Rogan, man.
Yeah, he was good at getting people to answer questions, and in a roundabout way, in a direct way, however he needed to do it. But you understood that his logic was intact because he knew how to maneuver someone. And so when Neil deGrasse Tyson said, "You're not calculating all of that to go to the Piggly Wiggly," talking about the fuel you would need to get to the moon, I was like, "You're going to accept?"
But I want right.
He didn't even push back on it. So that's when I was like, "Oh yeah, oh yeah."
Well, I'll give you the disturbing. This is from my personal experience. The disturbing alternate side of that. See, if I would have taken the Eddie Bravo route roughly 8 years ago, I could have been where I'm at now, and if not further where I'm at now, almost a decade into this. But I followed the Joe Rogan perspective, and following the Joe Rogan perspective just led me down a psychedelic route of drug use, trying to understand reality, through the metaphysics and esotericism, and all the other aspects that go into that. And it is fascinating at face value, but it will lead you to a darker path.
That's his job, bro.
Well, it got me, man. I was just 21-year-old trying to, hear the truths, and that's what led me to, trying to find DMT and just doing that instead of listening to, Eddie Bravo, for instance.
Or the creator. Like Joe Rogan's entire job is basically a gatekeeper that leads young men into low-key sodomy, but like hallucinogenics, and to never acknowledge the creator of the big lies. He's like a cooler version of Alex Jones.
Exactly, because it was more so he was, to me, the ultimate middleman. He was the ultimate moderator, if you will, the ultimate neutral, if you will, and that at face value might seem the best objective path to go down, but it does not necessarily mean it's the most righteous path per se. I'm lucky, I really am, that I met my wife, because if she wouldn't have brought it up to me 4 or 5 months ago, I'd still be a Glober, man. I think people really underestimate the power of this indoctrination system that they're pushing.
I think I maybe have learned that I underestimate how much
I
people will
must
just go along with it.
mute the audio. I didn't. Oh, shit on it. God dang it, man. What the hell is going on with the audio?
Hila, you alright?
Yeah, people just go along with everything, like everything. Everything. I think that's. I mean, it has to. I want to say it's human nature, but I don't know. I
No.
mean, it's like we work like ants in a sense. Like we think.
Human nature is more so to go along with the hive mind. I think it's innately that you don't want to be an what would be considered an outcast in the stream.
Yo, Helio, you're hot micing, bro.
Eli, did you get the gravy?
Something sure.
Helio, mute yourself. About to mute you, dude.
Yeah, I'm just gonna mute him. Why the fuck did you guys mute me, fucking assholes? Nah, what was that?
Yeah, you jumped in on after that thing, but I said a little bit of gravy about the Omicron thing. Have you looked into that?
Oh, nah, I definitely, yeah, because I want, I need to keep up to date with this bullshit because I've already checked out. So if somebody doesn't put it in front of me, I'm like, fuck all that book. But so did you say you sent it?
You kind of
Elijah, have you really checked out or checked in, man?
I'm sorry?
I said, have you really checked out or have you checked in?
Right.
Right. Checked out is goes under for me under the flat earth term. When somebody calls you a flat earther, it's more of a derogatory term. I wouldn't say you've checked out.
Okay.
Well, he was talking. Okay, Eli. All right, so I get what you're saying. Cause I don't pay attention to such clown world. But anyway, check this out real fast. AMI is like heart disease, right? Myocardial infarction, or like a heart attack, heart disease. AMI, cron, computing, a command to an operating system. Okay. Okay, so also then it was in a movie. It was the title of a movie from 1963, which is about an alien parasite taking over a human host to learn about him to take over the Earth.
Why does this stuff this is what I'm talking about. Like, it just be shit that exists that just shouldn't exist in this paradigm. And whatever paradigm you're in, like, how does information like that exist? What I mean is, it's insane that people are asleep like that. Like, it's just don't make no fucking sense how out in the open they are with it.
Yeah, like what it literally. Okay, you could. I'll drop the picture in a second of it, but an alien takes over the body of an Earthman in order to learn about the planet, so his race can take it over. So then you got also. So it is an anagram from Moronic, yeah, but it's also, if you rearrange the letters a little bit, it's an oncomere, which is a microRNA that is associated with cancer.
Yeah, you know what? And I was looking up something that's related to cancer, and they're talking about it's rare. Let me see if it's still in my Google history. Hold on, see if we're on the same page. Like, cause I was just looking it up. Let's see.
So Omicron, but spelled with a
Cardiac angiosarcoma.
Whoa. Something
basically is like, is it like in the something about the right chamber?
I couldn't tell you, man.
Okay, but okay. I mean, continue, please.
Yeah, Omicron is also a video game, but spelled with a K, about demons pretending to be human that lure humans into Omicron from other dimensions. And if a character dies, the real human playing the game loses their soul.
Yo.
Yeah, David Bowie played in it.
Yeah, there's even clips on YouTube of it.
Oh my god, this
Speaking of David Bowie,
Omicron,
I was going to say, speaking of David Bowie, man, go objectively watch Labyrinth and David Bowie's role in it. You will more than likely be blown away.
Is this
Remember Ziggy Stardust?
is this variant the like are you saying that basically this variant is basically coming from the people who have the 60 something odd percent of people that have went along with the you know what?
Oh yeah.
What the blood clot?
No pun intended.
Also, Omicron Draconian and Otacron Reptilian Legions. This is from a book from written back in the day. I don't know, man. There's a whole bunch of so it's also you got the Travis Scott weird little creepy concert ritual sacrifice ritual thing, and right around the corner is Omicron, like an electronics company.
Also, the star Omicron is on the horizon. It's in the constellation known as Ophiuchus. He's known as the Serpent Bearer.
You know,
And right above that, there's the Corona Borealis constellation above the Serpent.
you know what it makes me wonder and want to question this is like, who do they believe their audience is? And not only the extrinsic audience, but the intrinsic audience.
Did you notice how they skipped over XI or Z?
Yeah, they went from Mu to Omicron.
They skipped right over it.
So Omicron Draconian Fallen Angelic Legions are a Sephiri Gold Order Fallen Angelic race hybrid created with the insectoid reptilian dinosaur strains.
Oh, good.
I get it. This stuff is crazy.
Dude, you just said dinosaur. EXO will be here in less than a second.
So the audience is Witsit. They wrote this shit for Witsit. So they could figure it out and tell the rest of us.
Whether or not it was written for him, he's going to figure it out.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. Like, why are they saying? Why is this stuff exist and why are they naming things after this stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's incredible.
Look at.
It's above my pay grade.
Has any of you heard of Final Fantasy VII?
But wait, let's finish this.
The one with the meteorite?
Yes, Sephiroth.
No video games. Stay on topic.
It is part. It is part of the topic.
Okay, all right.
Add in with what you're saying with the alien hybridization. He's the main bad guy in the game, and he is literally the mutant hybrid of an alien from quote unquote outer space.
Interesting. So let's finish the thought. Right, Eli's basically asking. So basically, are you suggesting that maybe this variant is from the people that took the whoop-de-whoop? And yeah, if you actually follow that theory out, it blatantly is, because they are now saying that like this new variant, it results in all of the adverse health side effects of the whoop-de-whoop. So I mean, could you make it more blatantly?
Wow. Can you send me this stuff?
Yeah, sure. And I'm gonna do a stream and try and cover all this, but it's pretty wild because it's kind of uncomfortable. Low-key. It's like, yeah, what are they suggesting that they put in that stuff?
I think Witsit, they that just goes back into they have to make it plainly obvious. The form of psychology.
Either they don't. Maybe it's not that they have to make it blatantly obvious, but just like because we as well, I'm poor right now, or maybe I'm not, but I'm talking.
If you're a flat earther, you're not poor, man.
But I'm talking about resources on the. Well, I can't even say Elon Musk, but like beyond that, the people. Just imagine once you've beaten GTA, you can literally do anything. As a matter of fact, you have to find ways to do things in order to make life meaningful. If I knew that I had the resources to change the world because I own the media companies and I could just say something that would pretty much reverberate through the whole through the entire ecosystem. It's like, yo, just for excitement, it's like, I'll tell you what I'm gonna do to you, and you're gonna do it, and I'm gonna sit back, reap profits, and basically just laugh or be intrigued, interested, because this is my movie, this is my show, this is my like. It's insane, but I don't think it's anything more than that. Just people at the top trying to find meaning and utilizing people's ignorance and dumbassness. Because what do all the murderers do? They eventually get caught because they want to get caught. They leave breadcrumbs because ain't no fun in killing it and nobody knows you did it. No, these people are insane.
Dude, did they put alien parasites inside the little, genetically modifying concoction? That's the literal world I feel like we live in that we have to actually entertain. So, using the word alien loosely, of course. I mean, it's alien to the natural body. So that's for sure. It's synthetic. It's not of this world.
What if the shit comes popping out of people's sternum, bro? Like fucking aliens.
Hell. An actual freaking zombie apocalypse. Oh my god.
The Pentagon's had a contingency plan for years for a zombie apocalypse.
Yep. Outrageous.
Cool. Well, I got a lot of sharp stuff. Lots.
Yeah.
Once you run out of bullets, you're gonna want some sharp stuff. Just saying.
Some people around here say the zombie apocalypse has already been around here for a long time.
Figuratively, yes.
Yeah, we're playing with the big boys now, though, man. We're talking about, is it literal?
Yeah, really. Not just these zombie wannabes.
Yeah, when's the Umbrella Corporation going to release the tea sauce? I think they already have. I don't think they have yet, by the way, guys. I think nothing has been
Yeah, I think
no
it's just
real
a preliminary.
listen.
It's a preliminary.
Pulled just yet.
Sorry.
You know what I mean? We've barely gotten past the appetizer, all right? Main course is after the next dish, so that's really all I'm saying. Speculation, but yeah.
That's a very
I Am Legend, it was 2 years.
well, very probable outcome that they come in and say, okay, because they're getting people to take boosters and this variant talk all this nonsense, but then they have a new technological discovery. A new
nanobots that can eat the sauce from your body.
They could come from
You're one and done, guaranteed, And everyone's like, oh, it'll finally be over?
They might have to come up with an alien solution because, maybe no one's going to believe their bullshit anymore. They're going to have to come up with this big surprise. Guess what? They came and visited, gave us.
So I just had a buddy of mine. I posted 8 inches per mile squared and a picture on one of my pages, and he said, "When are we going to the beach? I bet we can use a telescope to see Europe or Africa."
There we go. Well, telescope. Oh, wait. Hold on. Take him to the beach and tell him to wash his mouth out with a little bit of empiricism and objective reality. Tell him to just measure it with you.
Yeah.
I was just going to say the atmospheric deck of opacity doesn't control a telescope.
You want to say that to him as if he understands one word of that?
Yeah, every optical device has the optical limit.
What would probably be the best way for me to break this down?
Fuck, I didn't even understand that.
I'll tell you if you guys can still hear me.
I can hear you fine, Elijah.
Yeah, sound good.
Okay, so you start with a Google to how to get the distance to the horizon. Then after you get the Google to the distance to the horizon, you show them a video of that. So you go on YouTube, how to calculate the distance to the horizon, which pretty much affirms what the Google said. Then you show him CFI investigators partnering up with National Geographic, them also affirming what Google and the YouTubes about the horizon say. Then you show him the horizon not predictably where it should be with the sphere at the radius of 3,959 miles. That's how I would go with it.
That's a good way to go.
Let the information speak for itself.
Who was that flathead that was talking about his friend? Hello?
Yeah.
Here's the video in the live stream voice text about how to find the distance to the horizon. Thanks to Elijah, actually. I just refound it. But have your friend watch that, or you watch it together, or whatever.
Yeah, I'll just send it over to him. He lives on the other side of the
Ah.
So, hey, I heard you say almost 10 years. When did you get into this flat earth topic, or when did you first hear about
it? Hey, were you talking to me specifically?
Yeah, although I don't know who you are.
I was just making sure. Like originally first heard about it about 7 or 8 years ago, and then I pretty much just brushed it under the rug. I originally listened to Eric Dubay. I'd watched several of his videos. I just, let's be honest, my cognitive dissonance wasn't letting me objectively look at what he was saying. Until about 4 or 5 months ago, my wife came to me and pretty much brought it up, and then I started looking into it. And then once I started to go back over pretty much everything I've been taught my entire life, it just wasn't adding up, and that cognitive dissonance just started to fade away.
I'm just curious, was Eric Dubay around 10 years ago?
Well, roughly 10 years ago. It's more like 2013.
here in 2013?
Yeah, Eric Debate's been around for a while.
Talking about flat Earth?
Yes. Yeah, it's funny. My wife even asked me. She said, "Was he around 10 years ago?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, roughly." But at the same time, I mean, this information's been out there for a long time.
I actually like that. It's good not to believe people on the internet, even if they're right, because they might have something else that's their true agenda. Clearly, it wasn't going to stop you from finding the truth. You know what I mean? So it's not like the truth can be stopped. You still found the truth. You met people that you didn't agree with, and that's good.
Right, and it's looking back on like not really listening to what he was saying. I was hearing what he was saying, but I wasn't listening. I was more focused on the tone of his voice or the way he was articulating himself, and I just, like I said, it goes back in the cognitive dissonance aspect because I just found what he was saying to be absolutely preposterous, and I was conflating it to maybe his nerdiness or what I would consider nerdy or stupid or maybe asinine.
Yep, I'm with you.
And this is all when Joe Rogan was starting to come into his, his big time, and I was listening to his monologues between himself and Eddie Bravo, and I wasn't objectively looking at Flat Earth. I was skimming over it completely.
Yeah, I'm with you. I ignored it many times. I just said I don't have time for that right now because that might not be a real topic. I had no idea what it was, so I just kept ignoring it.
Yeah, I mean that's part of the indoctrination, though. I mean, you're subconsciously taught to, look at those things very vaguely. Yeah, and that's something else that my wife just brought up actually is yeah, it's like I know the heliocentric model better than I even did 7 or 8 years ago, compared to Globers. Globers don't know their own math even.
Okay, well, we're going to challenge your ego right now because you're going to have, this is going to be bitter, but there is no heliocentric model. I don't know, this claim still is being said by both sides. There's actually no such thing. There hasn't been for over 30 years. But you have to realize this is a big red pill kind of part of this, is that they don't claim heliocentric. They claim Satan-centric. That's the great attractor. So they claim that everything rotates around the great attractor. If I forget to tell somebody that right away, it'll always haunt me, because if I say heliocentric, then I got them this idea that they go around the sun. It hasn't been that for a long time. And nobody for some reason mentions that. Not even for some reason, not even on Nathan Oakley's. You think he'd be saying it by now, but it's Satan-centric, the great attractor.
I'm glad you point that out. And see, that's the thing. I'm not so egocentric to, I say this a lot, is there's a lot of deprogramming that still needs to be done, and that's why I do get on the servers, because I might not catch myself saying certain things, and probably the better way of saying what I just said is actually more alleged heliocentric model, because these things aren't factual, they're not based in reality.
Right, but you might eventually have to point out to them that they don't believe they rotate around the sun. They rotate around this magical black hole, great attractor, octopus, whatever you want to envision. There's a great attractor. You can think of, flying walruses, you know what I mean? Or it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to believe the great attractor is, that's the point. It's based on this idea, the relativity idea, which means there's actually no right and wrong. So relativity removes morality. You see, it literally removes the understanding of up and down, right or wrong. This is left, this is right, width and the breadth of it. Everything was removed, so all the logic is removed. So that's why they have you spinning around a great attractor, which is the other name for Satan or Lucifer. That's another name. That's what the law of attraction is based off of. And that's, you might not know this now, but yeah, the word universe is irrelevant. There's no meaning to using the word universe. People still use it. That's just how the world is. We're still deceived. And there's no such thing as a species. And that's a hard one to swallow for a lot of people as well. When people say the word species, they're pretending they're smart. That's all that word is designed for. No such thing.
I would have to agree with you because you're straight up diving into that whole narrative of evolution without even realizing it.
Exactly. The whole religion is still evolution. So you're basically meeting Christians. The ones that'll talk to you, maybe, the fun ones are always the Christians because they're defending the evolution paradigm. And they're claiming out of the other breath that, oh no, we're anti-evolution. And it's like, no, you're pro-evolution. That's the point. You don't know.
We came from a amoeba, which came from a soup on a rock. So we are all related.
Well, something I have to add, and like I said earlier, this is why I'm not so egocentric to say that I don't still, unfortunately, say these things, because you have to be objective and realize that I'm 29, I'm almost 30 now, but I've been under what they would claim is true quote unquote model, but it's really a deprogramming process. I mean, I haven't even been in this I haven't even been in this a year yet, so it's like it's hard to go through my daily life, deal with people that are still stuck in this paradigm and still try to keep a consensus on what objective reality is, because I still have to live in this paradigm, fortunately, just like we all do. But it's like I still have to deal with it. So I'm not gonna lie, it's hard, man. Very, very hard.
You're lucky to know.
Thank you. I would consider myself lucky as well, Gibby.
Yeah, man. You got some gravy now, and that should feel good.
Yeah.
And I don't look at it as like, oh, I know the true nature of reality, or
I didn't say that, but you have gravy.
No.
No, but yeah, it's like it's a very humbling experience.
Yeah.
There you go. That's the point, is that now you're able to, that's the whole point, is that first thing, since you're early, you're able to admit that you were wrong. And that's the removal of all the garbage. You have to remove that first to then be able to build yourself back in the right direction now, without these insane bad habits and all these crazy things that go through our minds because we're brainwashed by a system. Yeah. It's really sad.
It's crazy because we're supposed to spend a ton of the first half of our life learning, but we never actually have to know anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know, just coming in here and talking with some of the guys here are very famous. Vast majority are just ordinary like me. And I feel no difference talking with someone famous or someone ordinary. I see that we share pretty much.
You don't know anybody. You don't know any famous people. Get out of here.
What you are?
I am not famous yet. Keep going.
Yeah, and what can I say? I think it's not it. This Flat Earth server is different than watching video documentaries I did like back in the days to watch documentaries, to search for information and stuff. But at some point, probably with age, that gets boring too. And I think we reach up to a certain level where we see
Hang on.
that there is a way to find out more. Definitely,
We don't want to admit
there is
we've
out
been
there.
wrong once. Sorry, I finally got my point. We don't want to even once admit we were wrong. And once we've done that, admit we were once about anything. These new kids coming up, man, I'll tell you what, most of them have never had to say I was take responsibility. Anyway, continue, Get. Sorry, I wanted to say that before.
No problem. So, just thinking how to formulate. It's a method which I prefer to talk with people in here directly, word to word, you know, instead of searching video documentaries where I can hear people talking, but I cannot ask them directly. The good information, you don't always need the first hand to get it. It can be second, third, fourth. But the problem is you need to get to that level where you can distinguish between good information, bad, to have built your discernment. Yeah. And this place, I will say, this place helps quite a lot of people in many aspects of our lives.
What, the server?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. This is one of a kind all over the entire world. This place is right.
I'm waiting for a break in the conversation. I'm just curious. I'm not disagreeing with you. I don't understand the connection between the Great Attractor and Satan.
There's your problem.
Brian, I was wondering if you could explain that for me, please.
Because that's what he is. That's the description of Satan in actuality. That's what he does. He tempts everybody. He even tempted God. And that's
He's a great detractor.
Yeah. And God on the mountain said, "You shall not tempt the Lord thy God." Wow, he was talking to Jesus. So yeah, the Bible's literal. And the great attractor is Satan. That's why it's a figment of your imagination, but it's literally called the great attractor.
Yeah.
Does not matter what cartoon you want to insert or imagination.
That's a term title given to Satan. Yeah, true.
Well, isn't it the great detractor though? I mean Satan. But anyway, whatever. I feel what you're saying, get as far as talking about this place, because that's what the Google Hangouts and then inevitably Discord did for me, because it was cool seeing people talk about it on YouTube, and I didn't have a way to connect with anybody to ask questions about things that I didn't know, information that wasn't readily available. I just kind of had to wait for the information to be dropped. And I mean, the internet was a different time, only 5 years ago too. But when you can actually speak to people, man, and connect with people, it's different.
It's different. Yeah. You can feel their voice, vibe, and I don't know. When I watch documentaries, I feel like, hey, this is something like an advertising. They are trying to push me this miraculous thing, doing this and that. But when I talk with people, then I know it's someone who did that, and he's telling me results and stuff. His first skin experience, real experience. And yeah, I think it's much better. And yeah, not all, I mean, I don't expect any man to give me all answers to all questions, and many times I encounter such kind of people, but I do encounter the kind of people who are like, no matter what question you are asking them, they will give you an answer and they will tell you, oh, that's the best answer to this question. And you can't question them anymore. Yeah. Yeah, but I can see if that person is like that when I directly talk with them. But when I watch a documentary, I cannot see that, how that person really is like. Because it's just a recording and you don't interact with the person when you watch a documentary. So I'm more skeptical when I watch a documentary than when I speak with a person. And when I speak with a person, I say something like this: hey, if the person is lying to me, that's his sin, his burden, his weight. And I'm okay with that. It doesn't affect me.
There is some a link or at least one citation out there in the live stream right now. A lot of literature on it. They admit it's the pseudoscience, the philosophy, just like all false beliefs, and it's all the same. So just not a heliocentric religion anymore. It's a Satan-centric. Just wish it into be, Anthony. Yeah, the law of attraction, yeah. Just wish it away. I'm wishing you into cartoon land. Thank God. I love the fact that I can wish all these scoffers away back into cartoon land and they are stuck there. And I have hardened their hearts. Thank God. I just can't believe how God could be this.
That's hell right there you're describing.
Yep, I wish them back into cartoon land, and that's where they will stay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I still like cartoons. Here's the thing. I know that they're not real.
Hey, me too. And guess what? I was watching, like the other night, Cowboy Bebop. Some sci-fi TV show.
Oh yeah, it's on. It used to be an anime show. Now it's a real life.
Yeah.
Bullshit. Yeah.
But hey, yeah, that's fantasy,
Yep, space stuff.
I was laughing the whole time in my mind, you know. But I was also thinking, like, how easy it is for them to have the minds of children falling for them, you know, to their religion. Yeah. Because they've been prepared before in school. They've been prepared in school, pre-programmed.
Be prepared.
Now,
Remember from The Lion King?
yeah, yeah. And now, when they are a little bit grown up, they watch some TV shows. Oh, this is so entertaining. This is exactly what I was told at school. You know, look, it's real. We can have spaceships and Death Stars. We can see the unseen. But I don't find there is something I feel lately, something about life itself. I see it's something like there is a constant flow of this element, helium, from the ground up, and it has its states, magnetism, electricity, electrostatics. All these forces exist because of this element. And yeah, in the heavens, in its superfluid liquid state, I think that's actually the water of life, the most crystal clear, which you don't see it if you don't look very, very carefully. It has a very low refraction index, so it's almost invisible. I think I read this in the Book of Enoch when he was describing God's throne, or in the Book of Revelation, that beneath the throne of God there is the spring of the water of life. And this liquid is super cold, but you see, the process of crystallization, of turning into ice, freezing, is also often called the moment of immortalization. In many stories and readings that I came across, I know I read these lines and terms. So
stories.
Yeah.
Well, currently we are in Revelation 13, so that would be a literal biography, a living biography that's happening right now. The other book, yes, Glad, you happen to be right based on.
Sorry, what? You cut out.
You were right based on luck. Good job.
What's based on luck?
Story time.
Oh, mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not all, right. That's right. That's good time. Right. Some of it's stories, but Revelation is not. That's where we go. Okay, this is.
Oh, I
actually
wasn't
happening.
talking about Revelation.
No, I know. I'm just pointing out Revelation 13. If you want to look up where we're at right now,
Yeah.
you're in Revelation 13. It is what? Now it's December 2021. Next up, 1 month away from 2022. So we're already Revelation 13 for the record.
Yeah, the first stories. Why did I say that? I'm sorry. The first book in the Bible, or books in the Bible that I read, were Revelation. Because I cheated a lot when I was a kid. I wanted dessert first. I always wanted to know how the story ended. Once I knew the beginning, I shit in between, right? And so I read Revelation first, over and over and over. Myself to sleep, going to bed at like age 7, 8, 9, 10. I thought it was, fire and brimstone. I was like, crazy, dude. I hope this doesn't happen later. And then something in me says, I hope it does happen later.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, it's all going to pay back shortly.
Yeah.
No, they have these beast machines, which at the moment they can afford crushing and destroying in the entire industries and factories all over the world, because these machines are capable of producing everything that these industries actually do. And we started experience a shortage in microchips and titanium. And China has, at the moment, they have good stock for this, and they dominate the titanium market in the world. And this is a very important metal element. Yeah, if you have a dam in your region, they can break it and there will be power cut. Then the factories, these companies, they will go bankrupt. If they don't work, don't produce, people will be fired. And obviously, the owners will not keep all those tools and machines just as a memory. They will cut and sell, trying to make a living. And you'll see many of these industries going away, vanishing. And there won't be many sources we can buy from. And these big manufacturers, they are also connected to each other. They work together. I mean, I buy a Samsung phone, but if I want to repair it, it's not going to be Samsung, the one who repairs my phone. It's going to be Amazon, UPS, or whatever. The shop who has the tools to do so. Neither can a hacker at his home place.
Are you paying attention, or were you looking at the woman in the red dress? Freeze it.
Yeah.
That's what he says after that. Freeze it.
Immortalize.
The real Keanu Reeves wouldn't pay attention to a girl like that.
Well,
funny you say that because it is true.
Probably, dude. That dude's Jesus incarnate. Well, so we're supposed to think anyway.
No, I think he's like a robot, man.
He still can't grow a beard. Feel really bad for him. Anyway, that was wildly off topic. Sorry. But yeah, the woman in the red dress is symbolic throughout history for Lucifer.
Well, isn't the chosen one different than all the others?
Which chosen one? Oh, Neo? Yeah.
Yeah, he's different and special. Nobody else is like him. You know? It's only one out of them all.
Yeah, it just means none of them are alive. Because even if you're not attracted to women, as a male, that seems kind of backwards. But even if you're not,
None of them.
you'd notice that because of the color contrast.
Yeah, but
Know what I mean?
none of them worth anything. Only he is worth. You know, only his decisions matters.
I don't know. I feel like she's trying a little too hard with that swagger. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're like, go on, honey, nail it. Just lean into that swagger. And she did just a tiny bit too much, but I'll bet the director was so coked out, he was like, yeah, dude, it looks it's fucking perfect. Yeah.
I kind of hate this sort of ideas. They are coming from the sports world, where they teach you to engage in competitions.
Yes.
To be the one. On the first podium. Do you know when it was the first time you lost it? It was when you had your first haircut.
Are we talking about Samson and his haircut?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. It's funny how children behavior and everything changes after their first haircut. Hey Glut, you still here?
Yeah, I just took my headset off to listen to some righteous tunes, bro. What's going on?
Oh, okay. I want to ask you a question. Get ready.
Oh boy.
Yeah, as far as I understood, you were practicing a little bit of, I don't know, going to gym or heavy lifting.
Yeah, I exercise often.
Yeah.
And a lot of it has to do with, resistance training with heavy weights, yeah.
Oh, resistance, that is very good, fascinating, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, my question is in regards to this. I will be curious. You know that moment when you go at the gym and you want to test how much you can lift?
Oh, well, is that the question?
No, but
yes, I do. I'm following. Yes, I track you. I track with you. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, and I'm curious. Someone to test. First, they try to lift some weights and to measure exactly how much they cannot lift. You know, like where is that point where they cannot lift it anymore? And now, if they will do before trying again to have a helium breathing therapy, you know, for a few times breathe helium from those balloons and then see if they gain any extra strength so they can lift more.
Okay. So what's the question?
Well, yeah, this is what I was thinking of. Do you think this could
I'll
be
give you my honest opinion. I know a lot about kinesiology, but I don't know about helium and kinesiology.
Exactly, me neither.
Yeah. I mean that's the slippery slope, I guess, because that's you know, I don't know. I just playing with noble gases. I figure, fuck, I don't know, dude. I don't know. That's my answer. I mean, I've never even heard of it. To be fair.
I mean, I know for a fact, for example, with oxygen, or like when you take doping medicine, I was using in school ephedrine.
Ephedrine, yeah.
Yeah, they use this to make cocaine, actually. But I took those pills, and at physics, no, like at school, this class where you make sports, we were supposed to run about 1 kilometer, resistance. And yeah, I never been good running for a long time because I started smoking in elementary school, and
Wow.
yeah, and running was boring for me. I was very fast runner, but not long distance,
Me too.
So, so I took this ephedrine. It took like 15 pills.
Jesus.
Man, in 15, 20 minutes, I felt like so much energy.
I
The
would
hair on
imagine
my hands
15 pills.
was lifting up. I was sweating, and I felt like
I should hope if you weren't
running.
sweating, you'd have a serious. Dude, 15? Get out of here
Yeah,
with
yeah.
that. Whoa.
Well, that's how much you need to take if you want extreme effects, like very good
Yeah, that's also how to
performance.
get kidney stones, brother. But whatever. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, so I went to this contest, and I've been running as fast as I could the whole time, full speed. And while we were running around the school, that's how the track was.
Yeah.
And we were supposed to do 4 laps. And while my colleagues made 2.5 laps, I was already finished running the whole 4 laps.
Oh, it's because you're drugged up there. You were doping.
Yeah. And when I saw this achievement, I said, wow, yeah, this is real stuff. I mean, you literally can do it, like it works. And I was mind blown.
If it didn't work, that'd be a strange day. Yeah, if it didn't do something.
Yeah.
Anyway, excuse me. Well, I'm glad you survived that. Did you have a question about, well, I guess, no. Okay. Oh, so have you tried to do helium treatments for anything else? Like any time in your life or about it?
No. But it's something that boggles my mind in the lately. Yeah.
Yeah, well, be careful. That's my response.
No, I'm definitely don't afford to.
Why don't you just do like, so Marilyn Manson screams a lot on stage, and a lot of times he has to go backstage after every song and suck on an oxygen mask. But I would imagine doing a bunch of oxygen before a workout, in the middle of a workout, right?
Yeah.
Might help. That's about all I can think of with gases, though.
I was just going to say
go ahead.
that, actually. I was just going to say working out in an oxygen-rich environment would definitely be beneficial.
Yeah, and just take deeper breaths all the time, too. Most people don't do that. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, and then I was just going to say, and coffee as well. Coffee's been proven to help. I think like it increases your muscle strength by 8%, something like that.
No shit.
I didn't know about the coffee doing this. I mean, I knew, like, I was reading history, Romanian history, and they say that how coffee got into our country, it was brought by the Turkish. And those soldiers used to drink the coffee for being able to go fight, because they had to make a long road to get to Romania, and then they were supposed to fight with us. But those wars were so funny. It was always tens of thousands of Turkish army people, and the Romanian people were barely 1,000, 1,500. Like, it was more than 10 to 1. And they were not able to win a war against us.
Nebraska. Nabisco. Adrenaline, gasoline.
Listen, I say super duper often. You've probably heard it. Well, a new group that I just discovered, new to me, called Super Duper, stole the best fucking band name I've ever heard. And here, I'm going to share a song of theirs called Horizons.
Multiple?
It's a decent song. Check the voice text in 3, 2, 1. Enjoy that song. Enjoy both those songs. They're neat.
What is the horizon?
What's that?
What is the horizon?
It's super duper.
I don't know, man. I don't know what it is, okay?
Come on, you were supposed to know. It's the apparent location where the sky meets the ground.
Yeah, but that's not like actually what it is. It's just what it apparently is. I want to know what the fuck it is.
Actually, in this definition, the word apparent, they use this word because they know that it is a phenomena. Light is involved. The laws of light propagation dictate what the horizon is.
I think it only becomes apparent when it has kids, but that's just me. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then you get into being transparent, and it's like the whole ball game's just all over the place.
Yeah.
Get it? Ball game? Well, anyway.
Trans Jiffy. Get it? Peanut butter? What the?
Trans fat. Get out of here. Remember when trans fat was a big worry? they were getting us ready.
The definition is very descriptive and explicit and precise,
Well, as a definition should be.
Well, if they were not, you see, on a globe, the horizon cannot be apparent. It is fixed because on a globe, the horizon is geometric. That's like watching at a hill, and you can't see behind the hill.
Dude, all I know is I see it, but I can't go to it, and that's all I know.
You can go towards it, but you'll
It's
never
chasing the
reach
dragon. You'll never get to it.
Yeah.
It's,
Hey, can I ask a quick question real quick?
You can even make it a not so quick question, but
I was
you,
just
bro?
thinking about. Okay, thank you. I was just thinking about flat Earth and globe Earth and how, being that where I'm at now, it's winter and it's cold, and they say part of the reason why that is because the Earth tilts away from the sun. So I'm wondering, is it possible that is actually happening, but on the flat Earth? Is it possible? Do we think that the flat Earth maybe can tilt at all, or is it just is there a consensus amongst flat earthers that the sun is moving closer and further away? I've never heard anybody talk about that or discuss that before.
Do you feel
Absolutely
3 million?
No, yeah, I know where you're going. No, yeah, no, I feel no movement. Of course not.
No, do you feel 3 million miles closer to the sun?
No, no.
Well, the issue is you're looking for you're looking for an opinion that you made up. So that doesn't make any sense to me. What? How could you be looking for an opinion that you invented?
True. True. I'm sorry. Maybe I had one too many tonight. That was a dumb question.
No,
No, that was fine. We've had some dumb questions. That was right there in the middle. That was just
Yeah. Well, okay, sure.
I like that song. Glad that was pretty dope, man.
cool. Yeah, I'm just listening to tunes here, but I wanted to kind of stay on topic, XO. I'm glad you brought that back up.
Thanks for letting me interrupt real quick. I appreciate it.
That's cool, dude. Got any more questions?
No, I'll let you know when I think of one.
All right then.
Yeah, we were supposed to be closer to the sun. How can we measure or detect that now in the winter we are 3 million miles closer to the sun? How can we prove that?
Well, here's the thing: if you raise plants,
Yeah.
Is that you right now? Okay, if you raise plants or anything, when you have an awning over your plants, you'll notice, depending on where you're at, though, obviously the shadow is going to shift throughout the year. In the summer here, the sun is directly above me, and it's hotter. In the winter, it comes in at an angle, and I have to move my awning, and it's not as hot because it's farther away. And that's just what we experience. We see the sun do this. It rotates around us, sometimes inwardly more, sometimes outwardly more. That's just what the sun does. No man can explain that to you. That's how it works. That's how God. The only answer is God did it. There's no other answer. I'm sorry, guys.
But the sun is moving further away on the first flat Earth model.
No, in reality, no model. In reality, we see the sun changing angles, and we see it sometimes warmer. We feel it warmer. We feel it colder. That's just reality. That's all.
Here's the thing with models: it's a psychosis. Models is a psychosis that we were taught. We were taught to think our senses don't really detect the whole story. Here, look at this thing you can hold in your hand. This is your world. Look, you can hold in your hand. No more research necessary. We got it all figured out. Anyway, go ahead.
But on the flat Earth model, I guess there I go again saying model. But to explain it to a Glober friend of mine of why it's colder here now in the winter is because the sun is further out. Not closer.
No, you shouldn't be trying to explain. You shouldn't be trying to explain that. If we haven't nailed down what's easy to understand, how could we talk about how the sun, moon, and stars work if we're having trouble with how the ground works? So how could we even try to explain that until we make it past first grade, second grade, third grade? We can't go to eighth grade. We got to do this.
I'm trying to think of trying to explain to Globers how they can phantom. You know what I mean? It's hard to
imagine. Yeah, that's the problem, is that we're just trying to experience reality, and people keep talking about how do I imagine it? That's the problem. The whole point is you're trying to imagine it is the problem, not going outside and testing it, which is what no Globers do. That's why they stay Globers. They stay inside and say, flat flow, I want a flat Earth model. I can't believe. They want to stay in a cartoon. That's the problem. That's not going to solve anybody's reality check. That's the whole. So they have to hide from it. So the whole point is first we get out and establish what's underneath us. Since we can test it, we can't test anything else. We can assume. I have to assume. Right? Everything else above me, the sun, moon, and stars have to be assumed. The seasons work. We know it works. That means there's a pressure system, but I can't assume past that. That's why it's called a pressure system. I didn't name it. It's not my claim. Therefore, everybody already admits to a stationary pressure system. So it's not my claim. It's what meteorologists.
I suggest you do an experiment. A test, actually. Very simple.
Put your hand under a
If you can get your hands on a laser thermometer.
Start up the grill, get it real hot. No, I'm just kidding.
Right, and put their hand close to it and be like, look, warm, close, back up, go across the street. Can you feel the grill? Cold. Come back here.
Well, actually,
This
that
reminds me
doesn't
of something.
work.
You know, Matthew
You
Learns
see-
has a gravity gun that can detect what type of steak and food you're cooking in the barbecue from 25 feet away. Please hold it.
Yeah. Is it beef or pork on the grill?
Hey, Matthew Learns will know. He knows everything. Just ask him. He'll tell you what you're going to cook right now.
No, they do. They got like tell everything that's the planet, the density, all the shit from like billions of miles away. So yeah, he's right. They can like look in your grill and tell you what you're cooking, the density of your steak, how much it weighs, how much what percentage of fat you cooked off, what the grill weighs altogether without the meat in it. I mean, they're pretty good, man. Wink, wink.
Are you allowed to use like soy steaks?
Soy steaks?
I'm sure.
Soybean steaks?
No, they make this
like teriyaki
like,
flavored steaks.
They make these burgers from soy, vegan burgers.
Right, soybean
That
burgers.
meat-
Oh, those ones. Yep.
Yeah, it looks exactly like meat. You know?
Yeah, it's making us some soy boys out there. That's for sure.
How will they know?
They won't know.
That's
They'll just be
not-
like, why do I have like not manly
It's
looking
real
boobs? Why are my nipples getting swollen? Anyway, back on topic.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. With the heliocentric, they say we are closer to the sun in the winter with 3 million miles almost.
Closer.
And, Yeah. And in the summer, we are further away with 3 million miles.
Okay.
So when you're far away from the heat source, it's warm, and when you're closer, it's colder.
Yeah,
It
yeah. They
doesn't
say
make
that.
sense.
Listen, yeah, they say that the sun is hotter a few 100,000 miles from the surface, or some awful shit like that. The surface of the sun is not the hottest. It's further down the line, closer to us. It's like, no, what? No.
Actually, no. They say actually that like at the surface of the sun is the hottest, and inside there's also like millions of degrees temperature, but the problem is that you have these huge gravitational forces and electromagnetic forces, fields, which are so strong that once an atom goes into nuclear fusion and explodes, it disintegrates in all its made up components, particles. They shoot in all directions. The magnetism is so strong that it's pulling back together those particles into a atom. You know, so and that process of
Is this and this is what the Globers believe if they're going to support the narrative. They have to believe all that too.
Yeah, well, you see, there are two processes: the disintegration of the atom and the assembly.
Okay. Reproduce that in the lab, please.
Both of these actions, they generate vast amounts of energy.
I would imagine.
Magically, yeah. And it's something that can happen perpetual, you know, like, in math, on paper, it does show that.
Oh yeah, Space Invaders.
No.
Oh yeah.
You didn't know that? Gravity is the best fuel ever known to man because it warps space and time.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Gravity is the fuel.
Solid. It's a solid point.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they're always talking about this technology to warp time and bend space, right? Gravity.
Exactly.
They've already had it.
I don't believe in perpetual motion. I mean, the only thing that can be seen as perpetual is life itself. So something to do to repeat a cycle, it has to be animated, alive.
Yeah, it's crazy though. Gravity, like the sun and everything, if it is supposedly following this like crazy made up word or idea of gravity, right? It is the propulsion mechanism of the fucking universe to the universe. So like light speeds or beyond light speed, like the 4 billion zillion it's crazy. It's some pretty fast fuel.
Gravity is the force which can remove life from the sky. It makes us observe it
This is a
as
seance.
lifeless. To have this lifeless perception.
I know. Is this the say? Like we're gonna start making up prayers for the outer space cartoon believers? Ada shada bada kada bada. Yeah, all that. I know. That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. Shada bada kada woulda coulda shoulda had a life. It's over. I'm sorry. Yeah. We don't need to give them seances though, because then they'll start doing. If you give them any idea, they will run with it. So be careful.
Yeah.
90% of the atheist globe Earth paradigm is based on flat earthers and Christians making fun of them, and they said that's a good idea, and they stuck with it and kept it.
Yeah. Well, back in the days when crypto was debating, I mean, talking with Globis in here and taking them into explaining gravity and stuff. I told crypto, the only way they can explain
insanity.
it is,
That's a spell. That's called spell casting and witchcraft. When somebody asks you, how do you explain abracadabra? Let me think about it. I'll explain abracadabra in 2 seconds. First of all, have you ever used abracadabra in any part of your life? Oh, you have? Okay. So also, do you know of any time in history when abracadabra then gave us advantages in science or technology? If no, then why are you asking me? You just said abracadabra. That's what gravity is. You can't tell me when I need it. You can't tell me what it is. You can't tell me what it helped us with, but you have to keep saying it every time we say, see, look, the earth looks fat. So we're trying to tell you to accept reality, but you can't because you have this abracadabra every time we say, look at reality. It's abracadabra.
And hocus pocus too.
Okay, but look at this shiny time. I'll just show you the earth. What if I showed you the earth flat for 1,000 miles? Abracadabra. Okay. Okay, then we'll move on.
Yeah, it's the magic word before the story, before the show, the magic trick.
But that's the thing. Do you realize the origin of this idea? It says that gravity holds everything together. It's the creator. So it's like it's the antichrist. It's literally the anti-Messiah.
It's God. It's globe God. Yep. Holds it together, holds it up, holds it down, holds it around. Yeah.
And it goes around its father, the great attractor, Satan. See?
Yeah, gravity is the father of coincidence.
Ooh, that's a good way to put it.
Well, I just didn't know that.
Order out of chaos.
That's a really good way to put it, Get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Father of coincidence. Grandpa Gravity knows what to do.
Yeah.
With no resistance, attracting something through something with no resistance to repel anywhere from, to, for, back from. It makes no sense. But I didn't know Einstein already figured out the secret fuel and bend time. You know what I mean? The time traveling, space warping, E equals MC square, right? Yeah.
Guess what? My father is a glober, but he's very literate. He read like a lot. He's very wise. He's very knowledgeable in many fields. And I told him, and I was talking about gravity, and he knew. He told me. I asked him about Newtonian gravity. He said, that's bullshit, he told me, I told him about Einsteinian gravity. I asked him about it. And he said, nah, that's not what gravity is. And I asked him why. And he was trying to explain to me, and then I told him, well, isn't gravity the bending of space-time? And he told me, like, hey, you cannot bend a concept. That's exactly what he's told me, but he still believes it, That's the funny thing. He has some sort of way of saying that many people, scientists like Newton, Einstein, or whatever, so-called scientists, they were trying to define and explain these things, natural things, phenomena, but they were not well prepared, or they did not have the proper
Good
technology
comprehension.
tools.
They had,
Yeah,
yeah, they didn't even have the
comprehension.
right.
Yeah, and he's
Energy
saying
equals mass.
something like, we still have to crack what it is,
Right.
to
Energy
find.
times mass equaling accelerate. That's all stupid because that would tell me the lightning bolt has a weight, and I've never seen
Yeah.
anybody weigh a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
That's like listen to it.
And I told him, doesn't Einstein, with his theory, doesn't he say that my head is younger than my feet? And he said, yeah, and that's crazy to believe that,
I don't know.
It's
I
like the
believe that
idea of
there's a hole
photons.
in the middle of Antarctica.
Middle of Antarctica? What?
We didn't catch that. Say again.
Something about Antarctica.
Oh, good. More of that stuff. Can we not talk about Antarctica, please?
No, wait, somebody in the background did. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. It doesn't really matter. Antarctica is where it's not.
I was going to say, how much does a photon weigh? And you know how they say photons become real stuff, right? Or whatever they say, you can focus light and become particles or matter. How much does the light weigh before and after?
They say that they can create shit. At that point, they're
Exactly.
saying I can make stuff. Like, no, you fucking
Yeah, I
can't.
wonder what
Shut
it
up.
weighs. Right. No, I'm with you there. Yeah.
God particle. Get out with it. Just
It's fucking helium. They're just talking about helium and they're talking about hydrogen, really.
well, helium, Helios, right?
Yeah.
Blah, blah. All this stuff just matches itself. People don't even
Right. It's
like you show them and they're like, well, I guess you're still fucking crazy, but
I think it's all just a different electrical continuity, and they put it under different things on the chart, the periodical chart and stuff. It's just different amounts of the same shit under different densities, pressures, or temperatures. I mean, fuck.
I will invent a force of bending, a bender, a particle which bends everything, Are they going to invest billions of euros and dollars to build this accelerometer to detect it? I mean, why did they build that machine when Higgs boson just came up with this bullshit theory? And they quickly rush building that machine. I mean, they took so much money from us. Those money were like many countries' savings. All those people paying taxes and stuff for decades and generations. They had this big fat account, and now in the 80s, they started building that machine using those money.
yeah, bozo, Higgs bozo, nonsense, bozo the clown, nonsense, dude.
They gave him a Nobel Prize for nothing.
You know what? Fuck a Nobel Prize. If you get one of those, you're part of the screen as quantum conscience.
Yeah.
Part of the presentation.
The Nobel Prize is a prize for coming with a story which is
Yeah.
most blasphemous, but
Sure.
it doesn't. It has to be in a disguise, like very subtle,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It sounded like you said supple, but we'll just I'll let you have it. Subtle. Anyway, yeah. Oh, you better watch out. You better not lie. You better have clout, 'cause I'm telling you. Yeah. Flat Earth's gonna knock your socks off. Sorry, I'm just getting tired. You guys are hearing it.
Sounds like you're still listening to the jingles and whatnot.
Dude, I love jingles. Man, love them.
You've been in the, what do they call it? Holiday
They're
spirit.
scientifically programmed, yes, to evoke emotion. And they do so. At least for me. A lot of memories, a lot of really good memories tied to the holidays. It seems like, at least in my family, everybody would get together and do their best to behave for each other. At least that's how it was. And it still is that way, actually. It's a decent Thanksgiving. So, anyway.
Nice.
Yeah. I get in the holiday spirit. I got some holiday cheer. I'm jolly anyway. Fuck it.
Anything new or still pretty thin on Globers?
Well, as you can see, we're fighting him off with a stick to talk to him.
And a well?
That's okay, though. No matter how boring, listen, boring it is, it's good news. The more boring, the less they have. Guys, listen. Not only do they think it's a globe, they're convinced the evidence is everywhere. So if the evidence is everywhere, why haven't we found any?
Yeah, it's everywhere. There's just so many. There's just so many globe proofs. I just can't even name one.
That's an appeal. That's an appeal to. You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about anymore, Palace.
Like, where do I even start? It's just so obvious and so many. Like,
right. So can you name one? Oh, there's just too many to name. It's just oh gosh, it's overwhelming, and it's common sense.
yeah, I don't know. Have you ever heard the Kill a Priest podcast?
No, I've never listened to anything entitled "Kill a Priest." Safe to say that.
What's killer? Like a killer.
Oh,
yeah,
so like a priest that is killing people?
Yeah.
Those exist?
That's an old school Wu-Tang rapper.
Oh. You God, Ghostface Killer and METHOD, man. Oh yeah, I know about the Wu-Tang. 36 Chambers is my favorite still.
You remember the song B.I.B.L.E.?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Is it on 36 Chambers?
No.
Then that's why. I think I really only listened to that record. I might have bought I don't know if I listened to it much. The second one. Sorry, go right ahead.
I was just gonna say he's been doing a podcast now for a while, for at least several months.
Is it
Maybe
Ghostface
6
Killer?
months. No. Killer Priest.
Oh, Killer Priest. I didn't know he was part of the. I guess Wu-Tang Clan has like 644,000 members, so whatever.
Yeah.
They're pretty big.
No, I'm kidding.
Not the Wu-Tang. I don't think
They're gonna
Wu-Tang
crack
are
the
written in the
sky
Book of Life. Maybe. I doubt it, though.
Wu-Tang Forever, they're gonna crack the sky and come down.
That's funny.
No, but he has this podcast, and he has different guests on and stuff, and they'll talk about different stuff, like sometimes conspiracy, sometimes Mandela effect, sometimes whatever. And
wait, what's
he
Mandela
finally,
effect?
because I was
I'm just kidding. Just kidding.
I was trying to tell him, like, y'all need to get David Weiss on here because he's getting tens of thousands of followers and all that. So he finally did get David Weiss on there, and he brought this guest on called Menkapra or whatever his name is, because some of these like Hotep type people name themselves after Egyptian gods and stuff.
Sure.
But this dude was the epitome of stupidity, especially when it comes to this topic. And it was so bad, but he was stuck on the whole, he's like, well, this is a sphere and that's a sphere. So it's like, so what? There's more than just a sphere in nature. Like, he was trying to make the argument that everything's a sphere. It was just insane.
Wow. Yeah.
But
I mean, yeah.
that
go
was several months ago, and that was the most comments they ever got on there. And people were just blowing that shit up, commenting and going off on how dumb that Menk dude was, Menkepra or whatever. And they haven't talked about it since until like last night. They brought it up again, and it was like painful to watch the dude that they had come on and try to talk about it. It was so bad. They were getting off in the weeds talking about light and light bending and all kinds of dumb shit. It's like
dumb shit.
Especially on a show that big, it's like, take your opportunity to stick to sphericity, curvature, and gas pressure. Like, stick to the fundamentals. Like, not all this.
Dude, just pick
obscure
one. Just pick one,
bullshit.
okay? Here's the deal. It's all. Just pick one. You don't have to do all three. A lot of people get confused when you go, hey, here's 3 questions, and we're going to talk about all 3 of these subjects. If someone starts thinking about the fact that nobody has measured curvature just yet on their own, you know what I mean? They're like, someone's planted a seed or whatever, and they have that thought, that genuine thought. That's a really good spot to be.
It is, because that's the number one proof. That's the number one way to realize it's not a ball. I know that was what stood out to me. Like, what the hell? We can see that far? What the fuck? As soon as I saw it.
Why do these people get hung up, though, with the idea that because something appears circular, it automatically makes it a sphere? Like, I don't understand where that train of thought comes from. And whether
Well, he was even worse. He was saying that bubbles and this and that are spheres, therefore the Earth is a sphere. It's like, dude, like, what? He couldn't get past that. And then they started talking about and he was talking about duality and stuff. And he's like, well, they brought up black holes or something stupid, and he's like, well, the black hole's the negative energy. It's like the sun is the positive energy pushing energy out, and then the black hole is like the feminine energy bringing light in. And it's like, dude, cool story. Like, y'all need to get away from all this obscure ass shit.
Yeah, who did you say this was? This was dude from Wu-Tang as a guest, or the dude from Wu-Tang was saying it?
The guest. So he did do one full episode on Flat Earth where he brought Dave Weiss on. But they just couldn't wrap their minds around it, man. It was bad.
So even dude from Wu-Tang, he was going with it, or did he have a different opinion?
No, he was kind of brain dead to a degree.
Yeah.
I mean, generally he's pretty like on point. He's pretty open-minded. He's pretty deep philosophically and things like that. But my guess is he's a Freemason or something.
Yeah, most of them are.
I was just gonna say that he's in the club.
Yeah, because they always, you know, how they always try to throw the word craft in, like, oh yeah, we're doing our blah, master your craft and craft. It's like, yeah.
Is his podcast played on YouTube?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, if he's still on there, he hasn't said anything too controversial. Otherwise, he wouldn't be on there anymore, right?
Exactly. And he's relatively new though. Like he just started it up, and it's pretty good podcast. Like there's been some interesting guests and pretty good conversations.
He's trying to be like you ever heard of Brother Sanchez?
I have heard of him, but I haven't seen his show.
Yeah, he's got a pretty interesting show, and I was into it for a while, but he kind of lost me on a few things where he's kind of one of these guys that he kind of is just out for the clout. Like he'll say whatever that he thinks, whatever is going to get him the most followers and the most viewers and the most listens. Like that's what he'll go along with, unless it has something to do with like his religious beliefs. I mean, he sticks strong to that, but whenever he talks about anything outside of that, politics or whatever, he's always like blows wherever the wind goes, But he's
I know what you mean.
He's an interesting dude.
And Killer Priest, a lot of his music is very centered around like space and aliens and shit. So I don't think he can even allow that shit, like even allow reality to creep in.
He's watched the History Channel too much.
Yeah,
ancient.
Because that's part of his appeal is like his interesting rhymes about this, that, and the other, and Anunnaki and whatever.
Yeah,
like unique kind of rhymes, but. Yeah,
I mean, I'm not gonna lie. When I was before I woke up to Flat Earth, I was awake on a lot of other stuff. Flat Earth was last for me as far as my awakening experience. And before that, I was on board with the whole ancient aliens and all that stuff. Like I bought into that for years. I really thought that was real until I actually woke up and discovered Flat Earth, and I was like, oh yeah, that's all crap. And like instantly, I was like, yeah, that's the worst shit. But I mean, a lot of people go down that path because there's some compelling arguments there. If you really go down that rabbit hole and you do a bunch of research, there is some compelling arguments about that until you realize that, wait a minute, space is not real and Earth isn't round.
I'm trying to remember the name of the dude that they brought on last night to represent Flat Earth. It was like a last minute thing because the producer of the show, who produces music and stuff, he's a straight up flat earther. So he doesn't bring it up because he knows that it'll cause whatever. But it came up finally last night, and like spur of the moment thing, they called. I forgot who the dude's name is. It might come to me, but. I remember they did an episode talking about Mandela Effect one day. I was like, man, I tried to go tell Brian. I was like, there's thousands of people watching this Mandela Effect shit right now. You should come see it. But I'm not sure how I feel about the Mandela Effect thing, but
I think that's a trick.
I did one video about it just once, because with most topics like that, I'll make one and only video. Like the so-called current hoax that's going on right now, I did one single video about it, because I know people make like 50 videos, When it first happened, I think it was March of last year, I made one video, and that was it. The old boogeyman spell.
How many days ago did you say this podcast was with Killer Priest? Because I'm looking at his YouTube channel right now. I'm trying to scroll down the list to see.
So the one I'm talking about was yesterday.
Oh, it was yesterday.
And then they had an actual Flat Earth episode with Dave. It's probably one of their biggest view counts.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
One second.
I'm gonna check this out though. This might be kind of interesting. It's got to be a little mind numbing though, isn't it? Like to listen to these dudes. If you say they is the way they is, they ain't that fucking smart, and it's kind of like
it was rough. The episode last night I couldn't even watch. I had to turn it off. But the one with Dave I watched because Dave stuck it in there, and the dude, it just happened to be that first time that Mankepra dude came, and it was just the worst person ever to be on there. Really, he just got completely embarrassed is what happened. Like, if you see the comments, dude, there so many people are ripping him to pieces. Worse than I've ever seen on a video. They're just going in on him. Because he's just obviously just dumb as a rock. Heard of him?
I was gonna say, you ever heard of or listened to there's a dude from Bone. I don't know if it's like Crazy or Busy or whatever. Remember from Bone Thugs and Harder Me. Apparently he has like a podcast, and he talks a lot about like trying to expose the industry about the Satanism and Illuminati kind of stuff. And I heard that it was actually pretty interesting, but I've never actually listened to it.
Me either. I heard like the video of him. I guess it was his podcast. It looked like a podcast. A couple different clips, like 20-minute clips of him going off on some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It was pretty, like he was talking about the prison industry and how they were going to use rap to do it and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's funny how like a guy like that who is so well known in the music industry, like you would think you would hear more about it. It would get more attention, but they really bury that stuff.
Yeah, it's got to be weird because most of those people they got blackmail on most of those celebrities and shit. So there's these awkward in between type of guys who start to get into it, and then they're like, I don't like all this, all these gay parties and whatever else.
Right.
They're like, nah.
Well, if you want to, that's why I think like all that money stuff and all the money they claim to make being celebrities, I think a lot of that is phony. I think you don't really get as much money as they want you to believe. I feel like they grant you like a spending limit, and then if as long as you toe the line, you get to stay within that limit, and you get that card, which will allow you to buy, so much. They'll give you like, a black card or whatever that is worth 100 million. As long as you toe the line and you don't get out of line, you can keep that, and you can stay in them parameters as long as you don't get out of control. But as soon as you do anything to deviate from what they want, they snatch that quick, and then they're broke. Then all the celebrities, they don't have any money, they can't get on the radio, they can't do anything, they can't make any, and everything, their houses are gone, their cars are gone.
Yep. That's exactly what they do. They try to keep it like a subscription-based model instead of wealth. Because even the little bit of money they do take aside, they'll live life accordingly and like have like hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes to pay on a big ass house and all kinds of dumb shit to where it's like it goes quick.
Yeah.
And smart people would put it away and work like that, but
yeah,
it's just these people are very monitored, like these NBA stars and stuff. Did you see when Carmelo Anthony came out and said that the feds are watching everybody because they were telling him, like the owner or whatever, told him, "Oh, you're hanging out with this dude and this and this." Like, there's no way. He was like, "There's no way they could have known that shit."
Yeah.
So they basically they don't want you off grid hanging out with random ass revolutionaries or random ass people and shit.
Well, no, because now, like, I look at the NFL, all those organized sports now, NFL, NHL, all those, they're just another branch of the government now. They've been completely taken over by the government, and they are a spokesman, just like CNN and the other news networks. So they have to toe the company line too, and they have to keep their athletes in line. Otherwise, you're gone. It's really how it is.
That's why they pay people so much money too, because when somebody can inspire a bunch of little kids or a bunch of people, you can't have them saying random shit. So you got to pay them a lot of money
Well, yeah,
That's why they get
well,
overpaid.
I was going to talk about Aaron Rodgers, but I can't talk about that.
Yeah.
But
And they frame it too. They frame those contracts and shit to where they'll revoke most of the money and all that.
Yeah. Well, then what's the guy? He
Kyrie
came out, the
Irving.
basketball player that came out about flat Earth.
Yeah, Kyrie.
Yeah, Kyrie. And then like a couple of weeks, like somebody obviously got to him and said, "Well, you can't say that." And and then all of a sudden
he apologized.
Put the script quick and was like, "Oh no, I don't believe that anymore." Not like, come on, man.
Yeah. That's one thing. It's one thing if they're like, "Hey, you got to come out and say you were just playing it." It's like, "All right, I was just playing." But then when they're like, "Hey, you got to inject this," it's like, "Whoa, dude!" Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's one thing for me to just say screw it and give in and just apologize or whatever. But it's a whole nother thing to make me inject some shit like that.
Right.
He follows like Rizza Islam and NOI and all that stuff. And even though I see it as controlled op and all that, that's at least a level of information you're not getting on the TV. You know damn well they're not messing with that.
Well, absolutely. Well, it's just like Alex Jones too. For years, I used to listen to Alex Jones for years, even from when he first started, and I believe he was good in the beginning, but he eventually got to a point where he got, they got to him, and then he had to toe the line, and he was, controlled opposition.
For me, I would say he was from the start.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I think so. Just because, even though Bill Cooper,
yes, he was controlled from the start. There's no question about that. Even if, I don't care what anybody says. I also.
He put out really good information in the beginning, though. Like,
that's how they get you, dude. Hey, that's how they get you.
That's exactly how they get you. And even though Bill Cooper was probably controlled op, probably one of the better ones ever, and he was a Dave Malay boy and had friends in the lodge and all that kind of stuff. I remember that interview Alex Jones did with him, and multiple times, it was only one interview Alex Jones did with him.
Yeah, I remember.
And multiple times he got Bill to say, "I'll meet them at the door with a gun. I'll meet them." He got him to repeat that shit. So he basically, not that event was real where they killed him, but if it was, in any case, even if it was a spell, your spell, he got him to say there officially that he'll basically suicide himself.
Yeah.
So that was an agent setting him up.
But I used to believe Bill Cooper too. Like a lot of his stuff, I listened to a lot of his stuff. But then once I woke up to Flat Earth, when you go back and listen to Bill Cooper, he was big on the whole alien crap. So
he at least recanted that though.
Oh, he did. I didn't know that.
He that was his one and only book too. So it took a lot for him to actually come out. Most people wouldn't do that. He actually came out and officially said that was absolute bullshit. They're trying to use the whole alien thing is a hoax. They're trying to use it as a way to establish a one world order and have an outside threat. He said that information that was provided me by the military turns out that it was completely false, completely fabricated. And
well, didn't he say that when he was in the military, he witnessed UFOs coming in and out of the ocean? I thought he said that he witnessed it himself.
I don't know if he said that. I remember reading a book and it said it had different files, like Navy files and shit. I can't remember him actually saying that. Not that he didn't, but for all we know, that started to not go over well with the truthers, and so they had him recant that or something. Who knows? But he had the #1 radio show at one point. So that's automatically right out of the gate gonna be a red flag. And then he was a Dave Malay boy. He just happened to have all of these people infiltrating the lodge and this huge intelligence agency and shit. It was just, I don't know.
So why do you think that they turned on Jones with the whole Sandy Hook situation? Because he was right.
That was a spell. Yeah, but that was a buck breaking spell where they have him say it and then they have him recant it. And then they have his the so-called family members that don't exist sue him and do a public display of a deposition to where it was kind of like it was designed that way.
And Yeah, to
That
try to
was
turn.
theater.
Yeah, that
It
makes
was
sense.
a way to try to give more validity to that whole thing.
Mhm.
I know some people say, no, he was being genuine, and then they just made him apologize or whatever. It's like, I don't know about all that.
Nah, Sandy Hook is horse crap.
Was absolute horse crap. Like, come on, United Way made an entire website for the victims, and it was cached in Google the day before.
Right.
And the dude even called Google and was like, "Hey, is it even possible with this cache date?" And they're like, "No, it's not possible. Like that was the date that was cached." So yeah, there's no way that could happen. I posted some pictures because it's overdone a bit, the whole Travis Scott thing. I posted some pictures showing a song that he released a week before that concert. And let me see. It was a week before the concert. I got two more. It's called Escape Plan. And if you look at the picture that he released on the song, let's see. One more. That's the last one. If you look at the picture he posted on that song, it says the true dystopia is here. He's got the pointy ears. Like they're trying to make fun of the Bat Boy thing on one hand. On the other hand, it's saying the true dystopia is here. It says, who knows what lies beneath the surface? When the end arrives, it's really the beginning. So that's a transcendence. That's the cycle of death and rebirth. And this song is called Escape Plan. And so he's got his ears just... He just so happens to have his ears just like Cernunnos, or whatever they call it, which is Pan, or the horned god. And that is he's the, it represents the cycle of life, death, and rebirth in the Wiccan tradition.
That's crazy.
So I doubt that's a coincidence. And he's, of course, wearing that shirt, them transcending like that. And the horned god, of course, is Baphomet. It's Cernunnos. Yeah, I wonder if that's why they called CERN. That can't be a coincidence. It's called The True Dystopia is Here. And I don't know, there's something off about that. And when the end arrives, it's really the beginning. He's looking like CERN. Like, come on. Escape Plan. But yeah, we already know how they do rituals and all that.
I think some of the most revealing rituals are like those Super Bowl halftime shows and stuff. You see those and you're like, what the heck is this? Because it makes absolutely no sense most of the time.
Yeah, it's absolute insanity. What's even worse is the Olympic ceremonies. Olympic ceremonies are just straight up absolute insane hell. Like, what the heck is this, dude? Like this Travis Scott concert. There's like a lot of people from the hood and shit going to that concert, and they go there and there's a burning phoenix on top of the stage. There's like this eyeball following them, and all this wicked ass shit. It's like, what the hell kind of rap concert is this? Wish I remember. They've done the 2012 one was insane with the Olympics, but I wish I remembered which one in the 90s. It's in Barcelona or something. It's absolutely insane, dude. I don't know how anybody there. It's like, what the hell is this crap?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay, I lost connection for a minute. I was trying to make sure I was back on. I didn't hear anybody talking, so I thought my connection was still messed up.
How's it going, man?
Good, considering everything going on.
Yep.
I'm
Always
awake.
some
I have
type of
my
nonsense.
It is a strange feeling living in the world today, knowing what we know and how obvious the lies are, and everything that we see and deal with on a daily basis, and the people that we interact with around us, knowing that we're sort of actually in the matrix for real, but we're unplugged and they're not. Like, it's a really strange feeling. But hey, I'm glad to be out of it and aware.
Yeah, for sure. We're a bunch of Trumans in our own right. Me personally, I've never met quote unquote flat earther in real life. Only on the internet.
Yeah, me too. I mean, except for I read a book. Oh God, I wish I could remember the name of it or who wrote it. But it was one of the best books I've ever written by a flat earther. And I made my dad read it, and as soon as he got through like the first chapter, and he's like, "Yeah," I mean, he knew right away too. And it woke him up. So it's good that I had that connection. So at least I have him.
Nice.
But other than that, yeah, and my girlfriend, she understands. But other than
Was that
it's pretty
Edward
much-
Hendry's book?
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
Yep.
reading that right now, the extended version.
Yeah, that's the best book I've ever read.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm about 400 pages in. It's the extended version's like at least twice as big as the regular one.
I'm not sure which one I have either. I don't know, but I know it's. Man, it's just the first. Yeah, it's unbelievable. It shook my whole world up. I knew instantly after reading even the prologue. It's just.
What year is that written?
I'm not sure.
Ballpark, just ballpark.
I'll be right back. I'll grab my daughter real quick.
I'm gonna have to look it up. I have honestly, it's been a while since I read it, so I have no clue. I'm pretty sure it's not recent.
I was just wondering if it was like turn of the century, like when Parallax was still arguing flat Earth.
I'm trying to look it up for you now.
I'm just curious because you said it changed your dad's mind.
I'm having trouble finding it. You're gonna have to ask the other dude when he comes back with the. I can't remember what the author's name was. I can't remember what he said. So You know, I try to
Like I said, Hendry, something Hendry.
Henry. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it. It's I'm gonna keep looking. So the title is "The Greatest Lie on Earth: Proof That the World Is Not a Moving Globe" by Edward Hendry. Still trying to look for the exact date.
I think it's 2016, the original.
Oh, seriously? I didn't realize it was that new. That surprises me.
And I don't know when the extended one came out, like recently, but because the original ones, I have both of them. The original one's like 400 pages, and the extended one is like 1,000 pages.
Either way, it's a great read. If anybody out there hasn't read it, I highly suggest you go get it and give it a read.
Same here, for sure.
The Greatest Lie on Earth.
You did a great job. Yeah, greatest lie ever told, or greatest lie on earth, something like that.
Greatest lie on earth is the earth. They lie to you about the entire whole deal.
Yeah, the one he did on Babylon was hella good. Like
who's this?
Edward Hendry.
Oh yeah. He's good stuff.
He is the reason I like that book. I guess it's obvious because not just because it agreed with what my research pointed to, but it was on point, man. He cited his sources, like laid out a strong case of Babylonian Talmudist is the beast riding the whore of Rome. And he nailed that.
A lot of my research went that same direction as well.
Yeah. He exposed how Pharisees created the Catholic Church, how they obviously created the Jesuits, the Marranos.
Oh, wow. So day one, huh? Catholic Church? Okay.
Yeah. So there's no real way to tell if and when power changed hands at the top of the Catholic Church, but it would seem to be that they created it in the first place because you have this whole sacerdotalism situation being set up where the mediator is a hierarchy of men between you and God. And you have the whole Constantine thing where Emperor Julian is sent in to exterminate the Constantines, which he does, and his goal was to create a third temple in Jerusalem, which is
surprise
pretty particular to a certain tribe of people. It's kind of reminiscent of when they surrounded the Tsar's family in Russia. Very similar. Yeah, who knows? I know some people try to make the case that at some point the power was overthrown, then overthrown back, and all so on and so forth. They try to point to things like when the Catholic Church banned usury, but because that sounds counterintuitive. But
Doesn't
if you look closely at that, they banned usury for everybody else besides them in Vatican. So that's two different things, right?
minor detail there.
Yeah.
I want to
So
say, yeah, I heard that from me, Michael Jones, that he was trying to stick up for the Catholic Church, saying that same exact thing, but so even he wasn't given the full story, huh?
Yeah, I'm wary of him. I mean, seems like a great guy. Like he's got nuts and everything. We'll say it, but I'm just wary of anybody who's that intelligent and backs the Catholic Church. It's like,
yeah, that's pretty hard to do. Yeah,
it's just weird. That's obviously a huge power structure. And they do all their sun worship and everything else. And all their craziness, but
Yeah, they make you do it too.
Yep.
I was going to say, yeah, it's Saturday to Sunday, right?
And what they do is it's so that people will go, oh, remember when Christians murdered millions of people? It's like, no, I don't remember that at all. Like, oh, the Catholics. Oh, you mean when they're like, oh, look at what they do to children. Look at what Christians do to children. It's like, you realize that the people run the Catholic Church, and a lot of those people believe in the Talmud, and that's where that comes from. It's like, no wonder it's so rampant in the Catholic Church. But there's always been a scapegoat type of deal going on, which is actually a dogmatic thing. The scapegoat ritual. Just like they invented this thing called white people, so that they can hide behind that whenever they do something wrong.
Oh, I thought you were going to say anti-Semitism.
No. Well, they can hide behind the white thing that they invented whenever they do something wrong, but whenever they're a so-called victim, all of a sudden they're not white anymore. So it's kind of a scapegoat set up from the get. Because that's how you have to do things. Like when America was created, you've got secret societies fundamentally, like obviously the Freemasons. And if you were to come to America and say this Freemason lodges is only for a certain tribe, and there's just a tiny handful, you're not really going to get anywhere with that. You have to create the illusion of some sort of lollipops and fancy pants, as they call it.
Isn't that what they do with the black lodges?
Exactly.
They're predominantly like black. Most of the members are black. I hate saying African American because they're not African American, but you know what I mean. That's kind of
they're so-called black. Yeah, the black skin.
Yeah,
they definitely
exactly what they do with those lodges.
That's the same exact thing. You're right. So what most people don't realize is, because they call those porch masons, right? But what most people don't realize is all those British people and shit that were Freemasons were also porch masons. They were just sold a lie also, just like those black skinned ones. It's just they finally allowed the black ones later, right? But it's still the same difference. You still have to have this secret society set up, and you have to allow other people than just one tribe. Otherwise, people would just overthrow that shit. And there has to be networking benefits and whatnot, So in its own way, like people say, white supremacy and all that kind of nonsense, like the commie type of rhetoric. Not in that way, but in the sense of creating a scapegoat and an impetus for power for people to buy into and to hide behind. That was clearly happening at one point. Like if you look at that, what was it, the 1893 Columbia 400th anniversary World's Fair? That was a straight up Freemasonic event. And they even brought like a Viking ship there to pay homage to Nordic, and it was like appeasement. It's like y'all realize y'all all trying to rebuild Solomon's temple, right? And that only suits one group. They're like, oh no, it's just an allegory. Like, okay. Why would that be your allegory? It's an interesting game of chess that's been played, especially over the last 200-300 years.
Yeah, they don't, not exactly hiding in the shadows anymore. It's almost like they're showing off now.
Yeah.
This side.
after hours saying Jesuits are the Illuminati, basically, right? For sure. The Illuminati were Jesuits, Jesuits Illuminati. Because when they finally got the Pope to have to publicly denounce Jesuits, they abolished them in what, 1773 or so? And then Adam Weishaupt had a high-level Jesuit position and went and rallied up a lot of high-level ex-Jesuits to create the Illuminati. 1776. Same power structure.
You know, I always wondered if we could even believe all of that stuff, because if, you know, whoever was the winners of that whole situation, they wrote the books, right? So we know, you know, they're telling the truth about who is who and what was what. Who really knows? All we can say is we do know there is, you know, a hidden hand in all of this, steering everything. Who they are, or how they started, or, you know, it's just, does it really matter, you know?
Hidden
Yeah,
hand,
to a
huh?
degree.
That might be right, but it just makes the most sense, right?
Well, we can go off what books are saying and cite what they're saying that were allegedly there. And then other than that, there's nothing we can do without a time machine. And as well as old encyclopedias, not that those are telling the truth either. All you can really do is piece it together. Look at what I do is I just go in and look at what both sides and what anybody's saying about it, investigate it, and then I usually, especially if I'm doing a presentation or something, I'll quote what the people are saying. And it doesn't mean that the people are right, you know. But I just look at the fundamentals. I look for patterns. That's what I do. Like for example, in John Rockefeller's memoirs, I've got that book, and he says flat out that he's part of a group trying to create a one world order. So if I'm doing a presentation, I'm going to quote it and say, hey, John Rockefeller said this in this autobiography. So maybe it's not a fact that they're doing that one new world order, which I would disagree with, but it's a fact that John Rockefeller said that in his memoirs. See what I mean?
And that he was proud to say it.
Exactly. I think he even said something like that too, like let me affirm it from the rooftops or something like that. I don't have the exact quote on me. I got the book somewhere. But that's the way I do it.
That's the 1995 document or autobiography, right?
I can't remember when it was. It's probably around then. It might have been 2001 or some shit. Or I can't remember. But relatively
like
recently.
A guy like Rockefeller, for him to say that, I always felt like he's an Oswald. He's speaking for someone else, and he's just a guy in a position to kind of lay the groundwork. And he's not really anybody of importance. He's just appointed like a president in a position of power. You know what I mean?
You might be right. He could be like a JP Morgan figure, right? When JP Morgan died, it was found out he only owned 19% of the bank. So Rockefeller's could be the same exact thing. He could be just a figurehead for Rothschild.
Yeah,
that's how it
goes. That's what was always my thinking, because I always felt like if I was that dude, why would I ever admit to anything like that? Because aren't you basically breaking your oath to the organization and the movement that you're in? You're kind of, you know, you're breaking the oath, right, by spilling, you know, telling tales out of school.
Yeah, that's because he was supposed to say that. That was ordained.
Right, that's what I mean. Yeah. And then if he was taken down for it, it wouldn't really be that big of a deal. It's almost like they're testing the waters. Let's have Rockefeller say this, see what happens, see if he gets away with it, if they lynch him or if they don't, and then, you know, we can move on from there. It's kind of how I kind of always looked at it.
Yeah, they do test it. And also, sometimes when you bring things publicly, it becomes like the regular NPCs when they see someone like George Bush get up and just blatantly announce the New World Order, or it to be said out loud, they're just like, oh yeah, there is New World Order, but it's not what these conspiracy theorists are saying it is. It gives a way to just bring it out in plain sight to where people are like, no, there's no way it could be nefarious. Like they're just saying it out loud. It's like, yeah, they're straight up telling you what they're doing. They do that a lot. They've been announcing that shit publicly. They were doing that big time in the 90s. A bunch of people. And then, like you said, they have these characters that are meant to play certain roles. Like right now, Bill Gates is that character, where they're setting him up to be this like evil James Bond villain who is doing all this evil stuff. It couldn't possibly be a network of people. It's just this rogue billionaire making all these companies and doing all this evil shit. It's like, okay.
Yeah, we don't see the guys in the shadows.
Yeah, exactly. Just so all the like Tucker Carlson crowd can talk about how evil Bill Gates is. Just these characters they set up.
I noticed they also like to test the waters and see who's going to speak out. And also, at certain times, I felt like they've tested it to where they were trying to find who was going to speak up, who was going to come forward and be that next JFK or Martin Luther King Jr. Anyway.
Yeah.
That's just what I've noticed.
It's a game of chess, though, because Martin Luther King Jr. was a commie. And, I don't know, sometimes they give us our heroes. JFK moved his boyfriend into the White House. And he came out publicly and talked about the secret societies and all that in front of all those journalists, and then they allegedly killed him. It's kind of like a fear spell. It's like, man, if even the president can't stand up to these people, I better shut my mouth. If even the president isn't exempt from being taken out, I should probably stop speaking up. That's just my opinion based on what I see, though.
You talking about Lem?
Yeah. Lem landed on JFK's moon. Yeah, his boyfriend Lem, they moved into the White House. That whole thing was weird anyway. I mean, they didn't show any video of the so-called shooting for many, many years. People just heard it on the radio. And many, many, many years later, a 33-degree Freemason releases his so-called tape, Zapruder. And it's just, the whole thing is weird. In the tape, he's coming around the corner right there, and then all of a sudden there's a whole motorcade that just appears out of nowhere. All the motorcycles. It's like cut video.
I want to say that's how I found Bill Cooper. Wasn't it Bill Cooper who said in the Zapruder film that it was the actual limo driver that shot him, and you could see like a pistol in his hand when he turned around?
Yeah, I've watched a video that shows that you can see the shiny gun, the driver. I watched that a million times. Well, really, like hundreds of times. And I do remember Bill Cooper's breakdown on it, where he's showing that it's Daly Plaza, which it is, and it's a outdoor Freemason temple essentially, and it's on the 33rd parallel and all that stuff. I'm just not sure that even happened though, because to me it's suspicious that it wasn't shown on TV at all for, what was it, like 11 years or 9 years or something. And then they finally come up with this pieced together footage from a 33-degree Mason. It's just fishy.
I didn't know those details. I didn't know that it took that long for a Zapruder film to come out.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
I forgot the exact years, but when I discovered that, I was like, that's crazy. So people just heard all this on the radio, and then hella years later, see this footage. That'd be like 9/11
Yeah, they held
happened
that
10
FBI
years
held
later.
that footage for years, which is kind of why we have to take it for a grain of salt even today, because who knows what kind of flim flam they put on it all those years ago. They could have. I realized the technology was limited, but it was still way better than anything anybody was used to seeing, and they held it onto it for so many years. Who knows how they manipulated that Zapruder film?
It was cropped anyway. Like they were already hiding the edges of the film anyway, right?
And at
I
that
don't
one
believe
part,
either the whole theory about the driver either, because I've watched that so many times, and I feel like I don't think that's what it is at all, because that doesn't
Well, now
explain
they have
either all
all
the
these
other
different-
bullet holes and the other passengers.
Yeah. Well, now there was just one footage from Zapruder. Now they've got like 15 different videos, and they're like mostly in color and shit. All of a sudden, I think they kind of started backfilling some footage, or finally releasing it at least. Because it's like, since when is there 15 different people filming that shit now?
Well, you know what I never understood about the footage either is when you watch it, when you see that last headshot to Kennedy, it looks like it blows off the whole one side of his head. But then when you see those supposed autopsy pictures of him, the whole back part of his head looks like it's missing. So either those photos are fake or the video is fake, because it doesn't make sense that that whole side of his head disappears in the video, but then in the picture you see both the sides of his head intact, but it's the back of his head that is missing, which I always thought was odd.
And they had a special guy, special Freemason coroner or whatever. Isn't it the same coroner that's still around that did George Floyd and shit?
Oh yeah. That's true.
They have a
Are you
special
serious?
like celebrity, quote unquote celebrity. They don't call it a celebrity, but it's like you got this specific Freemason dude who does the autopsies in these cases, like JFK and George Floyd.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the dude that had the special on like HBO and stuff. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I didn't realize he was around when JFK for the JFK thing though.
Yeah, they got these OGs.
Bachman, isn't his name like Bachman or something? Doctor.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about.
Has anybody ever? This discussion reminded me. I've been wanting to ask Whitsitt for the longest time. He talks about Kennedy not dying at all, and I've never ever seen the source for that information. I've always wanted to ask him what he's talking about when he says that.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying right now. Is that
that's interesting? I've never heard that.
Appears fake, and it's many years later that they released it. There's no evidence at all that he actually died that day, and there. Maybe truther channels. It's kind of like when truther channels are like, "Oh, it's a controlled demolition in 9/11." It's like, no shit. But a lot of the controlled ops, they're never going to tell you that there was no planes. They're never going to tell you that it had to do with Israelis getting busted and all that shit.
Well, I remember reading somebody else saying that the other shooting that happened that day of a police officer that was murdered about the same time Kennedy was murdered was actually like the split image of Kennedy. Like he had the same, the same build, the same look. And so that they actually killed this guy to use him as a body double for the dead Kennedy. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that theory at all.
I'm not.
I forget. I think it was like Tibbetts, Officer Tibbetts, or I don't know. But usually, when you hear anything about Kennedy, you hear about this other murder of this shooting from this police officer that was murdered that same day around the same time, and they think that's why he was murdered, was to use him as a body double for the dead body of Kennedy. I wish I could remember where exactly I heard that, because I know I've read it and I've seen it in certain documentaries, but it's so long ago I can't.
Yeah, I seen that a long time ago. I know what you're talking
Yeah.
about.
Well, his brother, that one looked super, super fake. Man, that one looked fake. It's been a long time since I've opened that one. But these Kennedys, this Kennedy bloodline seem to be, their script seems to be like the people's champ type of role that they play. They're allegedly a royal bloodline and all that. I don't know about that, but
I think that was just media hype trying to build them up as like royalty more than anything. To, you know, they're not actually royalty. They're just a big wealthy family who had political aspirations and they were Democrats. So you know how Democrats always do. They try to paint them as these, you know, royal figure, then, you know, all that crap.
But the Kennedy is supposed to be one of the 13 royal bloodlines.
Oh yeah, yeah.
With the Rothschilds and all them. But in any case, they seem to be tasked with this people's champ role.
Well, more like they were like, I don't think they willingly accepted that. They were probably just maybe the weakest link. So they're like, hey, yeah, let's get rid of these Kennedy.
I used to think that, but it just, I don't know. Like right now,
they're still alive, like Robert and John. Well, I mean,
I don't know. I don't know if they are now. Like,
there's some Kennedys.
Probably no. They were killed the day before that for some other reason. They did a script, but if I had to guess, if I had to bet money, I'd say they lived past those days. I don't know if they're alive now, but even now, RFK Jr. he's playing the whole controlled op hero, people's champ of the stabbies in the arm for children, right?
Very true.
Yeah.
So he's actually pushing for safe, quote unquote safe, you know what's. Like, come on, man, that's controlled op. And if you look at, I know it's ad hom or whatever, but Dell and ICANN are funded by billionaire, small-hatted Wall Streeters.
Yeah, you could throw Mikovits in there as well.
So why would they be funding that? Because they're pushing for safe ones. It's like, that's obvious. That's an obvious spell. It's like a fail-safe damage control. It's like, hey, if we're gonna have to admit all this fraud and craziness the CDC and all these people have done, we'll reset it and be like, oh, now we came up with the safe ones. Now we're doing good testing. And
it is a good point. The only thing that I don't understand is, because I always thought about that with Epstein too. Like, I always thought, okay, did they really kill him, or did they just throw in some other body and then whisk him out of there and he's living, you know, lavishly under an assumed name, hiding out somewhere? Or, you know, but otherwise, why would you do that? It'd be easier just to kill him. But also, when you have these other higher ups that really screw up, like Hillary, I mean, she has made so many mistakes, and it's so obvious, and she's exposed them so bad, unless it was all on purpose. But, you know, why wouldn't they take her out and get rid of her? Because she's making them look horrible. I mean, in my opinion, unless that's their, you know, they want that. But
they're all on the same team.
You know,
like Jeffrey,
but that's what I'm saying. They're all on the same team, but you would think like there'd be other individuals that would just disappear, or, you know, because there's been so many others that make these ridiculous mistakes and could, you know, expose everything because they have so many skeletons in the closet. Even Bill, and there's so many other politicians, but they let them slide. You know, they give them a pass and they cover up and they do so many things to. Even though how obvious it is, and everybody knows it's a lie, but they, you know, they don't hurt them, they don't punish them, they don't do anything. But then they punish these other people, or they, you know, whack these other people or murder these other people and make it look like suicide or, you know, whatever, or an accident, or, you know.
I don't think he's dead at all. His body, that did not look like his body at all. And for them, it wouldn't be that hard at all to wisp him off to Israel somewhere or wherever he is. 'Cause he was just a
So you think he
honeypot.
was willing to play that role?
It's not necessarily role. Sometimes when stuff gets too hot, you gotta control the situation. Like if too many things get revealed, or just too many random people seeing things or hearing things, you just control the situation. And to me, that
I'm
was
trying
a
to put
controlled
myself in his
situation.
position and think if I was him, would I go along with that plan? And I'm thinking, no.
To fake his death, why not? No, not like they planned that for 20 years, but he's been a honeypot for a long time, getting blackmail and all kinds of politicians and shit. And he's not the only one. He's just one of them. So when
Right.
situations gets hot, they'll throw one guy under the bus to save a whole giant network of sex traffickers.
Well, yeah, I
it's
believe
actually
that, but I don't think
better
they're gonna.
for
I don't
him
think
to
they're gonna
die.
put him in hiding and take care of him and let him live. I think it's easier just to kill him for real. I mean, why you know?
No,
He's too connected. If he was a nobody, yeah, but
see, they fake his death so that everybody thinks he's dead. You know, but the true people in
think
power,
about it
they
like
know
this.
that he's alive.
They're way more powerful than the Italian mafia. And as powerful and connected as the Italian mafia is, and how close all the members of the Italian mafia, and no matter how your rank or how high you are, how close you are with another member, they don't hesitate to take any of them out because it's easier. So why would we, why wouldn't they be the same way?
Well, yeah, supposedly they do take, some of their own out, but I don't think Jeffrey Epstein hung himself.
Well, I don't think he hung himself either. I think he was murdered. But I do sometimes wonder, well, would they actually just take a corpse, throw it in a cell, and whisk him out of there? Well, then, I mean, because that's possible. But then I think, no, why bother with the risk? And it's just easier to kill him. Why bother? And then imagine whatever
I'll
money
tell
he
you
had or
one
whatever
reason
schemes
why.
he had going. You just appoint somebody else in his position. Like, you're not losing anything with Epstein. Epstein was fucking nobody. You know what I mean?
Maxwell
Anybody can
family
be
is
in Epstein.
major.
Anybody can be in
I'll
Epstein.
tell you a
Maxwell
reason.
family is huge. They're a high level family, and that was her husband, Giselle's husband, right?
Yeah, because of his connections.
He's not some nobody.
Yeah, they might be able to talk to each other and whatnot, but his connections, I don't know. That's just my thoughts on it. Like,
No, yeah, I see what you're saying, but I feel like
him having connections with everybody in the pedo.
I feel like that organization is so deep. Like, he's just one man. They don't him going away and dying isn't gonna affect anything. It's just like, all throughout history, czars are killed, and powerful people are killed.
They were going against the elites. Like, if you go against them, they'll quicker than shit cut you off. But it doesn't mean, I don't think he was going against them.
Well, he wasn't going against them, but he made a mistake and got outed, and it was too much publicity. And when people start digging, it leads too high up. So they're like, "No, we can't have this investigation. We can't have people looking into this. He's got to go."
So the
And
fake
just
his
like,
death,
no.
instead of pissing off a bunch of their close friends and family, they just fake his death. Because the Maxwells are a major family.
But I look at it like this: those people are so ruthless. Even the people in his family are going to be like, "Yeah, the hell with him." You know what I mean? He's got to go.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean. I just think it depends on the person, though. Depends on who it is.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's what the question I was asking, because it's like all these other higher ups that do all these crazy things and get in so much trouble, like Hillary, all the messed up stuff that she has done and been outed for, all the scandals with Bill, and there's so many other politicians that have these horrible scandals that out a lot of their inside stuff, but they don't get bumped off. So that's when I wonder, how do they pick and choose? Like, you know,
doesn't everyone next to Clinton's get bumped off? Especially some no-name reporter or whoever it is that's exposing them and has enough followers and views. Not some high-level small hat guy. That's a lot different than some random reporter or something. Especially when you're married into the Maxwells.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if you keep your
Mossad family.
if you keep your oath of silence, that's really all that matters with them. If you break your silence, that's it.
Hey,
I'll off you in a second.
Mr. Anderson, do you know who Brennan O'Connell is?
No. Brennan O'Connell?
Brendan O'Connell. Australian
I'm not
guy?
sure. I don't know.
I think you would enjoy watching his channel. I've never seen anybody that's better about the Jays than him, especially in modern times. All the stuff
So
that
he's
they're
not
doing
on YouTube, right?
He's on his third channel right now.
Oh, okay.
Look up Brennan O'Connell 3. It's kind of shotgun. His material is kind of shotgun because he does get shut down so much and he has to re-upload all his videos. But I would check him out in your free time if you have a little chance. You'd appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll check him out. Yeah, I'm pretty well versed on that topic. I just don't spend a lot of time on it because it's a trap to spend too much time on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear that.
But yeah, for sure. And all it is an organization. It's a secret society, basically, with Kabbalah at the top.
I was chuckling a little bit when somebody said the Italian mafia, but the truth, yeah, I won't even get into.
Who do you think makes them a made man?
There's his channel. If you want to check him out,
Oh,
I
nice.
just looked him up. Not on ScrewTube, but on.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, I just think you specifically, Mr. Anderson, would enjoy it because it sounds like you know more about the Jays than even I do, and I've spent quite a few hours looking into them. So
Yeah, I've spent more than that. It's inevitable because when I was 14, I dedicated myself to researching power and religion, and the crossover of those two things is secret societies, of course, and it's inevitable that you're going to stumble onto other topics when you're focused on that.
yeah, mine was banking, specifically central banking, and well, if you know anything about central banking, then you know about them. So
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. I got a file all on that. I spent quite a few years on that, and then the whole history going back to when they were doing the half shekel during the time of Jesus, and it was the only coin that didn't have a pagan emperor on it, and then they would control the inflation with their own people, their own Pharisee folk. And the whole thing was Caesar and everything else. Yeah, banking usury is evil as hell.
Where is it?
somebody, somebody gave me a quote a long time ago. It said, "If you don't understand the history of the Jays, then you don't understand history at all."
Earth?
Yeah, at least modern history. Yeah.
Where's that? What's that, Daddy?
It's definitely an inevitable thing if you're researching power and banking. But yeah, I went all through the banking thing. That's when I found out that the whole gold standard thing is a spell, and that is on the surface, like even on most truther channels, they say that fiat currency is evil and that's what's destroying everything. It's like it's debt-based fiat, not fiat. If you have fiat controlled by the treasury and it's transparent what it's based on to transfer goods and services, that's not bad. And anytime that's been done, it's been very, very successful and we go into a surplus. But then these money changing folks They every time bring usury into it.
Yeah, even what H-Man did, where he based his fiat off of just labor.
Yeah, anytime that's been done with the greenback, with even the colonial script that Benjamin Franklin did, put us in a surplus quick, and the bankers were not happy about that.
I forget the number, but essentially, let's say that only one person was allowed to create money, and they only charged 1% interest on that money. There's a certain amount of time that takes place until that one person owns every asset in the world, and I just forget how much time it takes. But
yeah, the most successful money system ever was the tally stick system in Britain, and that was a stick of wood. They literally took a stick of wood, and again, it's always the money changing users getting their grip on money, and then people throwing them off, and then they get their grip on the money again, they throw them off. It's this war back and forth. The tally stick system, it's just a stick of wood where they cut notches into it. They split the wood in half, and you have an original, right, to keep track, and you can use that to pay your taxes or pay off debts and all that. And very quick, they got the money changers off their back, but then they found a way to create the damn Bank of England.
well, I was extremely tripped out when I read the Magna Carta, and there's two passages in the Magna Carta specifically referencing the J and usury.
Yeah. Because not everything was, not 99% wasn't sewn up like it is now. There was people actually publishing books and everything else. They still do, but it's much more controlled now for sure.
I want to say it's like the 11th, if I remember correctly. It's like whatever they're called in Magna Carta, not chapters or rules or whatever, but like number 11 and number 12.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I always
That's
thought
a
that
good
was
book right
interesting,
there.
too, about the. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to say I always thought that was interesting too about the monetary system and the gold standard, because it's clear that and anybody can see this, if there was a total collapse of any economy, what good is gold? I mean, you can't. Let's say you invest all your money in real gold and your house is full of gold, but the economy collapses. Whatever currency was being used is no longer valid. Nobody wants it because it's worthless, but you have all this gold and you need food, you need water, whatever you need. How can you trade anything with a rock? Essentially, it's basically just a rock. Why would anybody, you can't do anything with it. It's not going to save your life. It's not going to help you live. So I always kind of thought that was silly. It's really worthless.
It's a scam.
Well,
They did that as a scam.
Traditionally,
Destroyed the money.
Yeah, traditionally it's used during the actual emergency. Whenever there's an emergency, right, there's already a plan to implement the new system, whatever system that's going to be, but there's a rollover period, and that's when the gold and silver really steps forward. And then once the new system is put in place, all the money changers convert their gold and silver into that new system.
Yeah.
But I mean, you can...
Yeah, that I understand, but if there's going to be no changeover, and in the meantime, there's no store to go buy groceries. All you have is your neighbor who maybe has a garden and you need something to eat. You can't exchange some tomatoes or any kind of crops for a gold rock. What is your neighbor going to do with that until everything comes back to normal, and then somehow gold is valuable again? Otherwise, it's worthless.
Yeah,
well, I mean, there's modern day occurrences where you could actually like research this. Like Argentina, for example, did it recently. There's many South American countries that if you were to go ask them, do they want to hang on to the currency from their country, or would they rather have a small piece of silver in their pocket? I'm pretty sure they're going to say they want a piece of silver rather than their currency.
Yeah, for sure.
Well, I understand that because
the
it is
scam is prevalent.
valuable in the sense that it is a rare, a rare mineral is hard to come by. But in a state of total chaos and collapse, it's nothing. It's not worth anything at all.
Right, it'd be better to have
silver or gold
food
because the scam is prevalent.
ammo
Right, the only thing
or
that's
something
gonna
to
be
trade
truly
with and barter
valuable
with.
would be like medicine, alcohol, tobacco, food, seeds, water. Like these things are what's going to be valuable.
I agree. I agree with you, but there's no rule that says you can't have all of those things. Right, and then the other, I guess, advantage. The other way I've heard people describe the usage of their silver is, let's say, travel is restricted in your country. There's an emergency. I've heard of people that pay off the guards, right, to bribe them to get through, to get passage, to get through where they want to go. So take that with a grain of
makes
salt,
sense.
right?
I'm thinking of I guess I'm thinking of like a worse situation where there isn't even any guards because guards have to be paid. So, if there's no economy, if there's no money system, you can't pay guards. So there's not going to be any guards. Guards are going to go home and try to take care of their families, and
They're paid with adrenochrome.
Yeah, or paid with bread, whatever.
They're paid with pizza and hot dogs, right?
Yeah.
Sick
Watch
bastard.
Parasitic Dreams.
Have you guys ever read Tragedy and Hope by Carol Quigley?
Ooh, that was a long time ago. I don't think I ever got through it.
Original?
Yeah, no, that's like 1,200 pages, isn't it?
Well, yeah, but you know what happened with that book, right? Because he was writing basically like a history book for Ivy League colleges, and he only made like 8,000 copies. And this is a guy who was like Bill Clinton's mentor and all this, amongst other people. But he only made like 8,000 copies. But in the first half of the book, it goes into detail about Cecil Rhodes and the Round Table and how the Rothschilds created the scam of gold and diamonds to enslave everybody monetarily. But it goes into details like a straight up history book. And what happened was
it's a really tough read.
Random people like us got a hold of that book and it sold out. And then what happened was people started asking, hey, we want more copies, So he went to the publisher and said, hey, we sold all those copies, we need more copies. And they gave him the runaround. Oh, no, we can't do it. Runaround. Oh, just kept telling them a bunch of nonsense. There's an interview with Carol Quigley talking about it too. But eventually, after a year or goes by or whatever, his wife got pissed off and like stormed down there. It was like, I didn't know what's going on. This and that. And they revealed that they destroyed the plates for the first half of the book. And the Rothschilds bought them out. And magically now the plates were destroyed for the first half of that book. So then they re-released the book, but without that part, with Rothschilds in Africa.
I heard a similar story.
You get a hold of the unabridged though.
That's interesting. I wonder what copy I have because I do have it. But like I said, like the other guy said, I tried to read it, and when I first tried to read it, it was just too hard of a read for me, and I never got through it. And I haven't picked it up since.
I read it once, but I hit it with a highlighter when I was going through it because I knew I wasn't going to read that shit again.
That's interesting too about jewelry because my grandfather told me, and not to offend anybody, but my grandfather, he always said that jewelry was created by the Jews. That's why I call it jewelry, and that's how it got his name because it was a scam. And he said Jews were always creating scams and creating ways to not have to work and not have to do anything and to steal and rob from people that worked hard so they didn't have to work hard. And that's why they were always booted from every country they ever went to. He said they're basically like gypsies. They'd travel from place to place and con people and create schemes. And that's where like magic came from and card tricks and all this shit. He said that all came from Jews. I hope that doesn't offend anybody, but that's what he always taught me. I always found that really fascinating.
Yeah, when you have no allegiance to the country you're in, but only to yourself, and rely on those type of means. And I don't know if you ever saw that Rothschild movie that came out like 100 years ago, and then they quickly got rid of it, where they were it was showing how they were evading taxes and everything else. It's interesting.
I have it if anybody wants it.
What's that called?
Yeah, I got it. Give me a second. I'll find it.
Forgot what it's called. That book that Helio posted is really, really good. I've read that twice.
Are you talking about the House of Rothschild, 1934?
Yeah.
Remember you give me your
And I have the books from the 20s. They're very rare books. One's the House of Rothschild, and one's the Rise of Rothschild, and I forgot what the other one's called.
So I'm sure everybody's heard that Mel Gibson's doing a new one, right?
That's what I've heard. He's his own enigma. I'm not sure what to think about him.
What's it going to be about?
Another Catholic
Rothschild.
Catholic backer, Gibson.
Is he Catholic?
Oh yeah, he's a staunch Catholic guy.
Yeah, old school Roman Catholic.
Oh yeah.
He doesn't go by all the new stuff the Pope is putting out. He's like old, like hardcore Roman, old school Catholic. That's interesting though.
Yeah, because he did the whole Passion of the Christ thing, and I don't know if you ever watched Jim Caviezel's testimony that he did after that movie.
Oh yeah,
the
about
narrative
all the
is
crazy
very
stuff that happened
interesting.
on set and stuff.
How they were pretending to make a surfer movie, supposedly.
Are you talking about the actor that played Jesus?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because Caviezel.
Yeah.
He said they were pretending to shoot a surfing movie or whatever because the people that own Hollywood aren't down with what they were making.
I never heard that.
Yeah, he does a whole. If you watch his testimony, he said at one point Mel Gibson called him, was like, "Dude, you don't have to do this. This is a big deal. Like, you're going to be part of this, and you're going to take a lot of heat for this once we flip this movie out." And Jim Caviezel told him, "We all have a cross to bear," and then did it anyway.
Well, look what happened to him after it too. He never got any major roles again after that. He hasn't been in a leading role since.
Yeah, and that was a big Hollywood movie that actually talked about the Pharisees getting him killed. Usually they try to edit that part out of their movies. I think that the versions of the Bible in the future will have that part edited out.
Let's get stickers. Watch it for me.
But yeah, it was an interesting story behind it, at least.
He's like, "Yeah, guys, we're shooting Point Break too. Yeah, we're just surfing it up over here."
Because that's the only way you would be able to do that.
Thank you for watching.
I didn't think he had to do that when he made that movie though, because I thought he didn't go to the normal Hollywood studios to make it. I thought he did it all himself and used his own money.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe he did, but it's still dangerous to do that.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because you still got to find somebody to put it out into the theater. Like, yeah, you still have to find a company that is going to put it into the theaters because he probably can't do that himself. Or maybe he can. I don't know what the hell do I know. I don't know how that all works.
Nice. I'm going to save that link to House of Rothschild. It's a classic. But yeah, that book Helio posted, Tex Mars does a really, really good job, man.
Tex Mars gets down, yeah. So does who's that other old guy? Fuck, I love what's his name?
Tex Mars, the OG. The other old guy? I'm not sure. Yeah, I've got about probably 7 or 8 Tex Mars books.
Those have all been converted to documentary DVDs too, haven't they? The Tex Mars books, because I swear I have a whole collection of Tex Mars documentaries somewhere in my collection.
He's done some, yeah.
Eustace
like
Mullins,
Balls and
so I was thinking
Shaft and all all that stuff.
I don't think I've watched any of his documentaries. I usually get the. I remember I got the Codex Magico when that first came out, and then I got the architecture book, which was really good. Then he just started slanging out all kinds of books. That DNA, the Serpent DNA or whatever book, that was pretty good.
Yeah, I've never
I
done a
always try to
deep.
get the-
I've never done a deep
go ahead.
dive on Eustace Mullins, but he seems like he's a pretty straight shooter just on the surface.
Nice.
I always try to get the documentaries because it's easier to get somebody to watch a video than to hand them a book and actually get them to read it. So I just feel like
Yeah,
it's
that's
easier
true.
to have somebody over and be like, "Hey, check this out real quick," and pop in a documentary.
That six-sided star book at least has a lot of pictures and shit. But yeah, for a lot of people, they're not gonna read it. I gotta mute though, because I gotta go put my daughter to sleep and stuff.
I will say now that it is a lot harder to try to get somebody to watch a documentary now that is like what we're talking about, because they are so brainwashed with left or right ideology that they automatically assume any documentary that they're watching that doesn't go against what they believe. Well, this was made by the right, so I'm not going to absorb any of the information. I can't listen to any of it because this is obviously made by the opposition. They don't realize that there's a middle ground, that not everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was listening to Tex Mars before Flat Earth, and actually rejected Flat Earth when it started popping up in my YouTube feed and stuff, until he interviewed Edward Hendry on his book, but yeah, those books. I mean, I was listening to he had a radio show or a podcast, Our Prophecy. I used to listen to that shit every time that he'd put one out. And I was listening to Alex Jones. He used to go on Alex Jones' show and stuff like that. But anyway, I was listening to Tex Mars, and he had Edward Hendry on talking about his new book. What's the greatest lie on earth?
Yeah.
We were talking about that earlier.
I gotta see that, man. I definitely gotta see that.
But if you're curious about what Tex Mars is about, man, just go to powerprophecy.com and go back through through all of his shows.
I used to get his pamphlets in the mail.
Oh man, yeah, me too.
There's another
Does
text.
he not put that out anymore?
Well, there's somebody he retired, and someone else is doing the show now. But yeah, I mean, all of it's still there on his website.
Oh, I forgot about the Power of Prophecy. I forgot that was even him.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, there's plenty of info there. I mean, you can go back and listen to all the.
If you go back that far, you remember the guy? What was his name? Lindsey
Lindsey
he used to
Graham?
come on all the time, and
no, Lindsey Graham's is a senator.
He used to come. I could be wrong about it. I swore it was something Lindsay, but he used to come on and make all these predictions all the damn time, and he was like a former
Pastor.
priest or something, and he used to
I think
work
I know what you're
for some oil
you're
baron.
talking about. Yeah.
He was like the main priest for some oil baron, so he claimed that he knew all this inside information because he was close to some elite member that had something to do with oil. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. Alex Jones used to bring him on years ago. This is like 2007, 2008 ish.
Yeah,
something like that.
What
It's
you remember?
Lindsay's.
What happened to him? You know what happened to him?
No, I mean that guy was old then, but I don't know. I don't know actually.
Yeah.
But anyway, if you guys are curious about what Tex Mars is about, I mean, all of his information, when he puts a new book out, he always talks about it on his, when he was doing his podcast. I mean, he goes into detail about a lot of stuff in his books, and there's a lot of his books that are free. You can find them online, and I think it includes the one that I posted, which is Conspiracy of the Six-Pointed Star. That one's pretty good.
You ever look into any Eustace Mullins, Helio?
No. I've heard of it before.
Yeah, I mean that just same time period is what pops into my mind. He's around the same age.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Somebody was saying there's another old guy, or I'm trying to think. I think I know who you're talking about. I can't freaking remember his name though.
Hey, wasn't there two different Texes? There was two guys. They both had the first name Tex, right? One seemed like a straight shooter. The other guy was a shill. Right?
Oh well, Tex Mars. No. The other guy was shit.
Was it the
he
same
was
last
he
name
was the,
as
he was the
Mars?
reporter. He was the reporter that would follow the Bilderbergs, right? Or no, it wasn't. No,
Yeah.
that was Jim Mars. That was Jim Mars.
Oh, maybe that's what I'm getting. Okay, maybe that's what I'm getting.
Yeah, Jim Mars. He was following he was a reporter who followed the Bilderberg group and stuff, and he was on Alex Jones' show too. Jim Mars.
Yeah, the old guy with the big hat.
Yeah. Yeah, he was at he was like outside George Bush ranch and shit, you know, when they were doing the protests and stuff. Yeah, that's Jim Mars. I think maybe you're thinking about
He had
him.
to have passed on by now, huh?
Oh yeah, Jim Mars died like I don't know 6-7 years ago. But I think Tex is still alive. But he retired and he passed his show on to someone else. I can't remember. I haven't listened to it in a while, so I can't remember the guy's name that's doing his Power of Prophecy show now. But nobody can do it like Tex, bro.
Is it on some private? Is it? You have to like subscribe, or is it?
I don't know. Just go to Power of Prophecy. Just search for. Yeah, I mean, just search Tex Mars as TEXE MARRS on YouTube, man. You'll find some Tex Mars stuff. Yeah, I mean, bro, it's good stuff, man. It's like I don't know. I've always been a fan of Tex Mars. I mean, there's a lot of people who say a lot of stuff about him, but I like his stuff.
Well, his documentaries are great.
We can't all be right about everything, you know.
No, sure. I mean, you got to capture the spirit of the conversation, you know, and you know, and gather the information and then do with it what you will, you know. I mean, Tex has written, holy shit, I mean, what, like 10 books that are like 700 pages long about the Illuminati, the Freemasons, and the JW. I mean, come on, man. Not like he was a total shill. He must know what he's talking about. At a certain point, you got to kind of like take, you know, eat the meat and spit out the bones, you know.
Amen.
I wonder if you can buy his books on Amazon.
Yeah, you can.
You can?
Yeah. Hold on. I mean, well, you can buy them on his website. And that's probably where, if you want to buy his books, you should buy them from his website. That's where the ministry that he started. Well, that's where they're going to get the money. But this the link that I shared with the conspiracy of 6-Pointed Star, $10 on Barnes and Noble. It's like freaking 600 pages.
That's giving it away.
Nice. Yeah, I'm on his website right now. TexMars.com, Power of Prophecy. You know?
Yeah.
Jerry Barrett is on the air now.
Yeah, Circle of Intrigue, Protocols of Elders of Zion, which that's not his book, but it's it's beyond publishing because that book is the Protocols of Learned Elders of Zion. That's beyond copyright, so he republished that one. Let's see, we got DNA Science, and you were talking about this one earlier. DNA Science and the Jewish Bloodline. That's the one he wrote. Yeah, all of that. That's on Barnes and Noble, man, and it's on it's on his website, and it's also on Amazon too. Yeah, so you can buy them anywhere.
He did Vax? No, he didn't write Vax. You remember the documentary called Vax back in 2013?
I don't know if he was actually on that movie or not, but I know Robert De Niro was on there. But funny that we haven't heard shit from Robert De Niro since this bullshit happened a couple of years ago, but whatever.
Yeah, I think he's in hiding right now.
You're probably like, oh shit. Guess I went a little too far. Well, he wasn't the only one that came out about it, but anyway. It's like Hollywood forgets. It's just like, make it fast. And Jim Carrey came out talking about that shit too, but I guess he's infallible. I don't see him out there talking about it now. And what were you saying? I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just saying that Hollywood is built on hypocrisy, so.
Oh, yeah, of course. Hey, I'm not going to stay on long. I just want to let you know that, TexMars' information is all out there. You'll be able to find several hundreds of videos with him on camera, off camera. His books out there. You don't even have to buy them. A lot of them you can find for free. So yeah,
get them before they start making us burn them in the streets. Is what you're saying?
I'm just saying you can find them online. You can find
454 degrees.
Well, he's been on Freeman TV, which his channel is deleted from YouTube, but he was on Freeman a lot. There's a lot of interviews with him and Freeman talking about Freemasonry and stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff out there from TexMars. So he'd get on with Freeman and they'd talk about his book, and then they'd be showing excerpts from his book and talking about it. He used to be on Freeman all the time. Freeman TV. I think he's on. I'm pretty sure he's still on Facebook, but I'm pretty sure they deleted his YouTube channel. But yeah, if you like some of the TexMars stuff, but there's plenty of it. TexMars.
Oh, he did die.
Who, Tex?
Yeah, he died 2019, 75.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I haven't really checked him. I don't know why. I know he retired and he turned his show over to someone else, and I think it's still going. But I wasn't sure if he passed away or not. I know if his wife had passed away. I think that's kind of had something to do with why he stopped doing the show. And anyway, so yeah, cool. Shout out to TexMars.
So Father Time is still undefeated.
Oh man, there's so much Tex Mars stuff out there. I mean, he won't never die. He'll never die as far as all the information that he put out. I've been a fan of Tex Mars for a long time. You're listening to Power of Prophecy.
I'm looking at all these books, and I just realized I have so many of these books, and I never even read them. It's a shame.
Well, but I haven't read them all either. But if you can get most of them on PDF for free, and I'll find them. But just if you go listen to his podcast, he pretty much covers everything in his books on his podcast, so you don't really have to read them. Except for, there's a lot of images. Like his books are so thick because he puts so many pictures and graphics inside the book. So it's like sometimes one of the, like, page 58 would just be an image and a description, and then you flip it, and then it'll go on and describe other things. But anyway. So he has a lot of images in his books. So I think that's why they're so big. Like freaking 400 to 600 pages each book.
Alex Jones was so he had Tex Mars on so much and talked about him so much. Is that Alex Jones the shill trying to discredit Tex Mars by having him on?
Alex Jones.
It's a good question.
Tex Mars actually married Alex Jones and his wife.
You serious?
Yeah. Yeah, Tex Mars married Alex Jones and his wife. Or according to Alex, from on the show, whatever.
Which one? The prostitute?
I don't know which one. I don't know which one. I'm pretty sure it's his first wife, if I remember right. It was his first wife that he had the kids with. I'm pretty sure Tex Mars married them. Because they're both from Austin. So. And I've heard them talk about it before. So. And Tex Mars he's a retired Air Force, and he's also a minister or whatever. And so, if I remember right, I remember hearing them talk about it, that he actually married Alex Jones and his first wife. But like I'm saying, like I say, you got to take the meat, spit out the bones. I'm pretty sure I heard them talk about it before. But when Alex had him on for the show, that wasn't the main topic. When he had Tex Mars on, they were talking about other stuff. But they're apparently pretty close. And they both lived in Austin, so.
Well, that's why I find it so hard to say anything bad about Alex Jones, as much as people want to say he's a shill. I learned a lot from that man.
Yeah,
I moved on from him.
I agree.
Years after,
too,
but
bro.
there's
me
a lot
too.
of things that I never knew about until I started listening to Alex Jones, which is good.
To be fair, I learned a bunch of shit during QAnon as well, though. So.
Well, see, that I could never get into because I couldn't understand any of that. Like, I didn't know.
Well, it's like some of the stuff when I heard QAnon stuff, I'm like, okay, I already knew that.
Well,
because I've been listening to Tex Mars for so long. It's like, yeah, no shit.
Yeah.
Anyway, and prior to Tex Mars and Alex Jones, I was listening to others as well. Freaking Harry Brown. He ran for president of the Libertarian Party. Freaking like early 2000s. I think he ran against George. No. Let's see. Harry Brown ran.
Well, Larry McDonald.
George Bush. But yeah, I was listening. Like Harry Brown had a podcast. That was back before before you had to download all the podcasts, to listen to them while you're at work and stuff. And he had a podcast, and he ran for president. Harry Brown was freaking awesome. So yeah, I was listening to that shit back, and like before 9/11, I was listening to some of that stuff. So.
Oh, well, I didn't pop my cherry till about 2006 or 7. So
Yeah, well, I mean, I was already like in the libertarian thing, but as far as like 9/11, I kind of bought the story right, and all the war stuff. I mean, it wasn't like I was like when 9/11 happened, I knew it was a farce. It took me a few years before I actually saw what was going on, but it wasn't a large step for me. That's all I'm saying. Because I saw through the Hegelian dialectic and stuff like that, with the Democrats and Republicans.
Ross Perot, baby.
Fourth grade.
Yeah, that would have been
for him.
Yeah, I would have. Back in the day, if I knew what I know now, I would have voted for Ross.
Oh, shit. He was such a fucking kook ball, man. He was like in the race, out of the race, back in the race. It was a joke, man.
Well, I mean, you might as well. I mean, just like, it's kind of like with Trump. Kind of like with Trump, it's just like, is he presidential material?
He was the setup so that, Bush Sr. could get his ass in there.
I had a whole semester. I'm guessing that's sixth grade for me. I had a whole semester where this entire class was devoted to us paying attention to that presidential race. And I remember at the end when I said that I would have voted for Perot, my teacher kind of got mad at me. Yeah. I was one of the few kids that liked Ross Perot.
Most of the teachers are liberal, man. So
well, what he was saying, man, was right. Well, I'm going to bring back the jobs, and we're going to have a new technology, and it's going to be great. He was very fucking, like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Yeah. Less taxes. Get rid of the corruption. Yeah, I mean, he was like, yeah, okay, yeah, that sounds good. Fuck. And then just one day, he's like, nah, I'm not running anymore. And then fucking, like a week, 2 weeks later, he's like, oh, I'm back. I'm like, what?
It's probably like, I got some death threats from the Democrats.
Hillary baked me a pie.
Protection. Yeah, Hillary baked me up.
Anyway, I gave up in like 92, man. I'm like, fuck this is stupid.
Yeah, I did a little bit of libertarian activism for a little bit, and dude, hanging out with some of these libertarians, I was like, shit, man, you guys are fucked up.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you guys ever hung out with some
they're real,
or at least in Arkansas, there's a lot of freaks, man. I'm like, what the fuck? I thought this was like a political thing. We're just like, hey, we're saying, that this Democrat-Republican divide thing is just is like a Hegelian dialectic. Just they're just trying to, but no, these guys for the most part were just like on their own kind of level.
A lot of libertarians that I've met and had experiences with were really just liberals that didn't want to call themselves liberals.
Oh yeah, well, it's not the. I mean, I'm in Arkansas, so it's a little different, I guess, here, but they were like totally out there, man. I don't know. I don't even want to tell my story with some of those people, man. started going to some of the libertarian activist meetings and stuff. I went to the convention in Little Rock.
Yeah.
And then we were hanging out. I was just like, dude, these guys are weird.
What? Just a bunch of fucking hippies smoking pot, or what?
No, I'm not even gonna get into it, man. There was all kinds of weird stuff to that.
All right.
I mean, not all of them. I mean, most of them were like half of them were pretty cool. The other half were just like, "The hell's wrong with you?"
Were they like a little too hardcore, or a little too hardcore? I'll leave it at that.
I don't know. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. But anyway, I mean, it wasn't a very large portion of my life because I was like, I had my own shit going on.
Yeah, you know, it's good. Good, you got the experience, man. You got the experience. You learned the lesson. Moving on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm moved on to where I'm not going to vote for anybody ever again. I'm not going to support a political party. There's no reason to vote, or at least in a national election, or even state election. I mean, it's just all.
It's all bought and paid for, man. It's just a big show, baby.
I was a libertarian for a while when, Ron Paul was kind of the head of the thing for a while, and he was
but he was Republican
for a few years.
He was Republican though, so
but he ran under the libertarian ticket. And
I liked Ron Paul. I'm not doing anything. He was utilizing the tools available.
I think, didn't Larry Flint run as a libertarian?
See, that's what I'm saying. Probably. I mean, it was kind of like the people that I was hanging out with.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I'm saying. A little hardcore, man. A little hardcore, baby.
Niggas is crazy.
Yeah, shit.
I mean, I'm open minded, but not that open. I mean, I won't even get into it.
Well, I mean, is it one step removed from the anarchy party, or what the fuck,
Well, there is no anarchy party. I'm an anarchist, but I mean, if you have to use some sort of party or some sort of influence to make a change, I mean, you have to pick and choose your battles. But I'm an anarchist. I don't think we'd necessarily need government, but the only way anarchy can work is if everyone knows what anarchy is.
Yeah, well, good luck with that, man.
Yeah, I know. Take care of themselves. But when you look into the founding of all of those different ideologies, whether it be communism, capitalism, or libertarianism, they were all founded by the same tribesmen. They all came from the same tribe. So
yeah.
That's
what I'm saying. I mean, anarchy could work if everybody knew what it was.
Well,
but
they don't. It's like there's a lot of there's a lot of.
If everyone was willing to live in a civilized society, it would work. But there's too many folks out there that aren't willing to be civil.
Yeah, we're kind of past the point where it would actually work unless we kill off all the people that don't understand it, and then we'll have to start over. But that would just be rude.
That'd be like 70% of the population.
I know, maybe more.
Let's just give them
more.
Let's give them all some free medication.
They're already getting it. They're already getting it.
Wait, let's give them some free education too.
All the free medication you can handle these days.
All the free medication and education you can handle.
All kinds of free medication going on these days, man. Jeez.
Ooh, man.
Handing it out like it's Christmas morning. Here we go.
Oh my!
Santa
goodness.
Claus is coming to town, man. Did you see that commercial? Santa Claus is getting all cucked up with the meds, you know? Yeah.
Is there going to be a Mr. and Mr. Claus eventually?
Don't say that.
I think we just got a new movie. That's a whole new movie series we could do. Shit.
Lord.
Damn. Mr. and Mr. Claus. That's hilarious.
No, he's going to be trans.
Oh, yeah. He'll be trans.
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh, transvestite.
It's like Mrs. Claus will never have been in the picture eventually. Like, Mrs. Claus, what is that?
He'll be black and trans.
Be a black Santa Claus from the north.
The brothers don't like it cold, man. I don't know if they're going to buy that one.
I think I was watching his show. I was watching his show.
I don't think they have a choice.
I was watching his show, and I can't remember what it was. 'Cause I watch all kinds of TV, but it was like like some little kid went and saw Santa. She was like, that Santa Claus was white. I can't remember what the dad responded like, but it's funny. Like, either way, lying about Santa Claus is immoral anyway, but.
Oh, man. Oof.
Santa Claus is the magic mushroom. I don't know if you knew that or not.
Yeah?
Yeah, I can show you a video that shows that Santa Claus is the magic mushroom. Not the psilocybin mushroom, but that red and white cap one.
Magic mushroom.
Yeah, I already got it pulled up. Hold on. I share this around this time of year. Every year I share this. Hold on, let me see if I got it pulled up.
Well, it's December 1st. You can roll it out now.
Santa Claus is the magic mushroom. Here we go. I've already got it pulled up. Here it is, right here. Santa Claus.
'Tis the season, baby.
Mushroom.
'Tis the season.
I mean, this is an Eric Dubay video. Santa Claus, the magic mushroom. I thought I was joking. Watch that video and you'll be like, oh shit, Santa Claus is the magic mushroom.
All right. I'm going to cue it up here and watch it later. Hold on.
Well, I'm going to jump off too. I got to go to work tomorrow. I'll see you guys later.
Oh shit, it's midnight for you. Damn.
Yeah, I got to work at. I got to be there at 7. Yeah, I just wanted to come in and let you guys know about the Tex Mars stuff. Yeah, those books are available. Yeah, check out and all his podcasts are on the website. There is a subscription or a donation or whatever, but for the most part, I mean, just look on YouTube for Tex Mars. You can find.
Yeah, somebody reposted that shit, right?
Yeah, you can find Tex Mars everywhere. He's great. Anyway,
appreciate it, Helio.
Yeah, man. Check out this Santa. This is 'tis the season to know that Santa Claus is the magic mushroom.
'Tis the season. All right, sleep tight, man.
You too, brother. Later, guys.
Peace.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one a couple years ago. Yeah, that's good. Nothing's what it seems, boys and girls. You gotta break this shit down piece by piece.
But why would they lie?
Because money and power. That's all. That's all you need to know. They got all the money, all the power, obviously. They've rigged the whole fucking thing. But that's just like, they just love to manipulate, man. They're psychotic fucking bitches. Whew.
Well, I hate it when I get that question. I always respond with, why do you lie? because we all lied at some point or sometime in our lives. Some people are constantly lying every day. That's always my response to that question is, well, why do you lie?
And if a liar explained to you why he lied, would you trust him? You know,
right?
No. That's a good one. I'll remember that one.
If you heard it out of his own mouth, would you believe the motherfucker? You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, their answer is irrelevant, but it gets them thinking. Oh, well, yeah. Think about all the times you've lied in your life, no matter how dumb it is, or there's so many times I've lied in my life where I didn't even have to. There's really no point, but I did it anyway. Why? I don't know, because I can. There's so many reasons.
Flutter, dude, you gonna get on that YouTube chat? Get those players in line.
I can yell at them. I ain't typing. I might type "fuck off," but no. Let's see. Let's check the chat. Let's see what's happening. Humphrey, lumpy gas in a vacuum. Lumpy gas. He just flat smacked a woman. She gave it totally. She seemed interested. Nice. That's good. All right. Earth is a globe. Enigma. Come on in here, man. Show us the globe proof. We're hanging out. We're here 24/7. All right, you're full-blooded.
The wine is flowing. Come on in. Say hello.
Yeah, man. Drop in. Plenty of room in here. It's a little quiet right now. I just cracked my first beer, so you're in luck. Tasty. Yeah. Living in the real world. It's tough, man. It's tough. I know it's tough. It's going to be tough for you living in the real world. But we got your back, man. We're here for your support. We're here to help ease you through your pain, man. We can do this. We can do it together. All right? So, but you got to start living in the real world, man. It's tough. I know it's tough. It took me a minute. Had to shake some shit off. Had to shake off all that NASA crap. Just, really? Actually, it was very sad, man. I'm like, damn, space shit ain't real. Damn it.
I was lucky, man. I was never a big sci-fi. Never wasn't into NASA.
Yeah.
I was mad at myself, to be honest with you. I've told the story a million times already. I was mad when the first day I'm listening to Math Powerland.
Yeah.
And he makes the statement that all the photographs from space are fake. And I remember I stopped him dead sentence and opened up a new window, went into Google.
Yeah.
I put like 10 different search queries in there to try to get different photos to come up.
Yeah.
And I was going like 8 pages deep into the Google search looking for photos.
Oh yeah.
And I was just like, you're a fucking dumbass, bro. You missed this. I'm like, how did you miss this?
How did they trick me to miss this? How did they? A magician?
I felt like a
amazing,
dumbass, bro.
by the way.
Stupid.
My friend Pancho, he's a magician, and he's like, these guys pull one of the greatest magician tricks of all time, huh? Get you to think you're living on a spinning ball, man. Wow. That's a serious magic right there, man. Fuck.
What was his line?
Show me a bendy water.
Photo or painting, right? That was
Powerland, yeah.
That was Powerland, right? Photo or painting.
All right, man. Come on in here, Enigma, man. Show us that gravity destroys flat Earth, man. It destroys it. Fuck. I've never heard that one before. Come on in here, man. Educate me, please. I'm just, a simple luthier. That's all. I'm not, I'm no rocket scientist or anything, man. But, you might be, and you can come in here and explain gravity to all of us, and we'll shut the server down in the morning. And As soon as Julio gets up, or Helio, not Julio. I got a
Come
friend named
in,
Julio.
educate us, please. Educate us.
And we'll just go ahead and quit the server tomorrow, man, and thank everybody. Send out some final goodbyes and all that shit. So, yeah, we're here.
We'll send out thank you notes tomorrow.
Yeah. Thank you all for participating in the giant flat Earth experiment. Apparently, Enigma got us figured out with the gravity thing and destroyed flat Earth last night. And we can all put it to bed. We'll have a nice, safe holidays, everybody. Happy New Year. Make myself laugh on that one. Shit.
I was laughing too. I'm on push to talk. Sorry, I was laughing in the background.
Okay. Like, yeah, it'll be great, man. Enigma was the one that brought it down. You're going to be famous, bro. I'll be talking about you for decades. Enigma came in on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and destroyed it, man, with gravity. Destroyed it. Oh, which gravity is he talking about? Which one? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Which gravity you talking about, bro? Which gravity, man? Come on.
Bendy water.
The link is in the description, man. Come on in. At least have a piss with us, man. If nothing else, take a piss. Take the Mickey out of the flat Earth, man. Come on. Taking the Mickey. I love that. I got a friend named Mickey, but anyway.
Open invitation to trolls. Even the trolls can come in right now.
Yeah, man, we're just hanging. Like I said, I just cracked my first beer. I'll be here for a minute.
The troll patrol is on right now.
I just got to fix a guitar in the morning, and then Scooby-Doo on the other side of town. So I don't have to get it up too early. So I'm going to replace the saddle and a nut in the morning.
How'd you learn how to do that? By the way, they got school for that.
No, I was working at a piano company under an emergency situation where they had some very specialized pianos that got fucked up after they built them in China. They did them wrong. And they called me in, man, to help them fix this shit. I don't know, it was like 50 or 60 of them, man. Anyway, it was taking me a few months to do it. I'm in their warehouse. I'm fixing these pianos. And I look over, man, and they start bringing in all these fucking tools, man, like pin routers and lathes and kind of planers, all this heavy duty cool equipment, man. I'm like, damn, that's cool, man. And all these guys showed up one day, man, and started building guitars, and I was like, fuck off. Yeah, so I was over there hanging with those guys, every day. I'm going, hey, man, how do you do this? How do you do that? What are you doing there? What's going on? And they showed me, man. They were like, yeah, we just cut it here, and then you look for this, and you measure this.
What year is this?
1993.
Oh, okay.
92, 93. And I was like, yeah, this is cool, man. It was a company it was purchased by Samick. It was a company called Valley Arts Guitars. And they bought Valley Arts Guitars and started building them right there next to me, man. I was like, damn, this is so cool. So I kind of fell into it like that. And then 2004, I started my own guitar company, and I ran it for, I don't know, about 10 years. And sold shit, and shipped it all over the world. And, I kind of got burned out on it, man, actually. And so I do, a little bit here and there, but mostly I'm doing piano tuning right now. It's just so much easier, and it pays really well, so I'll go with that.
What does a top of the line guitar go for?
Acoustic, you're looking at, 15, 20,000.
Really?
Yeah, somewhere in that range. Yeah, that's a lot of artwork in it. There's a lot of
okay.
incredibly expensive hardwoods. The big companies, they can get that shit. But there's people out there. There's a guy in San Francisco, man. He makes violin bows, and he gets like 25 grand a pop on them. And I was like, "You got to be fucking kidding me!"
Just for the bowstrings?
For a bow, fucking violin bows go for like $25,000. Some of them.
Stradivarius bows, huh?
Right, and that's like, as far as the high end ones, that's kind of cheap. There's ones out that are, the older ones. I don't know the brand names or anything, but there's some are like $150,000 and shit. I'm like, fucking crazy, man. But a good violin bow costs you some dank. And it does make a difference. I've played $25,000 bow, and I've played a $25 bow, and you can definitely hear the difference. But most people wouldn't fucking hear it, I don't think.
That's for the theater snob crowd.
Yeah,
huh?
for the schnobbers up on the old orchestra guys, yeah. But anyway, that's well, come on in, Enigma. Anybody else coming in? Okay. All right, so we got Paul out there. I love shouting out the chat. Nobody else does it. But
You are the next contestant on The Price is Flat, dude.
The Price is Flat. Come on down. No, our chat's amazing. You guys are kick ass in there, man, all the time. I don't type real fast. It's not my forte. I'd rather have a microphone, just chit chat, but it's the way it rolls. But some great people who can type real fast and crank it out. Glat's amazing. He's out there pounding. He's pretty good at it.
Yeah, but he had a cute typing teacher, though. He told me.
See, it's always great to have a.
I just made that up, but
a mentor, So you can get into fixing guitars and just do it, man. Watch some videos, man. There's so many videos. I didn't have fucking videos. I had to learn it the hard way. But there's some great stuff out there, man. Got to buy a few tools and get going. Don't be afraid. You can fuck it up, man. You could drop it in pieces. I could still fix it. I promise you. Everything's fixable, man. I fixed shit that was unfixable.
As we speak, I'm bringing a 1963 sewing machine back to life for my niece, actually.
See? Beautiful. Damn. 58-year-old machine. Bringing it back.
Which just means oiling the shit out of it, but you know what I mean, yeah.
Yeah, oil it, tighten screws, kind of regulate it a little bit. Yeah, man. Sounds fun. Good little project. I played with some sewing machines in the past. Great machines,
What's
man.
the difference between those cheap ones you were talking about and the really high-end expensive ones? Is it all just about how they're put together? Is it like the wood or like
it's
materials for strings? Is it all that or?
It's the wood, materials. I mean, the types of wood. There's things called tone woods. And the best tone wood you can get is Brazilian rosewood, which is illegal to even purchase now. So if you have an old stock of it, like Martin Guitar does or Taylor Guitar,
When you get the different
Or black
sound based off the
market.
different types of wood.
Yeah, absolutely. You can do hardwoods are the best. Mahogany, maple, walnut's pretty nice. But all of those every one of those sounds different, man. And they make a different resonance in the way the construction is and how long they aged the wood as well. Because you have to, they say you should age your wood. If you build a really quality guitar, you want to age your wood 10 years. And you're in the shop, you're going to build the guitar. So you can't just move.
When you hear
You don't just move the wood around, shop to shop and say, I'm just making guitars. What's that?
I was saying, when you hear a certain one played, can you tell by the sound?
Oh yeah.
What kind of wood it was made with?
I know certain woods, and I can tell you, rosewood has definitely got its own tone, man. Other ones can fool you. Maple's so bright; it's a very bright sound. Doesn't have a lot of bass to it, and then mahogany's nice. It could, but that and walnut are pretty similar. So, but those are the four
Is that
basic.
what most of them are? Walnut? Like when you go into like any store and you see like a couple of guitars, like not even a guitar store, but like Walmart or something. Is that like the standard? Like,
well, those aren't solid wood. First of all,
yeah,
I mean, it's a plywood.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize they
yeah, they make
plywood. Well, that sound must be terrible compared to.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's why they sell them for $100 or whatever. With strings and a strap and a book and some picks. They could put little packages together. They sell them at Costco for I don't know, $129. But yeah, that's all plywood stuff, cheap woods, not quality.
I suppose the strings matter too, right? Because I know I've seen certain guitars that are like looks like it's all brass strings, and then I've seen other guitars where it looks like they're plastic.
Well, that's a classical guitar, and it's nylon usually, which is basically plastic, right? Same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are more for like Spanish, flamenco kind of guitar playing, where you're picking at each string with like your fingers. You don't really use a pick much when you're playing like flamenco or Spanish guitar stuff.
That is good music, by the way. That's excellent.
Oh, it is, man. I know. I've seen some great players. You just can't believe they move their fingers that fast. I'm like, you're killing me.
Gypsy Kings are an amazing band, dude.
Mm-hmm. Good stuff, man. But yeah, that, and of course, you've aged your wood 10 years, and then you've built the guitar to like incredible specs and great woods, and then you add like pearl and turquoise and all pearl inlay. All that stuff's done by hand. Most of it. And they inlay all that beautiful, and then they have to finish it, and then it comes with a beautiful case and paperwork and a lot of authentication that this guitar was built here on this time and whatever.
When I was in like 4th grade, my parents asked me, they tried to get me to play any instrument, and they asked me if I could play any instrument, what would I want to play? So of course I said guitar. Because at the time I like, rock music and stuff. And so I said guitar. So they said, okay. And they got me a guitar and actually put me in lessons to learn how to play the guitar. But I was really disappointed when they handed me an acoustic guitar, because I thought, I'd be playing an electric guitar.
You're rocking.
They explained to me, no, you have to learn this first, and then you can play the electric.
Exactly.
But, man, I hated it so much. And the teacher, she was like she was a teacher, but she was a teacher at a Catholic school, so she was also a nun, but not the kind that wore the like penguin suit, the other kind of nun.
Right.
And so all the songs she was teaching me how to play, were all like religious songs like "Ode to Joy" and like all this stuff that I just hated learning to play. So it was torture. I hated it, and then being so young, and the guitar I was using had brass strings, and it just killed my fingertips. It was so tough to try to build those calluses on my fingertips.
Yep.
And then playing music that I despised, I couldn't stick with it. So I never fully learned how to play, which I still regret to this day.
Oh, dude. Did you know that gravity was a law? Did you guys know that? I didn't. Enigma, you got to come in here and educate us, because I didn't know that gravity was a law. Please explain. Please explain that deeper. We have to go deep dive on that one.
All those experiments included in that 1915 dissertation by your boy Einstein.
Mr. Einstein. Alberto Einstein. Yeah, man, I didn't know that gravity was a law. Fuck. I'm so misinformed. Enigma, come on in here. Give us some scientific validation for said law. That would be great. Thanks. I've never seen that. Somebody claiming gravity as a law.
It's like, how do you test an experiment inside the experiment? It's just fucking so stupid. You got to test for gravity inside the place that's supposed to have gravity. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It's outside the realm of logic. It's so stupid.
Well, that's why I need Enigma to come in here and explain it to us, so that we can shut down the server, because he's already proved that what was it? What did he say? He was just going to prove. He's going to prove us all wrong, man. I was figuring he'd be in here by now. Oh, it's taking so long, man. Click the link in the description, man. I think it's the first one, too, man. Yeah, it is. It's the first link in the description, man. Click it. Enigma. That'd be great. All right. Anybody else checking in? No. Nobody? VC check-in is empty. Okay. Anyway, back to guitars. Anyway, yeah, guitar's fun, man, once you get it and you start figuring it out. But yeah, start out with an acoustic guitar.
Yeah, the acoustic teaches you melodies. That's the beauty of it.
Exactly. It teaches you a little good rhythm. You want to have good timing. Teach you timing as well. And, but yeah, it builds up your calluses on your fingers and builds up the strength in your wrist and that muscle right there between the thumb and the number one finger. That one starts to ache.
Unfortunately, I didn't understand all that when I was in 4th grade.
Yeah,
well,
I just wanted to rock, like
right.
Wax on, wax off.
It's interesting what you were saying earlier about gravity being a law. That got me thinking. Are today in schools, are they even using the word theory when they're teaching any of this crap to the kids? Are they using, when they talk about Big Bang, are they saying the theory of the Big Bang, or the theory of anything? I wonder if they just taken that word completely out of the curriculum when they're teaching everything.
I think my wife works for a company that creates and sells school books, and one of them, she's been doing science for a few years now, and yeah, they kind of are missing that word there, I think, man. I don't know. I'll have to ask her, see what she thinks. But yeah, they're probably getting rid of that. It's just a theory that a man is a man and a woman is a woman. It's just a theory. It's gotten so bad, man. They've completely jacked everything up. Got everybody confused, think they're living on a spinning ball, man, with not a whole lot of verifiable proof that we can go check out ourselves, man. It's a lot of... I think I read in the science book today from 1967 that, space is... It's not scientific. There's no experiment for space, man. Yeah, it's impossible.
No, it does not. Except the what was it, the Glenn Space Center, where they drop you in a big cylinder, and you're weightless for like 5 seconds. The experiment capsule. That's stupid.
I'm waiting for these chatters to come rocking in here. They're not even acknowledging that I'm talking to them, but that's okay. They're not even saying, "I can't do it. My phone. I'm banned. You'll just kick me out." They're not even getting any of that, man. Wow. All right.
I wonder what their exit strategy would have been when they started talking all that space stuff back in the 60s and going to the moon. If nobody bought it and nobody believed it, I wonder what their exit strategy, how they would have got around that and been like, oh, we were just doing this for, you know what I mean? I wonder, because they have to have an exit plan, you would think, or a cover story to sort of cover their butts. If
Yeah,
people didn't.
I guess they would have blown up the next one and said, "Oh, sorry. Yeah, we can't do this anymore. It's too dangerous." That's probably would
Do you
have been.
think they would have kept with the sphere model though, and just said that we can't go beyond a certain point, but kept.
I don't know. Well, once they went, man, once they made that Hollywood movie, The Moon, a really shitty Hollywood movie, by the way. Yeah.
2001, Space Odyssey?
Isn't that funny that came out at the same time?
The year before. Well, it was
Right,
the
year
precursor.
before.
It was the primer.
It was the big blockbuster the year before, right? Yeah, it was the primer, get it in their heads.
Greased everything, greased the pipes.
68, right? Yeah, that's right. And then I watched that recently, man, within the last couple of years. And
isn't that the one that has like the first 20 minutes is all some random ass like monkeys doing some weird shit?
Yeah, it's just so bizarre, man. What a bizarre movie.
Weird intro.
And
Lucy is the reverse of that movie. The monkeys at the end. You watch that movie?
well, at the end, man, it was the freaking graphene oxide that fucking spread in the room and then it turned into.
Oh, yeah. But the last thing I saw was the monkey, where monkey person named Lucy that the movie's named after. Remember that shit? And remember remember the Lucifer telescope now is named Lucy.
That's right. Yeah, I just watched Lucy again recently because I wanted to go back. I was like, I need to watch that. It came on. I was like, fuck it, I'm going to watch it. And that's a trip, man. The ending, man, with the whole that black graphene all over the she turned into the black graphene, man.
Now I'm everywhere.
Now I'm everywhere. Oh my God, it's so telling, man, right? It's what the hell's going on now, man. It's crazy.
Have you guys ever talked to somebody that actually saw the footage of the moon landing live on TV as they were broadcasting it for the first time? Because
of course, yeah,
my grandfather told me, and I've never heard this from anyone else, but he said when they first aired that footage on TV, that on the bottom of the screen it said that this is only a simulation. When they were showing all that footage and he walking on the moon, it said this is only simulation. And then he said the next day, and every time they ever showed it ever again, those words never appeared on the screen ever again.
Well, Buzz Aldrin went on some late night talk show, and I think it's been recent too, man. I just saw the video.
Shout out to Gramps, by the way. I didn't know that. I never heard that before.
Yeah, me either, man. Shout out. But even Buzz Aldrin admitted that on some TV talk show recently. Within the last couple of years, he was like, "No, you didn't see it live. That was an animation."
That was on Conan O'Brien, right? That was Conan, yeah.
It was Conan. There you go. See? Yeah, I have to tell you the truth, I guess, man. It seems that way anyway. Put the truth out there right in front of your face. You got to figure it out on your own. Otherwise, you're You're just stuck in their little matrix, man. Enigma's coming in here. All right, cool, man. About time. Come on, baby. Get in here. Show us the laws of gravity. That would be so cool. That would be great. Yeah.
My grandfather actually got thrown out of the Air and Space Museum one time in DC because he was walking around in there and pointing out all the flaws of all the crap that was in there and ripping it apart and driving those people crazy until they actually made him leave. They kicked him out.
That's so cool.
Is your grandpa a flat earther or no?
You know, he didn't live long enough for me to ask him because by the time that I woke up to it, he had already passed. So,
he's a moon landing hoaxer, baby.
He would have been.
You know,
yeah.
but
all you would have needed was a couple days. A couple days, couple videos. He would have been.
I mean, everything. But you know, how I don't know. I don't know how he knew everything that he knew. But that's kind of how I started on my journey. You know, first with JFK and just talking to him about World War II and his experiences in World War II and how he kind of taught me the truth about the war and how it's not how they sell it and that all that is crap. And he was an amazing man. Unfortunately,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead.
I was going to say, unfortunately, he turned out to be, you know, the crazy kook that nobody would listen to, and he would get angry, and you know, he'd sock somebody in the mouth, and so eventually nobody wanted to deal with him or talk to him. But luckily, I got to spend enough time with him to soak up some knowledge and learn some things, which I'll never forget. And the older I get, and the more I learn, the more I realize this man was right about everything he ever said.
I was going to say, well, that might be the final chapter of my life. Me just knocking out some asshole at the end, you know?
I'm getting close to being that old man running around just yelling shit.
But I heard, in all honesty, I heard that like around the same time as the moon landings, you know, I say that with air quotes, there was a poll going around, and I forget where I saw it, but they said that only like 66% of the people believed that was real. So there was still, even at that time, there was 33% of the population thought it was fake. So,
hey, Enigma,
you won't hear that.
Enigma, not all wood floats, dumbass. He's like, wood's less dense than the water, that's why it floats. But not all wood floats, man. Check it out. I know what woods don't float, man. Do you? I bet you don't.
Alright, who the fuck's doing that?
That was some sweet little guitar riff right there, man. What was it?
I'll drop it.
No, it was cool, man. Sounded very bluesy, brother.
Yeah, it's copyrighted, but I'll drop it in the live chat.
All right, man. I've been doing a music show on Thursday nights for, I don't know, 3-4 years. I don't know. Fuck. On my YouTube channel, man. I played every kind of music you can think of. Truth, the blues, the freaking gypsy jazz, to fucking truth musics. I've gotten a lot of strikes, man. It's too many to count. I haven't lost my channel, but man, they're always busting me for playing shit, man. And sometimes they just say, well, you don't get the money. And I'm like, well, I'm not monetized, so why would I give a fuck? And then other times it's like, you're not allowed to play this, and you got a copyright strike. All right. Well,
I don't know what genre I call that. It's like almost like mashup. It's like 3 different musical art forms all mushed together into one song, basically.
Sounds bluesy. Sounds pretty bluesy, man. Moody Sanchez. Cool, man. Thank you. Oh yeah, there's Buzz taking a pop shot. Nice.
Refuses to put that hand on the Bible. I wonder why that is.
Yeah, he's a Freemason. What do you want? He ain't gonna. I've heard this, man. I can't verify it, but if you're a Freemason, you cannot admit you're a flat earther. I've heard this. It's part of the. I don't know, man. Don't take my word for it, but I've heard this from some other people.
I've heard in order to get voted, right? You can go all the way to the 32nd degree, not believing in flat Earth. But what I've heard is, to get the 33rd, you have to get voted, or everybody has to agree that you become a 33-degree Mason, and you do have to know about flat Earth at that point. But that's more speculation, so take that with a grain of salt, you know?
Echo blah blah. He wants to know what Discord is.
Is Echo blah blah a boomer?
I don't know, man. What are you, Echo blah blah? It doesn't matter. Whatever you are. Down in the description, man, is a link to a. I don't know. It's a software program I use on my computer and my phone called Discord. And it allows me to come on here and talk to everybody and share pictures and links and all kinds of cool stuff, man. But that's what makes all this possible for us all hanging out together. So that's basically what it is.
Discord makes me wonder.
The Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe.
Discord makes me wonder how the rest of the social network platforms even exist. Why do they still exist?
He wants Echo blah blah, man. Wants me to use my brain. Wow. Excellent,
I think
man.
it's advertising. The reason why the other networks exist because of advertising. A lot of people don't know Discord exists, don't understand it, don't know how to get on it. And Facebook and all the other ones have been around so long, and they're so advertised that
Yeah,
but is it just me though? Like I'm not on all the platforms. I only have a Twitter, and I only go on it like once a week.
Right.
This is way better than the other social network platforms.
This is 100 times. I think if you like to talk to people, this is the shit, man. If you want to,
I'm only on Discord. I have no other social media account but this.
I got a YouTube channel.
I have a Facebook because they won't let you delete it, so it's still there.
We use Hangouts still. I'm in a couple of. I like Hangouts for the fact that I can screen share. And we can watch videos together, and you can do that on here. But we can't do it on a stream like this. We can do it in some of the other rooms and things, but because this stream, it would get shut down in 10 minutes if everybody was video screen sharing. Bye. Sorry, Helio. We fucked it up. No, it would. Yeah, it doesn't work out well when other people can screen share on a live stream, and not good. Anyway, Echo blah blah, man. He keeps saying this is a globe, and he showed a picture of one. Oh my goodness! Shut down the server, everybody. Echo blah blah just busted us, man. We're busted. Earth's a globe. Did you guys? This is amazing. Excellent evidence, man. That is some scientific shit right there, man. I love it. All right, I cracked my second beer. I'm in for a couple more laughs and hanging out.
What kind of beer are you drinking?
Tonight I'm drinking a mango IPA made by a company called Barrel House Brewing. It's a California company. Excellent, man. If you ever see Barrel House, man, grab it because it's tasty. They make
I like beer, but I'm not a huge fan of the IPAs.
Yeah, this one's smoothie, man. You would like it because it's made in Paso Robles, California, which is central California, kind of coastal. Not it's not real coastal, but it's nice.
Just so you know,
I can
Paul.
only really tolerate like light-bodied lagers and stuff. Like I like a lot of imports.
Some good German lager you'd probably like.
Yeah. Flat Earth dude, he don't fuck around.
Yeah, I like the light stuff.
Yeah, if I'm gonna drink, man, let's go big or go home.
He comes
man.
correct. He's no half stepping.
No,
he don't fuck around with the Miller Lite. You know what I'm saying?
I don't fuck around no bullshit Globe.
No, I don't either. But actually, come to think of it, some of the imports I probably drink are like the equivalent of probably a Budweiser in Germany or.
There you
some of the
go.
other countries
Yeah,
with the
dude,
beers
man,
I get,
Germany.
but-
Germany makes some of the best beers, man. If you get a German beer, they have purity laws there that are just insane.
Yeah.
And I've never had a bad German beer, ever.
You ever heard of Spaten?
Spaten's good.
Yeah, that's one of my. I like Spaten.
The stuff coming out of Munich's amazing. I got this little sandwich shop, man, by the violin shop I work at one day a week. And on my way home, man, I'll swing in there and grab a tuna sandwich, some potato salad, and I usually have one of their. They got all kinds of German beers in there. Oh, I mean, they got every kind of German beer you can think of, man. But I pronounce any of them. But I just, lager. Good, yeah. Give me one of those. I'll take. That's good. But yeah, Germany beers, and they're mellow, man. They don't make like a heavy beer in Germany that I've tasted. They might, but I have never tasted one. Especially a lager. It's a good afternoon beer, you can drink just one and still go get some shit done the rest of the day. You're not going to be wrecked or anything. Following science doesn't make you a sheep, Enigma says. No, that's all we do here is follow science, man. We are all about the science. That's all we do here, man. 24/7. We're scientists breaking down science, man. And science is a method. And I don't know if you know that or not, but it is. And it's right there in my first chapter of my book from 1967 called The Changing Concepts of Science, 1967. Chapter 1.
I remember it like it was yesterday, 1967.
Scientific Method, baby. Scientific Methods, Chapter 1. So.
Does Enigma think that the Earth is a ball?
Oh, you betcha. He even put a little picture of the thing in there. Or no,
well, maybe we should point out to him that it's a geometric question. It's a question about geometry. It's not a scientific question. So a scientific question would have to do with things involving cause and effect relationships and experiments proving cause and effect relationships.
In astronomy,
you can guarantee that went straight over his head.
Astronomy is not science, according to my book here. Because there's no experiment you can do with astronomy. Ain't that a bitch? All right, anyway.
Is palm reading a science? I'm asking for a friend.
Interesting. That's a good one. I've had these people say, this line's your lifeline and this line is your sex line or whatever. I'm like, what the fuck? What do you mean? Who came up with this shit?
This guy, he literally cited Professor Dave Explains. So beautiful.
Has Dave ever been on here? Dave ever come on here? I don't think so. I don't think Dave's been on here, but yeah. He'll explain things to you. Professor Dave Explains. Blah, blah. We explain shit too over here, but you're not willing to listen to us, so that's cool, man. There's a link in the description. It's the first one. It says join the discussion. There's a big blue line there, man. Click that bad boy. Come in here, straighten us all out, show us what you got. Send us home packing, man. Send the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live home. Send it away. It'll go away forever because you're gonna come in here and show us all of the globe proofs you got, man. Come on. We're in here waiting. Anytime now.
Signed thank you cards from all of us in the mail.
Dude, I'll even throw like $100 bill in there just because, you crushed Flat Earth all by yourself. I love it. Okay, it's going to be an exciting day, everybody. Have a good holiday. All that. Happy Hanukkah, whatever. Happy New Year.
I can't wait to start feeling that 1,000-mile-an-hour spin again. I'm going to love it. I'm going to love it.
I need about 17 more beers. I can feel it. I guarantee it.
Yep.
I forgot to use my brain, apparently, according to blah blah.
I hate when that happens.
My brain has been disconnected, man. Apparently. Disconnected from Disneyland, from the Matrix, man. You got to disconnect, bro. That's what you got to do. You got to unplug that brain of yours, man. Step into reality, man. You're going to enjoy life much more, blah, blah. I promise. You're going to come in here and teach us what we should know, what we should have already known. Of course, it's Hollywood and school and everything said, hey, man, you're on a spinning globe. We got it all figured out back in 350 BC, dumbass. Come on. We had it figured out back then. Yeah. I got a couple sticks in the ground. Figured it out, man. That was a little later, but, Yeah, man. We figured it out because of the sticks in the ground. I love that. By the way, in the book here, man, I was reading today, I had to whip it out for the scientific method. Anyway, they were saying that the assumptions that were made with the sticks in the ground were a bit astronomical.
How long do you think it would take to travel 500 miles 2,300 years ago? Anybody have a good guess?
If I walked, let's say I'm walking, not having to climb any mountains or anything, just straight up walking. So I'm going to try, let's say like 3 weeks or something.
With good weather, right? With good weather.
Yeah, with perfect weather. I'm not, if I had a nice paved road, if I don't have to trample through the mud all day. Yeah.
And then once we saw those shadows, we would automatically know that we lived on a spinning globe because of those shadows. Is that correct?
Well, he did the calculations, assuming a lot of things. He assumed distances and things, yeah. Paul says he's not a flat earther, and the images are CGI. And if you download the images taken from them, putting in Photoshop and messing with them, mess with the saturation, yeah, and the shadow highlights and all the cool things you can do in Photoshop. Dude, I haven't had Photoshop on my computer for like 5 years. I miss it. I miss Photoshop, man. I was really good at it. But they want me to pay like $29 a month for that fucking thing. And I'm like, nah, fuck you guys. I'll use something else.
Is that the thing that turns all the ugly girls into pretty girls on the internet?
That beautiful thing. I can do brushing and shaping. And I can turn flat images into a globe with Photoshop. Do it. According to Richard Simmons. Richard Simmons? What's his name? Fuck, I can't remember. The NASA guy that did the blue marble. Yeah. Yeah,
It's photoshopped, but it has to be.
It has to be photoshopped in order for you to believe it. And again, man, I'll go back to the first movie ever made, man. They were going to the moon. The wizards were going to the moon. All the wizards had their meeting and said, we're going to go to the moon. And they did. The wizards went to the moon. Magicians. Wizards are magicians, right? Isn't it kind of the same thing? I could be wrong.
I believe so, yes. I believe you're correct.
They're dabbling in magic, and you got magic tricked, man. So anybody out there? What's up, Aries? What's up, Aries? Let's see, brother.
These guys aren't exactly beating down the VC check-in to get in here, are they?
No, I'm begging. I begged for what, like 30, 40 minutes now? Just begging, wanting to see the beautiful scientific evidence that's going to shut down this flat Earth. We're waiting. Blah blah hopes this is all a prank.
I was going to read that out loud if you didn't read it out loud.
It's good, man. It's good to hang out with the chat once in a while, man. Just kind of take a piss with the chat. Paul believes that at this point to be willing to accept other theories other than the Earth. Maybe first you have to lose the illusion that you are you believe in, basically. Yeah, man, there's a belief, and as my friend Crow 777 would say, belief is the enemy of knowing. And I've always loved that saying. I thought that was spot on. And it's like, I can believe that guitars can be built, and then you can build one. It's different, you know. Why? Somebody built this. Did you see somebody fall off the edge? See, now he's just trolling us. He's just trolling. Blah, blah, man. Click the link. Come on. Click the link. I dare you. I dare you to click the link. Who said there was an edge? Oh, my goodness. What an assumption. Anyway. Yeah, come on in, anybody. We're just hanging out. Pretty good crew in here, just chilling. That's Richard Simmons. That's hilarious. You guys are freaking ace, man. You guys are ace.
That is a sexy check.
Shut it down. I love that.
Oh, Lord.
Shut it down, baby. Shut it down. I love that. Well, they say we're in the Goldilocks zone because if we were any closer to the sun, we would burn up. And if we were any farther away, we would freeze. But we just happen to be in the perfect spot. It's just amazing. It's so amazing. So
billions and trillions of galaxies.
And we're just so smart, and we figured out the billions and trillions of miles and billions and stars and it's amazing. Parallax. Oh, ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? There's no parallax in the stars, man. They always end up exactly where they were every year, exactly where they were the year before. And the year before that, and so on. And there's no parallax, man. There's no shifting of the stars, the moon, sun, nothing. So there's that. No parallax. That's the problem. It's a big problem. Because of the distances, man. That's their explanation. There's no parallax. Well, that star is only, 28 fucking trillion billion fucking miles. And then one next to it, guess what? It's only 850 billion trillion miles. And then that one over there is 222,000 billion trillion miles. And then it's got a couple of light years in between. It could be a light year or two. I don't know. It's complicated. You shouldn't look at the stars. Stop looking at the stars. They're too far away. Don't look at them. They're too far away. It makes no sense. Oh, that good old Polaris. She's a bitch. I'll tell you. It's only 433 light years. It's only 430. It was this. 433 light years. I love the light year thing, man.
I remember the good old days when the Globers used to be fun.
I know.
Remember those days? Remember?
They're getting their asses handed to them, man. They're trigged out. They're getting triggered. And we put together some pretty good stuff, and they're like, well, you guys are just idiots, assholes, and that's all they got left, man. They ain't got nothing. So I'm going to beg them to come over here, have more fun, have a good time, be, realistic. You're going to enjoy it.
Maybe we should start like a charity, like a Glober community college fund. Send a Glober to college fund. We could do some charity over here.
We could raise a couple dollars. They're just going to enjoy their life more than they know that the asteroid's not going to come crashing down and while they're sleeping and that it's just going to be better off people, man. You're going to be nicer and kinder and gentler.
I mean, I love Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
Just as much as the next guy, but I mean, let's just be real. Let's be real.
Is that Martian guy? No, that's
the whole Armageddon movie.
There's Ben Affleck, Armageddon, right.
That's the name I was forgetting. Bruce, Mr. Willis.
Oh, Bruce Willis. There we go. Yeah, he took one for the team on that one.
Yeah, I cried a tear. I remember crying a tear in that movie, actually.
Damn. So I just heard they launched some kind of rocket up there. It's going to go deflect an asteroid or something. I just heard this.
Yay, Earth Team. Is that what they're going to do? They're going to save us all again?
I think they just sent like some bomb or rocket that's going to shoot into this thing and try to deflect it away from Earth. It's amazing. And I wish them luck.
Man, these guys are so smart at NASA. They got this shit figured out,
They do. They got it all figured out, and all we have to do is go to work and shut up and be a
And
good
just,
be a
you
good
know,
glower.
60 million a day. I mean, they got this shit figured out, man.
I loved Matthew today. Did you hear him?
I heard him rage quit. I heard him at the very end. I heard him rage quit.
You heard him rage quit. I didn't hear that part. I heard the rest of it. I was switching over from my phone to my computer, and I was trying to do something, and I missed the rage quit. Damn. I should probably go back and listen, but
He claimed that he was not able to speak, was getting talked over, and then was gone. 22 seconds later, gone.
All right, well, I've met him twice in person, so.
Have you really met him twice in person?
Yeah. We used to have a lot of Flat Earth meetups out here in Southern California. I mean, we used to have more than anywhere in the world. We had Flat Earth meetups like weekly almost. It was fucking bumping out here in 2015, 16, 17. I was doing Flat Earth Hollywood. We were flat smacking Hollywood, live streaming it. It was fun. And then last summer 2020, we had a little beach meetup, Flat Earth meetup. And he came out for that. And I put him on a live stream. And he talked to some people I had on a hangout panel. Dave, New Perspective was on there. And they talked for, I don't know, a couple hours. And it was basically about, is your perception working at all, Matthew? Do you feel like you're spinning? No. Do you feel like you're shooting through space millions of miles an hour? No. It was on and on and on. And then during COVID, man, I was doing this thing called Hugs Over Masks. And I just started this group with this chick. It was really into just the truth about what was going on. This is ridiculous. People are all social distancing and doing all. It's just ridiculous. So I did this meetup with that, and I invited a bunch of flat earthers, and I put it out on the Flat Earth. Whatever. Mark Sargent did me a little favor. I think he put it on his channel. Whatever. But yeah, he showed up for that too. And that was not the best meetup I've ever had, man. But it was at a weird location. It was really far away from Los Angeles. It was at a big, giant park. But he did show up. And he hung out for a while. But he's exactly the same in person as he is on here, man.
Oh, I don't doubt that for a second, actually. Jeffrey Dahmer like could have been in a play and would be playing himself.
Yeah, I like the Jeffrey Dahmer
Little Bo Peep, yeah.
Probably does have some people in his basement eating them. No, I'm kidding, Matthew. Come on. I know you don't. I know you don't have people in your basement because in California you don't have basements. Duh. Hello. I have to be kidding.
Yo, hey, how's it going?
I don't know, man. I think it's okay. Let me check.
Did you hear the latest Flat Earth news, dude?
No, what do we got?
So this ancient race of humanid frogs, right, have landed in China and they nuked it. And now they're spreading the frog genes with the other humans, and these people are starting to wake up to the truth, quite frankly. So it's an exciting time to be alive.
Are those frogs gay, by the way? Just a question. Me and Alex want to know.
I mean, if you're asking me, right, who am I?
Well,
I was hoping you might have heard something. Me and Alex want to know if those frogs might be gay.
I've heard that you do not want to lick the frogs to get high. Don't do it. It's a bad idea.
Yeah, apparently the frogs are similar to the Bufo alvarez frogs, and they excrete DMT, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's happening is the new humanoid frogs are running around drinking their DMT.
I love it. I love it. Hopefully they'll wake the fuck up, man. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the latest news from China. Apparently, this is what they found out when they invaded Taiwan.
I love it, man. We've got some interesting news here, people. All right. This is good. Good news.
Extra, read all about it.
But yeah, when you think about it, right? If you ever saw Beavis and Butthead, they always were like TP this and TP that, right? But the frogs, they joke about Beavis and Butthead, right? And they're talking about like the DMTP, you know what I'm saying? So they added the DM so you can direct message the frogs and then you can get some TP from them.
I love it. Man, this is deep, man. It's a whole nother level.
What is that TP for, by the way?
I mean, listen, dude.
But, hey, I heard that TP was in shortage last year. Oh, did you guys hear that? Couldn't get it. Couldn't get no TP.
Yeah. Those damn Walmart
So
shoppers.
they're going to be really happy when we got a whole bunch of TP. Everybody's going to be happy if they got something.
Yeah, so the DMTP frogs, right, have been released onto the world, and now what I'm getting from the reptilians, they're telling me that the amphibian race is more fucked than the reptiles, dude.
Oh shit! Oh my god! I love this, man. This is heavy. It's heavy, man. I'm gonna have to smoke something on this one, man. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna smoke with you, dude. Let's light it up.
Let's light this shit up, man. Here we go. Oh man, I like smoking on things. I like the old American Indian way, like sit around and smoke on it and kind of figure it out slowly, you know. Don't rush it. Don't want to rush your decisions, man. It's a bad idea. All right, shout out to Truth Prevails. She's crushing it out there.
Truth prevails, dude.
She's killing it.
I love listening to you. It's like no matter what's going on, it's like when I'm sitting listening to you and you hop in and you just like go on one of your spills. I've always got a smile from ear to ear, no matter what. Doesn't matter.
I do. I am here for.
You're the only one. The rest of us are frowning. We hate it when he goes on his bills. We hate it. We hate
I know you guys like cringe out. Ah.
Well, you're holding your face wrong then.
Yeah. Yeah, you're holding your balls all wrong. Promise. They're not spinning. I promise. Your ball's not spinning. I checked it. They're not spinning.
He went on like an hour-long monologue last night.
Last
in the
night,
YouTube chat.
I
It
got
was
a little-
amazing. It was epic. It was
I
beautiful.
got tore up last night, man. Yeah. I was pissed. I was so pissed. I get that way once.
Did I really miss that? Like you in a bad mood? I'm never.
No, I was just yelling at the chat and begging them to come in here and prove their bullshit. No, none of them came in. I was pissed. Like, come on.
So you say that as if you had expectations of them doing it.
I was trying to get them to come in. I was doing everything I could think of. I was like,
was throwing the bait down. Then they didn't take the bait.
I didn't take no bait, man. I was baiting it hard too, man. I was trying everything I could think of. I tried again this evening. It didn't work. I keep trying, but they just keep saying, "Nope, it's a globe. Gravity's a law." That was a new one tonight. I was like, "Really? Come on in here, please."
Maybe they're getting smarter.
Yeah, that's it, man. They're getting their asses whooped, man.
Yeah. Okay. It's like when they're quoting Professor Dave.
Right. Yeah, thanks.
They're trying to end arguments with putting Professor Dave in their quotations.
Yep. You're on a ball, Professor Dave.
all I want is something to believe in. If they can just come in here and give me a reason to believe in this globe, like I'll be kosher. It's just one
We got
reason
math.
to believe in it.
We got math, and it's science and math in it.
Do y'all? Hey, I'm curious. Did y'all hear about the whole Kinder eggs being a legal thing?
What kind of eggs?
So yeah, so apparently they're claiming this is the newest thing. This is what I mean. This is in the other servers. I was around
You gotta
today.
stop drinking unicorn piss, man.
But look, listen to this, Truth Prevails. Listen to this, Truth Prevails. Look, I was in this other server, bro, and they were trying to explain to me how the container was a Kinder egg, and that the contents of the egg was a garden of some sort, right?
Yeah.
So this is what they're talking about on the other servers. So I figured I'd share that. I don't know if y'all have heard about the Kinder egg theory or not.
Man,
I've heard.
they'll talk about anything to avoid talking about the Earth, won't they?
I've heard about the cosmic egg.
Oh shit! That reminds me. Justin he shared something with me. I don't know why I just got so excited over it. It's like this has been on my mind for days. Sorry, Flat Earth Dude. Go ahead.
No,
And say
no,
what you were
no,
gonna
no, I heard the cosmic egg. I don't know. Anyway, it's
Yeah.
that's a long time ago.
Well, what's a Kinder? Is he saying Tinder or Kinder?
Kender.
Kinder? Kinzer?
Yeah, just think of an egg shaped, and they're saying that there's something that slices the egg in two, and that it's a garden on the inside of the container. They've admitted defeat and said there must be a container, but now they're calling it a flat garden. That's what they're talking about.
Cool. They're getting close. All right, we're breaking it down. We can do that.
Could be.
I mean, this is the live feed on the stream. Just look on the stream, dude.
I'm looking. Is this in the chat on the stream?
Just look around, dude. You'll see it all around you. You just gotta see it, dude.
All right. Let me smoke on that one. Hold on.
The term I always hear is walled gardens, not flat gardens. Walled gardens.
Walled gardens. It's like you guys are speaking another language. I don't even know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Saying walled or wild?
Wall. Like.
Are you saying I have an accent? Is that what you're trying to say?
No, I'm saying that I'm saying that I'm just like having trouble understanding English tonight for some reason.
Well,
I know what it is. It's when Flat Earth Dude started Russian things, and he's like, nah, I gotta not be Russian stuff. So it's like my mind went into the Russian mode. Like it went into the Russian realm, so I just can't understand English. I don't know. Like seriously though, I would like to know what you're actually saying. Are you saying walled as in WALLED?
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Okay. All right.
That gets into the cryptocurrency realm, actually. Ripple. Well, I don't know. I had a. You can believe me or you can choose not to believe me. I had a very, very rich individual I was in contact with. And after this current, after cryptocurrency it went through the roof, he disappeared. But he was trying to educate me about Ripple. And he kept on explaining that they call it, the elite, they call it a walled garden. Ripple will be a walled garden. Ripple will be the new currency in the future.
There's like all the currencies are trying. There's a lot of the currencies saying that they're going to be the currency. XRP, Ripple, and of course Bitcoin. And look, I don't know. Like who knows? I don't think. Do you know what I think? I don't think none of these that are out here now is going to be the one, right? I think all of these that are out here right now is just to build the real estate to hold.
Yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right. One or two.
They're not gonna. They're not a. See, they're gonna get an upper hand on this because the individuals who get into these cryptos early. So think about this. If you get into crypto early when it first gets on, and you buy a lot for dirt cheap, and you hang on to it, and then if it becomes the one, like you would be one of the top dog, right? You'd be at the top of the pyramid. They control who gets at the top of the pyramid, so they're going to already own, like the ones at the top are already going to own when they release the one that is going to rule, one to rule them all. When they release this, it's like they're going to already have like the majority of it, and we're just going to be we're the peasants that are just going to be getting the scraps. Like, they're not even going to give us a chance or allow us to be at the top of the pyramid. So that's why I don't think that the one is even in anyone's awareness right now.
I 100% agree with you, but the thing is that when you describe those scraps, the person that has the scraps of whatever currency it is that does that, the scraps will be like billionaire status at that point. I'm not claiming I know which one's going to be, but
Well, I don't think that you'll be able to get any of the one unless they assign it to you, and the only way you can earn it is through compliance and a good social credit score.
No, it's funny you say that because I'm telling you, that's a true story. Like I was in a different Discord. It's a crypto trading Discord, and I met this dude, and he claimed that he was a top 10 coin owner of Ripple. And Ripple's an old coin, and Ripple was very, very cheap. And so in this last bull run, when Bitcoin like took off and went to the moon, this guy also took off and like disappeared. But I have like plenty of correspondence like with this guy. I have a feeling that he's telling me quite a bit of truth, by the way. But that's his terminology, the walled gardens. That's what he's describing, that all cryptocurrencies in the future will be walled off gardens.
Interesting. Like, I've never heard.
Yeah.
I've never heard that term before, though. In reference to crypto.
I hadn't either. I never heard it before either.
I've never heard that term. Period. In terms of anything.
So if he's telling the truth, that guy that I was talking to is worth like 10 billion now. He was worth, like at the time he would have been worth like 250 million, which I kind of believe him. Like he was, I don't know, he could have been worth 250 million, but if he's telling me the truth, he would be worth about 10 billion right now.
Oh, hell, I didn't realize I was muted. Damn it. Oh, well.
It's all right.
Yeah, it's cool.
I'm back.
Oh, yeah, what I was going to show you. So, this has been haunting me since I saw it. Because okay, it's like, just because it looks real, like I know people can fake shit. I know this. It's like I'm not putting any stock, but as far as all the photos and everything of what is supposed to be Earth, regardless of whether, it's showing the ice wall or flat or whatever. Like, out of all of them, this one, for some reason, it resonates. It like feels real. It looks real. It's like it's the close. I don't know. I'll show you. And when you look at the bottom of it, it says Work Shield. And some of you in here have probably already seen it. When I say the word Work Shield, if you've seen it, then that'll ring a bell because they don't spell shield like SHIELD. They spell it work shield with SHEELD, which I thought was strange. And I'm like, I'm going to Google this word work shield. And when I did, it pulled up an article and it was an archive.
Yeah.
And
From what year? What year?
okay, well, let me find the, let me Google it again, work shield, and find the archive. Records of the U.S. Secret Service National Archives. And this is where this photo came from. So you have to know the word, know how to spell it to even find it. If you put work shield, if someone says, oh, it says work shield on the bottom, like if you hear work shield or you put work shield in, like you're going to spell it SHIELD. You're not going to spell it SHEELD. So it's like no one is going to accidentally stumble across this. They would have to be. Anyway.
100% agree with you, by the way. Who the fuck is going to spell it SHEELD?
I'm looking.
Now, okay, so it's like I can't get this thing out of my head.
It looks a little concavey Earth.
Damn, looks like a comic book.
Well, you could like refer to some of it as appearing to be perspectively a little concavish, but that's if you look at it in that perspective. But what if the parts that are raised higher are just, some of it's just raised? It's just got some really high spots. It doesn't mean like, but the flat areas don't really look concave. It's just got some higher.
Right.
But it does look as if it would, is if you pressed like a seal, you know what I'm saying, into hot wax. Like that does look like that. Just saying.
That's cool, man. I'm pretty sure I've seen that picture in some video somewhere.
But just to be clear, if this was a real picture, we would be pressed against the firmament right now. Our asses would be sitting on the firmament. Am I crazy in saying that or no?
No.
Well, okay. So
I mean, it looks like there's like way more land beyond the circle.
you gotta look at that.
Way more.
Look how like behind it goes out and it kind of like curves around and then it bends back again and it looks like there's water and then like all the different. Okay, so you tell me, what does that appear like to you? Is there reflections off of glass or is that like folds in a photo where they've had it folded, you know, and then when they try to take capture the image, it's just, you know, showing the creases. Like, I don't know, it looks more to me like it might be reflections or whatever. But it was supposed to have been taken from a balloon of sorts or whatever, if I'm not mistaken, like on the website. If you read on the website.
Interesting.
Yeah, but can I just point out, like, if we were all sitting inside of a hot air balloon right now, think about how far away that ocean shore is right now. Like we would be what, a couple thousand miles away from the ocean right now, in the air.
Easy.
That's like no. Okay, I'm gonna say that no human has ever actually been where we're looking at this picture, but no human has actually ever been here ever. No way.
Well, I mean, we can't really say that definitively because one, okay, you're right. We do know that we're contained. We don't know where the containment is. We don't know how large the containment is or how large the earth is inside of the containment, and we don't know what's like how much of the earth, like, does the earth even extend beyond what we know as the containment? Is this or are there like several separate containment? I don't think there is. Like, I've entertained that idea. I don't really think there is, but there could be. I mean, we don't know, right?
I don't think there is either, but it's still an excellent question. It's an excellent question.
They tried to paint Admiral Byrd as being nutso, right, and crazy after he, came back and gave his interview.
No, they killed him off.
Right, and saying, but what was he saying? He was saying there were like far more land than you could imagine beyond the ice, right?
Yep.
So, and resources, like, I don't know, man. It's like, what? So if they didn't reach the containment, like, how was he able to go beyond the ice? And let's just pretend. Let's pretend for a moment that what he was saying was true.
Okay, I have a story for you. Let me tell you a story real quick.
Because the probability of what he's saying to be true is pretty high, since they did kill him off and try to discredit him after he came back and said this stuff, right? And they built and formulated the Antarctic Treaty, but he was like, they went beyond the ice. Like, they talk like and present it to us like they can't. Like, you can't go. And they've got us all like thinking, oh, they're trying to get beyond the wall. They're trying to break free. But yeah, if we're thinking that that's what they're doing, then they've accomplished whatever. If they have, in fact, actually succeeded in going beyond the wall and going what we know of as the wall, right? Be going beyond the ice to the other land that Admiral Byrd was talking about.
Well, he was a Freemason, so you could use the fact that he's a Freemason to make the argument that all of what he was saying was probably bullshit.
Yeah, he was a good Freemason. He was doing his job, probably.
Yeah, but that to be fair, that wasn't her question. She was saying, she was basically asking, like, let's imagine if the guy was telling the truth, and then come up with answers as if he's telling the truth.
Well, I'm just saying, because to me, in my view, it's like that. It's all improbability, right? If you can't verify and you don't know what the answer is, and you don't know exactly what the definitive truth is, then you go on probability. Like, if there's enough circumstantial evidence for one idea, then it gets a higher probability. If another one has very little and a lot of contradicting, then it's very, very low probability. Like, to me, this is a very high probability, because they tried to paint him as crazy. Like, they done him off. They formed the Antarctic Treaty. No one ever repeated what he said ever again.
No.
After they done him off. So, like, I have no reason at all to think that he was doing his job when he told us that.
30 years after he died, they came out with his supposed autobiography, and that's when they tried to equate him with the Hollow Earth theory. It wasn't until late 80s.
Yeah, muddy the waters and stuff. Look, Hollow Earth theory. So what we know of as the Hollow Earth theory is still like depicting the Earth as a sphere, but it's just hollow.
Yes.
Hollow moon. A hollow moon.
I actually learned about this before Flat Earth, by the way.
Like, I'm not disagreeing with, because look, there's definitely caverns and tunnels and caves, and there's a lot of the Earth that is hollow. Like, some of it is hollowed out, and it's got it's a water table on its own water. Some of it is just a cave system, tunnels, and it's not holding anything. Others, hollowed out system or areas is holding like oil, and then others is holding lava. Who knows? And who knows what else might be like deeper that they know we're not going to discover on our own, so they're just not going to tell us about it. Like, there could be tables of something else. I mean, we don't know, really. But you know what bothers me and really, really bugs me about this, though, is it seems like there is just a perfect, like, two clouds perfectly coming together in the middle to still cover up the damn center.
Yep. We can't.
And I'm like, what the hell?
The other land.
North Pole? Center meaning North Pole, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. 100%. They cover up both of them. Fuck.
It looks like Australia down there in the front. That's about all I can kind of make out. It might be Australia. It kind of looks like it, yeah.
I don't know. You know that the clouds can't even see all of the land.
Fucking big ass fucking clouds, man. Those clouds are the size of continents. Fuck. Although NASA, that's all they show us up there now is clouds. They don't show us anything live anymore.
Yeah, you know what else is interesting that I never even paid attention to until just now when, like, while we're having this conversation. Looking at those clouds, it looks to me like the land, everywhere where there's land, there's clouds exactly the shape and size of the land beneath it. And so, like, I just find that weird because clouds don't, as far as I know, they don't do, but we've never like been above to have that kind of vantage point. So, I mean, who knows?
The clouds are racist. I mean, they're Lancis.
Well, no, not really. I'm wrong about that because, like, the one in the front, like, say it's a clock. So at, say, 7 o'clock, that cloud doesn't, like, really match that land beneath it. And then it kind of looks like, yeah. So, okay, so I'll retract that. Because it doesn't really look like that. That's the way it is. Because some of it doesn't really look like it. So that one cloud doesn't even look like it's got land under it. And then, okay, I'm going to stop thinking out loud. I'm not going to torture you guys. You will not be bored, I'll tell you that, though. If I just continue to think out loud. But no, this is like, I can't get this thing off. I can't get it out of my mind. I can't get it off my brain. And it's just weird how they, like, work shield. Why did they spell it like that? And then why is it on an actual freaking USS, what, the United States Secret Service archive? I mean, what's up, man? I don't know. And what year was it? 1972. So this would have been what, like 30 years after 25 to 30, I don't even know how many years, like after Admiral Byrd came back and reported that, hey, we made it beyond the ice and there's far more land with far more resources, more than you can imagine. I don't know, this to me is like the most realistic. It's the most realistic looking photo that I've seen.
I've been saying that there's land out there in the Pacific, like where, not Hawaii, left of Hawaii, through whatever 3,000 miles left of Hawaii. I'm saying that there's more land inside the dome, inside of our firmament. We don't have to crack it to go out. Maybe there's more. Like, yeah, we have a firmament. So, is there something beyond our firmament? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. There could be. Like,
so why do we
everything's
have
possible.
double rainbows? I don't know. I've never even looked into it. So I had that question in my mind before, and I just never really give it enough thought or cared enough to even look into it. But do you know? Do you know why we have, like, sometimes we can have double rainbows?
Do we really have double rainbows? I've never seen. I've never seen a double rainbow. Do we
I've
really
never
have them?
So what happens with the double rainbow is, like, okay, so you know how the colors of the rainbow, they go in a certain order, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it gets to the last color, it starts over and then reverses. And so it goes, the colors work backwards.
Right, yeah.
Oh, okay.
So gay, I'm telling you.
That's not gay, but
no,
that's like, yeah, that's It's not gay, but it's yeah. You
Gay?
know,
You mean happy gay?
Happy is so happy.
Old English gay.
Ugh. I didn't even know rainbows was a gay thing until, I don't know, 2005 or something. I was like, really?
It's not.
It was like, I had like this rainbow thing in my yard, and this girl comes up, she's, "Are you gay?" I'm like, "Why is that? Oh, you got the rainbow out front." And I'm like,
They
what?
want to hijack, co-op, molest, and pervert anything and everything that's good.
Yeah, it was a cool little ornament. It blew in the wind. It was like, it was rainbow colored. Anyway.
I like the rainbow. He
Love-
did basically the rainbow means that no more water. I'm gonna burn y'all motherfuckers next time. That's what he meant actually.
That shit's gonna toast, man. I've been saying it for
Yeah, he's like, I'm done with the water.
I mean,
I'm gonna burn y'all motherfuckers.
That's what someone wrote in a book, and that's what we're told. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm just saying, like,
well, it might be the only answer.
I mean, so what? Like before the end, it never did it. What? Never rained before then? No, it rains.
I wanted to.
Or did we not have a firmament?
Mm.
Or was there not like whatever effect causes the?
I love all these brains together, man. This is awesome. Thank you.
Because if there wasn't a rainbow before and there was then something about the nature of our world changed. Like something was added, something was altered.
I'll tell you what. If everybody that comes on this Discord, man, was in charge of the world, this would be an amazing place to live. It really would. We'd all be like, "Yay! I'm sleeping in today. I don't have to go to work. But tomorrow I'm gonna kick ass," and it would just be like amazing. And
hey, Flutter, dude, you're a bad motherfucker, dude. That shit
I
is
got a lot of experience.
You're a bad motherfucker. Dude.
It's just experience, and I've talked to so many people like you guys, and I've learned so much from everybody, and I want to share my information, and you guys share yours, and we all put it together, and we all got something amazing going here. And it's been a great run. We're pretty close to figuring it all out due to the fact that there's like no Globers coming in here hardly. That's a good indication that we're kicking their asses to the curb. And it's been fun. It's been fun to see it all come together. And we're really close. I heard there was a guy in here today, man. I've only been a flat earther for 2 months. I was like, fuck yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And he goes, it just took me a while to let go of my bullshit. And I was like, yeah, it does. It takes a minute, man. It takes a couple months.
When you meet like a new, fresh flat earther, and you spend time with them and talk to them, it's very inspiring. It's very,
It lifted me up,
motivating.
man. I mean, I wasn't having my best day, but that one like went, oh, okay, all right. Thank you. I needed a little boost, and it was good. And I try to encourage other people to come in here and figure it out. And
it also refreshes your mind too when you hear, the quit when they're a fresh flat earther and they just found out, and you hear their questions, their perspective. It's like it takes you back and it reminds you of. So it gives you a better perspective of others that's going to come in and they're either not or they just became a flat earther.
I mean,
I think a lot of people still get put off by, the questions that they ask. But I think, they're valid questions because I had every one of us had all these questions,
Yeah.
because of what we thought the world was and how everything was laid out and worked, is not true. When you realize that it's not true, then you have all these questions.
We have so many questions, and they have so many questions. And we have some answers, and they have lots of more questions. But all together, man, we put these beautiful flat stationary plane into perspective, man, for him, I hope, man, and say to the man, just think about it, go outside, put your toes in the sand at the beach and figure it out, man. That's all you got to do. It's not complicated. Put the Hollywood shit away. But
It's something else that looks like that.
I listened to a doctor, man, who studied mass psychosis, man, for like 30 years. And he's had like an hour interview with this guy, and he explained how they hypnotized everybody, man, basically, and how easy it was for them to do it. Well, it wasn't easy, but they did it over a very long period of time. And they did it to me. They did it to you. They did it to all of us. And some of us are breaking through it, but it takes a tremendous amount of, ego, putting the ego aside to really break through, man, and say, okay, I got fooled, man. I got fooled. And they're really good at fooling people. Damn. And if you've ever had a magician, I had a magician stay with me for a week. And I was always asking him, man, do this trick, do that trick. And we were going places. We were out to dinner. I'm like, do that trick on the waitress. Come on. Yeah, I'd be like, all right, I'm buying dinner, man. So hey, do the trick, bro. Come on. And he would turn like 5 $1 bills into 5 $5 bills. It was really cool, man. He just flipped.
I like that trick, man.
It was such a good trick, right? And I go, don't tell me how you do it, because I don't want to know. Like, if I know how it is, I won't be so excited about it. And I would be like, yeah, do that trick. And he would just take 5 1s and just flip it. And all of a sudden it was 5 5s. And you could grab the 5 5s and you're like, fuck. And it just kept blowing my mind for like a week, man. I was just laughing every time he did it, man. And, he had other little tricks and shit, but that one I made him do that to like 20 people over the week. Like, yeah. And so, yeah, the magic trick can trick you so easily, man. Yeah,
as long as you contributed the $1 bills that he was changing into $5 bills every time that he done it, you made it like a bandit.
Yeah, and it was just fun, man. It was just like a great week. We hung out. Anyway, it was a really great friend of mine's son. Actually, he came to stay with me for like a week, and we kept just like making him do the tricks. I was like, that's so cool. But anyway, getting tricked is simple, man. They figured out how to trick us, and they tricked us, and we were unraveling all their tricks, and they're not showing up here, man, and defend anything anymore. They're just they try. They come in and they try. I've seen them try and try and try all this whole year, man. They've tried so hard to defend their little magic trick, and we've just kind of obliterated them. That's close enough.
All I'm saying is they can come in and give me a reason to believe in it.
Well, I keep backing them, and you do, and everybody else does, and we're all here 24/7. It's not like we're hiding from anybody. We're right here. Click the fucking link and figure it out.
And I'll even make it easy. Like, I make it a fair trade too. So if they give me one reason to believe in the globe, I'll give them 100 reasons not to.
Yeah. I don't know if I got 100, but I got 200. I know that. That was interesting. 200 proofs. Man, come on. That one, made you sit back and go, okay, 200 proofs. Really? That's a shocker, man. Even if let's say he's 90% off, that's still 20 proofs, man. 20.
I mean, that'd be a fun game. Like, let's see what. So it would be, you would have like so many seconds to name as many flat Earth proofs as you can. And it would have to be enough seconds that you would run out of the top, like the top ones that are repeated daily, right? And you would have to go
I
into
like it. I like it.
and then, but then right when you would start actually thinking of, the ones that are not repeated daily and start naming them off, it's like that's the limit, right?
Right.
So however many seconds you used would fall into that, that little gateway there, But anyway, so you just go right down the line, and the only thing is like the other players couldn't listen. They'd have to like be server tipping, and it could be like in a game room. It could even be on their stream.
They used to do that. What was that game show where they put you in the isolation booth? What the fuck was it? I can't remember the name of it. Concentration? No, it wasn't that. It was something, man. They put you in the isolation booth and ask you a question. I can't, if I can remember the fucking name of that show.
Did it have something to do about with like couples, like how well they knew one another?
No, it wasn't like dating game. They used to dating game. They used to
already married or couples or whatever.
Sensory deprivation thing.
It seems like I remember something about like if they were a couple, like seeing, which couple knows, like which couple knows the, each other the best or something. Like it seems like I vaguely remember some type of game. It's probably not what you're thinking of though.
No, I'll remember it the next couple of days. I'll figure it out because it's going to bug me. Concentration game or something. There was this weird game, and I think it might have been even in the 70s. It was on TV. They put you in an isolation booth, and you had.
It wasn't the Generation game, was it?
What game?
Generation game?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll think of it.
That was in the UK anyway. I just thought I'd just try it.
No, I bet that sounds like a fun game too, man. A generation game.
Yeah, that was a fun game. Generation game, yeah.
That sounds fun. How you doing, Jan, man?
Nice, man. I was listening to you earlier on. You said, I don't know about 100. I know I got 200. Well, I'll take your 200 and I'll rate it.
You liked it. I brought up 200. I go, we got 200. I go, I don't have 100. I got 200. Yeah, and I raised you another 100.
Flat Earth poker. The chips are
that's good. Yeah.
Flat Earth proofs.
Flat Earth poker.
And I'll raise you. Yeah.
I hope you guys are having fun with Flat Earth. I'm having fun with it.
You're having fun, man. We're having fun.
Most interesting shit in my entire life by far. And there's just no doubt when you suck into reality, man, it's so fun. And I want to explain that to the globies, man. To the unbelievers, to the believers in the globe.
Yeah, it's far better and far more interesting than the globe. Like even in space, that's something you'll never experience.
If I just give them that, I just want to give them this freedom and fun that we have. They're missing out, man, and I really want to help them get to the fun zone over in here in non-Disneyland reality, man.
I've had them say to me they prefer to live in fantasy than reality.
There you go, man. When they say that to you, man, you got to just say, okay, next. Move on.
It's never good having all your stuff balled up into one, right?
Sure.
Don't have your world all balled up. Like let it unfold and lay out before you.
Here's the beautiful thing, man. It's like once you know the Earth is flat and you're not spinning, shooting through space. When you watch that Disney movie in your fantasy world, you get to look at it with totally different eyes.
Well, absolutely.
And you're like,
did you hear what she said? You heard it. You heard it. You heard it. Yeah, truth prevails. She knows.
She fucking knows. She knows.
She's a G. She's an absolute G.
Total GA. Oh, she's a fucking OG, baby. Are you kidding me?
Now here in about 10 minutes, he's gonna tell us what the G stands for, because it's like it could stand for anything, right? So no, he wouldn't do that. I'm just playing. Go ahead. It was kind of lame.
That's all right.
Anyway, like I can think of a lot of ways that you could that could be turned around into something not so good.
All right. I'll be right back.
No.
I won. I won that. I won it. I won.
Yeah, you did. You won.
I won. Yeah, I won. She's beautiful, but I still fucking won. Like I won that. I won that conversation. I won it. She can try to be as cute as she wants. You know what I mean? But I fucking won. I fucking won. You know what I mean?
This is what?
It's because I let you in, but that's okay.
You're so sweet.
Shh.
So what time is it over there for you guys? 3 a.m. or midnight? What is it?
It is 3.
Close enough. Close enough, Jen. Yeah, close enough. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are burning the midnight oil, eh?
No.
Oh yeah.
No, that's being honest. That we're all being honest right now. We're being honest.
Fantastic.
Hey Jen, have you seen that? It's a short video about 9/11 being pre-programmed into the 3 Back to the Future films.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
What did you think about that?
Well, that really just shocked me. It proves that they're well ahead of us, basically. You know. They're well ahead of us.
That was some pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah. And I actually went to see the movie as well. Movies, and I at the cinema. Yeah, and didn't pick up on that. Didn't even notice it. You know, right in plain sight, but no connection until it was brought to my attention. That would have been back in 2002, 3, and wow, I just couldn't fucking believe what I was seeing. Really, they knew that far ahead.
Do you realize how much truth is actually probably in Back to the Future? Like, really? A flux capacitor?
Hmm.
I mean, come on, that actually sounds like what you would need in order to just pull energy out of thin air.
Yeah, that's right. You know, using Nikola Tesla's technology. Hmm.
Let's see. And what was it? Was it 88 miles per hour that they had to go?
That's right. Hmm.
So I wonder what. Oh, see, is what. Okay, so I wonder what wavelength is like as it's traveling through there would be the closest to moving at, 88 miles per hour. Which like sound frequency? Which frequency would it be?
That's true. Yeah.
Because I guarantee you that they're like telling more truths than what we realize.
Yeah, there's something in that 88. Yeah. Why 88? is it true that if you fold one of these American dollars, you see the Twin Towers on fire? Or was that a joke?
I think isn't it like the $20 bill?
No, it's the 20, the 50, and the 100. It's actually all really creepy.
Okay, yeah.
Mad, isn't it? I mean, that's mad. That is just, you know, when I saw that, I said, wow, these people are crazy, man. I thought it was crazy straight off the bat, 911. As soon as I realised it was 911, I thought the people who are doing this are really using, and this is when the day it happened, yeah, they're using psychology to attack us here, the terrorists. But I didn't realise it was an inside job then. So I was following the narrative then, and I thought that these terrorists are using psychology to attack us here. They actually did it on September 9th, and that's the 911. And not sorry, September 11th. I thought, wow, these crazy bastards.
Yeah, because it's not vaguely like that. Like, you don't have to blur your eyes or look at it long enough to see it's identical to it is straight up the towers on fire. But so if only we could learn to decipher all these like images and codes and their plans and their predictions before it happens, because we only know what fits where and what is actually what in hindsight after it's already happened.
Yeah.
If only we could get to where we could read it beforehand.
Well, there's a lot of I was saying this the other day. There's a lot of cartoons and movies and videos predicting the towers are going to fall down way before it happened. And when you go back to that, they were trying to call it out before it actually happened, but nobody back then was picking it up. I mean, there was some people picking it up, but there was like, if you look up, there's a compilation on YouTube with all the cartoons predicting in each of these cartoon episodes the Twin Towers always getting destroyed or bombed or.
That's right, yeah.
And back in the 1999, it wasn't a long time ago. They had cartoons from the 90s and mid 90s actually predicting this. So I don't know if anybody picked up on it or just like back then it was a different time.
I never picked up on any of that. You know, I just thought, it just took it as a general, just entertainment, basically.
Yeah, that's true. We all took it back. I mean, then that's like, oh, the tower's getting hit. That's nothing. But then when over the years,
have you guys seen the mask on the $20 bill?
I don't know about that, but
check the back chat there. Check the chat.
I was just sitting here thinking, like, I wonder if there's anything about what's going on now.
There's the mask on the 20. If you turn it upside down, he's got the mask on his face.
On the front or the back? Like, turn it upside
On
down?
the front. On the front, yeah. Just fold it in half, turn it upside down.
Oh, look at that, yeah.
Yeah, how about that, huh?
Oh, dude.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. That one freaked me out, man. I gotta say. I was like, what? There's a mask on the 20? Shut up. Yeah.
Wow, man.
Yeah. So yeah, man, they're messing with us big time. We know that.
Well,
That's what
yeah, of
magicians
course
do,
they are.
man. I think they just enjoy being magicians, man, seeing how much they can pull off. That's, that's their
flattening the curve. Remember that flattening the curve expression they had right at the beginning?
Oh,
flattening the curve. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shoot.
My wife ran out of the house. She runs out to my shop. She goes, "You got to see this." And I'm like, "What? I run in the house. She's like, she rewinds the fucking thing, goes, "Check this out, flattening the curve." And I lost it right there, man. I'm like, "You got to be kidding me."
Yeah,
flattening the curve. Ah.
I think Cut the Shit posted a video the other day that was about a guy saying that the earth is flat from, I might actually still have it. I think I actually saved it to hijacking quote flat Earth unquote, because when I clicked on it and I watched that one, then in my suggested were other videos where they're saying flat Earth, saying the Earth is flat, but they're not saying that the Earth is actually flat. They're talking in terms of economics, and this is the same thing that Rand Paul did when he was talking about a black swan. He's like, he was talking about economics, and even when they mentioned, like, I don't know how many times I've heard people either refer to like a black swan, flat Earth, or level the, see, what was it he said? Is level the something. I don't think it was the playing field. I think it was another term. It wasn't the Earth either. But anyway, it's in regards to economics. And I'm wondering, I'm like, why are they doing this? Why are they even using these phrases, this terminology, like to refer to economics? I mean, why? Like, what purpose can this serve for them? And the only thing that I can think of at all is like, if they put these videos out here, and if they put information out here that has the keywords like flat Earth in it, or Earth is flat, black swan, leveling, level Earth or whatever, then and they put the content out here, and all of our shit gets suppressed anyway. So it's like, you're not going to find our stuff right away. But if you put certain terms and there's no other videos with that, no other videos with those keywords, then it's like, it'll make it easier for you to still find your stuff, right? But if they have all these other videos with these keywords, or if they start producing a lot of content that has nothing to do with the Earth actually being flat, but they use the same keywords and the same terminology that we do, then when we label our content, I'm not saying our because I don't make content, but anyway, nonetheless, it's like when we label our content with those terms, and people search those terms, they're going to find their videos.
Yeah.
Like,
they're hijacking our expressions, aren't they? That's what they're doing.
Oh, they take a simple term that we use all the time, like the black swan is a good example.
Yeah.
And they'll hijack it, man. If you go type in Google black swan, you're not going to find Nathan Oakley's channel.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You're not going to find
something to do with the stock exchange.
You'll find the picture, man, but you're going to have to scroll quite a bit, man. I did it not too long ago, man. I actually did that with somebody, man. I'm like, let's see what we get, And
you'll find all kinds of other black swans, right?
And there's now they came out with this big article. There was a black swan in San Francisco recently that showed up, but yeah, it's obscured now. Or you're not going to find it.
They blatantly said this one. We're going to beat the pandemic because the Earth is not flat. That's what they said.
So how would they ever be able to hijack the term Earth is not a sphere? It's like, I don't know.
All right. Type in black swan in Google, go to images, scroll down. You got to keep scrolling. But you're going to have to expand that search. I think I have to I don't know. Let me try black swan flat Earth and see if anything comes up. How's that?
Yeah.
Let's see here. Flat Earth.
Well, and when Rand Paul mentioned the black swan, he was talking in terms of economics.
Oh, it comes right up, man.
It was right after he had mentioned
if you type in black swan flat Earth on Google, it comes right up. Boom. That's pretty cool. You can tell people, go Google it. Black swan flat Earth images. Find it right away. It's the first one.
Oh.
For me, now everybody has different Google research results. You guys know that, right?
That's right. That's true, isn't it?
But it did work for me.
What was it? Black swan flat Earth?
Yeah. You try it there in Japan.
Yes.
You try it there in Japan.
Yeah, let's see if they're honest over here in Japan.
Yeah, it's see what comes up.
Money's so worthless that people are making. It's like people are playing with it now. They're just making origami art.
Yeah, that's right. I've noticed.
But I'm gonna shout out the Psychic Traveler. He used to be Psychic Warrior. He used to be just fucking psycho. Mongo over there in the Philippines.
Yeah, where is that guy? Why does
Where
he
the
come on
fuck are you, man? Get your fucking Discord ass on here, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Come on. Please. All right. Enough of begging. Dude, come on. You grab a Heineken, click the button. Come on. Oh, we go way back, man. Yeah. Flatten the Curve is the name of Naysays. Flatten the naysayers, man. We're naysayers, apparently. We're not good. It's not good. No, that's cool, man. Type in Google search. What'd you get? Did you get something, Jen? What do you got?
No, not yet.
Black Swan Flat Earth images. Google search. First thing. First picture. Black Swan. Has a YouTube link. Goes to... It's called Destruction of Flat Earth. What? Yeah, it goes right to somebody else's pages using the... Whose fucking page is this? It's a playlist. From what? Whose channel? I don't know. Destruction of Flat Earth channel, apparently. But anyway, I'm glad it shows up. First one. Thanks.
My first one is Flat Earther learns
Yeah,
a
it
lesson
does.
about
It's the same
refraction.
for me. Same for me. It's the same one. It does. It's the first one. Mine is the same. It's the first one.
You got flat or refraction? Is that the one you got?
Flat Earth
Flat Earth learn a lesson.
Blueprint.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim
Okay.
Norton debunks Flat Earthers' arguments. Netflix is a joke.
Interesting. Yeah, man. They
Destroying Flat Earth without using science, part 2.
without using science. We don't use science around here. We don't like that. We just speculate everything. Yeah, thanks.
Well,
that's all we do.
Category error anyway, because it's like whether the Earth is flat or spherical is not even a science question. Like science is not a tool that you would use to figure that out. Anyway, so shows you what. Who is it, Professor Dave? Yeah, shows you what Professor Dave doesn't know.
It's got here. Behold, the #1 flat Earth killer.
See, how far do I gotta go before I find an actual?
That's hilarious, Jen, that they would come up with that, because isn't that what, like, Nathan
It's
Oak,
the reverse, isn't it? It's the globe killer, isn't it?
Everybody was
killer, not the flat Earth
globe killing with the Black Swan, right? That was the globe killer. Yeah. And now they just flip the script, man. That's what they do, man. They just flip the script.
Yeah, they really do. I mean, look. They've got here Flurp Swan, logical fallacy.
Yep.
Yeah, and then when I scroll down and I get past all the debunking videos, the very first video that says the world is flat is that Yale University one, where he's not even talking about the Earth being flat. He's talking about economics, and then it's one asking, "Does this photograph is flat?" No human has ever lived. Okay, that's Seekers. I know Seeker is a flat earther, so it took me that long to find, and I'm not even sure that it is one. 10 things all flat earthers say. So
Yeah.
I saw a debunking video for Glowbusters and all that mess, but no one video of Glowbusters.
There's more than 20 million flat earthers out there.
What?
I said there's more than 20 million flat earthers out there. Gotta be.
Oh, easy, man. It's probably 200 million, but you know.
Yeah.
They like to use, you know, the side effects from the new medications that they're giving everybody. There's only 1% of those are reported. 1%. I was like, what? What kind of study is this, man? You only got 1% reported side effects. Hello. Anyway.
So this may be an indication of what their agenda is, because MIT, like doing this and doing this, I've scrolled down. So it makes me wonder, like, does this video have like Black Swan or Flat Earth in it, where MIT has predicted that society will collapse in 2040? Okay, so I'm gonna save this because now I gotta watch it to see if they say that the Earth is flat, or talk about a black swan or some shit like that, you know?
The death of Flat Earth. The death of Flat Earth, Black Swan. Ah, that's a good one.
Cheek, isn't it?
Who the fuck put that one out, by the way?
Do what?
I don't know. I was just looking at the one that said the death of Flat Earth, Black Swan. That's funny. Anyway, good job, guys. You know, enjoy your lives. Be good.
Oh, they really are wishing here. The mighty Flat Earth Black Swan is laid to rest. R.I.P.
Come on, you gotta laugh at that shit at some point, man. You gotta take your you gotta have a giggle, and that's, you know, I wish those guys could come over here and giggle with us, because it would be, you know, it would be great. And I'm gonna keep trying to convince.
We'd start off laughing, and then we'd end up strangling them verbally.
I want you guys. You know, you'll have a much better life. Your blood pressure will be lower.
More spring in your step.
More spring in your step, and you'll just be a happier person, man. Get over it.
Your mojo, as they say, more power to your mojo.
It's, you know, it's not bliss or anything, but it's just better than where we were, man. Trust me.
Oh, it's bliss, man. It's bliss. What are you talking about? It's bliss.
Not every day, not every, most days, but not
bliss,
every.
Man. It's bliss.
There's a day I stubbed my toe.
It is bliss,
good, man.
Do you guys know who Jake Bird is?
Who? Jake?
I know Jay Bird. I know Jay Bird, not Jake Bird.
At the
I know Richard Bird.
He was at the Flat Earth conference, and I didn't even know that. Like, maybe I did know, and I just forgot because it's just been too long. But Jimmy Kimmel, I didn't know that the Flat Earth conference was shared or talked about on Jimmy Kimmel Live.
Wow, really? Well.
And here's another one. Looks interesting.
That's fun. It's just busting balls. Is fun. I'm fun. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. It's bliss, man. Bliss.
You know what? I'm gonna go bliss. It is bliss. You're right. But when we still have to deal with everyday life shit, Jen.
Yeah. We still have to deal with everyday life shit. Of course you are.
And it's distracting from our. And that's the position.
I'm empowered to take on that battle because of Flat Earth. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Smash.
Let's go. Let's go. And let's do this. And we got this.
We got this.
And let's have fun doing it. at the same time. And then that's where I'm at, man. Let's have fun. Because it is fun. It's not a pretend fun, man. This is a real fun.
Let's get jiggy with it.
You Globers out there, they like, oh, this is fun. I get to make fun of flat earthers. And like, no, that's not real fun, man. You're missing it. You're missing the boat. You've missed the curve, man. And you're lagging behind, man. You need to catch up and have some real fun on the other side, man. On the other side of that globe, man, is a beautiful flat earth that you get to enjoy, man, because you live there. And when you live on flat earth, you enjoy it.
On that globe, down is not down and up is not up. Come on, man. That's what I said. You want to go from the UK to New Zealand, you're not going down. But yet it's referred to as down under. So, I mean, where am I? What's going on?
They're saying YouTube created flat Earth.
Really?
what?
No.
Really? So what about Samuel Rowbotham then? What did he create?
Samuel Rowbotham, my friend. My friend Samuel Rowbotham.
A man of impeccable integrity.
What about Sceniac? Or
Parallax.
What about Mickelson Morley? Those guys?
Yeah, those guys.
Those guys that got cast away in the academic. They had thesis, man. PhD thesis, man. They got cast away.
They have thesis. Yeah, no, they have thesis, and they make coffee out of it.
That's the monkey
coffee. Anyway.
The monkey coffee.
They shoved them under the carpet, man. They put them out of the way. We could never find them. Yeah.
Mickelson Morley, Sceniac, all of them, man. There's so many.
I remember when I first discovered the Van Allen radiation belts, and I thought, why didn't they teach us this at school? If this is the case, why didn't we learn this at school? You know, if we have these belts protecting us, that would have been part of the lesson. It should have been part of the lesson.
Yeah.
I was really and truly shocked. I thought, wow, they kept this from us. They kept this from us. No wonder, because if we had learned about this, we would have known they couldn't have gone. You know?
Yeah, it's so simple. But and that's the simplicity. I want these Globers to come in here and just you gotta lay down your globe, man. Lay it down. Step into the real world and be a real human being, man. Stop your pretending and stop your Hollywood. You can still enjoy that stuff, man. I'm not saying you don't have to like cut it all out, but just be a happier person. Be a happier person, for fuck's sake, man.
Be real at least, because at the moment you're just lying to yourself and lying to everybody else. You're looking stupid in front of the Creator. Lying about his earth, you Wally. A contradiction to living. You're a walking contradiction.
You're supposed to question everything that basically, you know what I mean? Questioning everything helps us understand.
Everything, man. Great place to be.
We were there, weren't we? The Question Everything conference. We were at that one, weren't we?
That's right, Jen. We were there.
We were there, man.
Guess what, man? I questioned the Question Everything conference. That's how
we did, didn't we?
That's how cool I am.
That cracked me up, that did.
I took it to the next level, brother.
That's
and
right.
I was like, oh my God.
Make sure.
This guy's fucking taking it to the next level.
You got to question everything.
I fucking was outside the Question Everything conference, questioning the Everything conference.
Yeah, making sure every question was being asked. That was brilliant, man.
It was fucking, dude, I did not plan that. It was totally
It just happened, didn't it? It just happened.
Thing, man. It was one of those.
And then we questioned Mark Sargent to the hilt.
We questioned Sargent. We questioned Paul on the plane. We questioned Horace Speed. We questioned. Anyway.
You're a conspirator. It doesn't matter. We all know. Listen, I have a question though. It's a serious question. So I'm curious if these people put out videos that say the world is flat or the Earth is flat or whatever, but they're not actually like they're talking in terms of like the videos like I was talking about. But if they put their videos, if their videos are named that, like how do they distinguish between? Because he says it in his video too, like it's in the transcript and everything, like saying that the Earth is flat. Like he actually says it in the videos. So do they manually do this? Do they manually bury the flat Earth videos? Because it can be an algorithm, otherwise his video wouldn't show up. Like in some of the first, ones.
I remember recently
his video
looking.
saying the Earth is flat. So why is it showing up? And so it can't be the algorithm. They have to actually be manually doing it.
Yeah, well, they got those teams, haven't they?
Good point,
Sitting
Charlie.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, I like
got
it.
these-
Wow, you got me thinking there. Yeah.
They got these squads sitting there doing it. There are people doing it. What a boring job.
Yeah, it's a bit degrading of a job.
It's a degrading of a job, that is. Yeah. I remember looking at one Flat Earth video, and it was all about finance, the economy.
The ones doing it are probably the trolls that hang out in the YouTube chats.
Yeah, of course, because they've got to see the reaction, got to see if their work's working. Of course, they've got to go back to the scene of the crime. They can't resist it, can they?
I mean, yeah, if they're hiring people to like manually do this, like it would make sense. Like, how are you going to find all the Flat Earth videos? What a better way than to hang out in the best place to talk about Flat Earth, where all the videos get shared.
Yeah, I think I've seen clips and glimpses of that happening, in YouTube, on the YouTube videos. So maybe back into 2018, I think, 2019.
They're probably not.
Hey, I got a shout out. I got a little shout out in the chat here, man. I got a quick one. Catman Do says he's questioning me, and then
he's questioning you. I didn't hear him. Like, he needs to come in here and question you.
Yeah, come on in here and question me, man.
Can you do it, Catman Do?
Catman Do, come on in. I love you. Love you, Catman Do, man.
Yeah.
Who can go wrong with Catman Do, bro? Come on.
Can do, man.
I just want you to be.
Will do. Must do.
No, I'll question the Flat Earth. You bet your ass I will, man. He says question everything. You mean everything except the Flat Earth, in all caps, except. Hey, no, man. You go outside, man. Check it out. I promise you, man. I'll take you to the beach. We'll sit there. We'll hold hands.
We'll uplift your
We'll look out. We'll put our little toesies in the water and the ocean, and we'll look left to right. Let me look left to right on your spinning ball. 50 miles left, 50 miles right.
Yeah.
Show me that 7,000 foot of curvature in the middle, please.
It's a great stress relief, and it's therapy. It's better than psychiatry. I mean, look at it. That's just going to the ocean and putting your toes in the water. I mean, come on, man. Who
I
couldn't
like that
enjoy
name,
that?
though. Catmandu.
I do. I love the Catmandu. There was a song, man, back in the 70s, I think.
Yeah, it was. That's right.
Catmandu.
Catmandu.
I would play it, but we get strike for that, so I can't.
Oh, we get your computer will blow up if it's yours, and you're out of Discord.
Well, he asked us the question. Mr. Catmandu asked us a question. Wow, is every flatter danger? What? I'm not sure what that means. But
is every flat earther in danger? Was that?
Maybe he might have misspelled.
Oh, he's trying. Maybe he's one of them. He's one of them. Trying to scare us.
I'm just.
We've had a few of them go. We've lost a few recently, haven't we?
It says, "Wow, is every flatter deranged?"
Deranged. That's it. I don't know.
Really deranged.
Interesting,
Believing
man.
in a ball you cannot prove, that cannot be
Very
seen.
interesting choice of words.
Yes.
Deranged.
Exactly.
I think that's quite telling. The word deranged.
Of course, it's revealing, isn't it?
It's very revealing.
He's one of those that we were just talking about earlier on, that, you know, that are trying to bury the flat earth, and they come in here to have a look to see what the results are. Well, as you can see, the flat earthers are thriving.
Mr. Jin, man. Mr. Jin here in Japan.
Yeah.
I watched the most interesting video of a PhD therapist who has studied mass psychosis for 30 years.
Wow.
30 years. The guy spent studying mass hypnosis and psychosis. Wow. And it was fucking blowing my fucking head off, man.
Really?
I'll put the link in the but it's like an hour long or so.
Okay. All right.
It's something you can listen to. You don't have to watch it. So if you're like doing something else, you just put it on, man. And
background noise.
Yeah, you don't have to watch it because he's not showing slides. He's not showing any. It's more like a podcast kind of thing, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that suits me fine.
Yeah, it's a good thing to listen to for a few minutes, man. Maybe like an hour long.
Have you posted it? Not yet.
Hold on, I'm getting there. I'm going to put it in the... here, I'll put it right here. Here you go.
Put it in the live stream. Or you can DM me if you want.
Oh, shit. There it is.
Nice.
Oh, no way. No way. For real.
Look at that.
What are we looking at?
Sure enough. Like, turn the face upside down and the forehead.
So it didn't post her. I thought I posted that earlier. I must have. It didn't click over. I don't know. Anyway, right above that here is that video of the psychologist talking about how they figured out how to trick us all, man. You see the link right above the picture?
Yeah, I clicked on it. I'm just waiting for
Yeah,
it to
click on. Yeah. Check it out when you can. He's a professor.
Psychology of totalitarianism.
It's fascinating, man. Just listen to it. You don't have to watch it. Just put the audio on. Check it out. You'll have a better understanding of how they tricked all this fucking shit. And they did a great job. Man, these guys are swift. I'll tell you that, man. These guys
this
are
isn't their first rodeo, so
yeah,
nothing new under the sun. They've
guys,
got plenty of practice.
yeah. They've been doing this a minute. Yeah. Every once in a while, I hear an echo, like somebody's got a watch page.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be me.
Okay, cool, man. I just was curious.
Yeah, maybe when you're not talking, just mute. So
It's not that bad, Jen. It's not really.
Yeah.
It's bad for you.
We can put like push to talk.
Push to talk. Push to talk. Or talk to push.
Yeah.
One of those. Every once I hear it. Well, it's rare, but I hear it. Anyway, you guys are awesome, and we're figuring this shit out. With all of us together, I know we can rock this shit, and we're doing a killer job, and you guys are amazing, and I hope I can contribute something. And
I know I am. It's like I was wondering how long it was going to be before anyone ever realized it. But appreciate it, Flat Earth dude. Appreciate the awareness.
We've all done something. I put in a lot of time in this. I know Truth, Jen, myself, Leveless.
You know I'm joking, right? I was just being a smartass.
Chemtrail out there. Damok. Damok. Ugh. Damok is a linguistic gem. Linguistic gem, by the way. And my world would not be complete without Damok. And I'm glad he's back on here and hanging out. And
I tried to get him to do a flat Earth ad for me once, but
he did the Flat Earth Hollywood for me. I got him. Like, Flat Earth Hollywood. Come check it out. he was awesome, man. It was epic, man. I laughed so hard. But yeah, he's got the voice of a Hollywood movie premiere. You know? Come to Hollywood this weekend. Yeah. Anyway. Amazing. And Jen, always a pleasure, Jen. Always a pleasure, man. I like Jen,
your appreciation of people.
Jen is the Flat Earth cheerleader. And you have to respect the Flat Earth cheerleader, man. Nobody's going to be more cheering for Flat Earth than Jen, man. I don't think there is a person that can cheer better than Jen. He's the Flat Earth cheerleader, and his heart and his soul and his mind and everything is totally Flat Earth, man. And he wants to express it.
It's a Jim. He's our Japanese observer. So
yeah, he's over in Japan, but he's from England. And he speaks with eloquent, accent, an eloquent accent. And it's great pleasure to always hang out with Jen, man. Good times. He can hold his own, man, against anybody, man. I've seen it. I've seen him do an 8-hour session, man. 8 hours straight. Might have been more, but I'm giving him 8 hours. Where he did not back down. 8 straight hours.
8 hours?
Straight. There wasn't not even a break.
Wow.
I don't even get to the pits.
Hell, anyone that does that,
It
they
was
should get some
amazing.
kind of trophy, man. Because
It was one of the most epic, back and forths I've ever heard. And I
8 hours? Like where
Yeah.
at? When? What? When? Where?
It's on
Oh, over in.
PPC on a Hangout.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 8 hours. And the guy he didn't drop a beat, man. It's amazing. Anyway, it was a bit ago. It was a couple of years ago, maybe. But it was great. I'll never forget it. So much respect for Jen. Thank you. Then Japan, the Earth is flat. We're confused by straight lines. Truth. Are we confused by straight lines? Is that what's happening to us? We're confused by straight lines, according to Kathmandu. Man. Is that Kathmandu? Kathmandu says we're confused by straight lines. Oh my goodness. Straight line. If I didn't know what a straight line was, man, I couldn't build a guitar, man. I would have a hard time. And I wouldn't be confused by it because I know it's straight. Yeah.
It's just funny. I don't know when you tell me that that's what he said, that we're confused about straight lines.
Yeah.
I just laughed because it's like, really, this coming from someone who wants to call level curved? Like, okay.
We're confused by straight lines. I know if Jen could talk right now, he's probably doing laundry or something. I don't know. But
I'm
he
here.
was laughing.
I'm here.
Jen, we're confused by straight lines. We're confused.
Hito wa baka da yo. Baka no hito. Chiku wa taira da kara. Nande daro. Baka janai.
Oh, hot micing. Jen. Konnichiwa. Hot mic.
I was saying to that guy's confused. He's an idiot in Japanese.
We're confused by straight lines. It's amazing. I didn't know the straight lines were confusing. Straight lines are confusing, apparently. I did not know.
That is nuts. That is nuts.
That's news to me, man. This is why we're here, and we enjoy these beautiful moments like I'm confused by straight lines.
This is ecstasy.
Why are horizons horizontal?
It's that beautiful sextant. They haven't got a clue how to
Horizontal.
work.
You're talking horizontal, like the horizon kind of horizontal?
Why is the horizon horizontal? To
We're
me, that's confusing if we live on this.
confused. Yeah, they're saying we're confused when a sextant can never work on a globe, ever. You can never use the sextant to work on a globe, and we're confused. We only see in straight lines.
Heresy.
Yeah.
That is heresy.
Heresy. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is.
You are globe heretic.
I just wish they would come over to our, to reality and have some laughs with us, man. Because it is kind of fun over on this side, man. It's more fun. Trust me, man. It's way more fun.
Yeah.
I just had this meme picture in my mind, like someone with globe hair and a tick in their hair. It's like globe hair tick. Anyway, whatever. Just give it a moment.
Globe heresy. I love it.
Reality is so fun. I'm just telling these Globers, the reality is so much more fun. Come on.
Fantasy is just so empty, isn't it? Empty.
It's empty. It's not really there. You can't touch it. You can't feel it. You can't measure it. Can't smell it.
It's like the heliocentric model is like you're being told tonight you're going to have apple strudel, okay, as a dessert. Oh, okay, nice. But all you get is the smell. All you get is the smell of the apple strudel, and then you're being told you had apple strudel tonight, didn't you?
And
That's actually a good.
the smell of it. It's a fake. It's like a synthetic apples. It's like an artificial smell.
Put it over here, man.
It's smell
We get to eat the fucking strudel, man. We get to eat the damn strudel. We get to like savor it. We get to have a glass of wine with the strudel. We really enjoy the strudel where you're just smelling it. That's all you.
Smells like
you're smelling it through smell-o-vision. They're smelling it through smell-o-vision. Remember that. Smell-o-vision.
I just hope they realize someday, man. I got to go to bed. Love you guys. Carry on, man. Enjoy that strudel, my friends. Enjoy.
Thank you, and you too. Have a good rest. Come back soon.
I'll be back tomorrow, man. Sometime.
Don't let the nanobots bite.
Don't let that graphene oxide bite.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, my friends.
Wicked. Oh, that was good. That was. Smell-o-vision. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Yes. Your TV will get everything.
That's levels. That's levels to actually become an actual thing there, Jen. Because, like where they can manipulate your nervous system and all these sensories of your body with the monitors and the devices and the frequencies and shit. Like they can stimulate your brain to like tell you that you're smelling. Like you can literally have smell-o-vision now. Like I think it's possible. I think it's
It's right there. Yeah, I'm with you on that one. That's why I said it, because I remember a number of years ago they were talking about trying to, make a device that you can smell the products that they're advertising on TV, for example. I thought, what, smell-o-vision, really? Yeah, we can do that. We're here now with that. You're right. I agree. What a synthetic world we live in. Not pathetic. All right, pathetic, synthetic world we live in then. But when you're a flat earther, you get to rise above all that shit. That's the beauty of living on a flat earth, man. You just rise above all that crud and crap and confusion and fantasy into ecstasy.
kind of like roses sprouting out of manure.
That's right.
I'm in such honorary mood. I don't know why I'm so honorary this morning.
Oh, that's good.
No, I'm actually getting on my own nerves.
Have you had breakfast?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Ah, that's probably why then. Get some breakfast. Scrambled eggs on toast. Oh, that's a nice combination, isn't it?
No, it's okay. Not in the mood for it, really. It's got to be in
Oh, yeah.
scrambled eggs.
Yeah, I know what you mean there. No, I love it. Scrambled eggs. The way I do it, scrambled eggs with shrimp in there. Whoa, please. The garlic chucked in. Yeah, wicked flavour. And then pour it out. Nice bit of mixed Italian herbs. A bit of black pepper. Oh, and a balsamic vinegar just for a little bit of black. Wow. And then you devour that. That's a wicked breakfast. Yeah. Oh, fantastic.
I just recently discovered something that I absolutely love. Almost too much because I've eaten almost the entire jars. Okay, so I have this jar of bread and butter pickles. Right, but they're gourmet, so they have jalapenos in them.
Wow.
And they're like really spicy.
Yeah,
And
I've never had the pleasure. Never had the
I love
pleasure.
them. I love them. They're good, but I also have some mangoes in there. So I was eating a mango after finishing a sandwich, and with the sandwich, I was eating these bread and butter gourmet jalapeno, right? The spicy bread and butter pickles with the jalapenos. And so I had that with my sandwich. So I just used my plate and put my mango on it and was like, peeling the mango. And there was still like a couple pickles left on the plate. So while I was eating the mango, I just tossed it. And let me tell you something. Jalapenos and mangoes go great together. If you haven't tried it,
Wow. So that was a accidental kind of like a discovery there. Nice. Yes, if I ever get the pleasure, I'll try it. If I ever get the opportunity.
That sounds good as a salsa.
Mango and jalapeno salsa. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Then you have your, what's it called?
Nice.
Tortilla in there, and away you go. Yeah. Now you're talking, my man.
Now you can make your own product and start your own startup. I'm actually watching this Netflix series called Startup. It's wow. I didn't know how the world works until I watched that Netflix series. I was like, wow. But yeah, you could definitely make it for your own product. You never know.
Something you see on TV.
I invented a new sandwich here in Japan. I've invented a new sandwich. It's known as the toasted salmon sashimi sandwich. Whoa. and it's granary bread, toasted granary, and then you spread mustard, right? Raw spinach. Then you lay out, instead of lettuce, you can have lettuce if you want, but I use raw spinach for the iron. And then tomatoes, cucumber, sliced sashimi, covered with a little bit of sashimi is raw salmon.
Okay.
So it's raw fish. Sashimi is raw fish. The eating and consuming of raw fish, yeah. In thinly sliced, okay? Right. So we've got the raw salmon, place that on top, okay? Then more spinach on top of that, tomato, cucumber, and then the other half of the granary bread that's toasted, mustard on top, slice it into a triangle, and there you go. Sashimi sandwich on granary. Wicked.
Now, are you? What are you saying? Granary? Like, are you talking about like grain, like bread?
Yeah, granary bread with all the seeds in it. You know the granary bread you can buy it. Yeah, granary. Yeah, really nice that is, because there's a certain thickness to that, and it makes a nice bed for the lettuce and the sashimi and everything. Tomato, cucumber. Can you imagine that? Really scrumptious, and you just bite into that. Yeah, that is just mean. And that was my invention. Yeah, whenever I introduce it to my wife's Japanese friends, they're blown away. They said they would never have thought of that. I said, yeah, I'm a foreigner in your country. I'm a gaijin, that's why. Gaijin means foreigner. I said, because I'm a foreigner in your country, and I bring the Western style mixed with African, Europe, and I bring it here, and I put a new twist to the Japanese cuisine. Yeah, they love it. Yeah, my children love it as well. Toasted sashimi salmon sandwich. Or should it be toasted salmon sashimi sandwich? Yes. What's happened? It's gone quiet.
Yeah, that's what I said too.
Well, you just prepared everybody a sandwich, and I think nobody wants to talk with their mouth full.
Oh yeah.
That's right, boy. You better laugh.
Yeah. Created a chicken. I created a chicken ramen soup with nice chunks of chicken with carrots, broccoli, and sweet corn, and then you got your chicken. Yeah, now that is and then covered with sesame seed on top. Oh. Try that, and a boiled egg. Sorry, don't forget the boiled egg, cut into half and put on top. Yeah, that's another masterpiece of mine. I remember my wife preparing ramen soup for me for the first time, and I thought, wow, this is just way too salty. Fuck me, what's happened there? Did you brought a whole packet of salt in this thing? So I said, you know what? This is back in 2000, the year 2000. I said, right, I tell you what, let me cook it. Next time I'll make it. And I made it, and I just halved all the ingredients, and it just came out whoopee-doo super. And then that was my first Japanese dish that I made, was ramen soup with chicken, like I described it. Yeah, it was a success from the start. But I was always a good cook in England anyway, so that was my first dish, and it was like plain sailing after that.
Do you make your own noodles?
And no, I'd like to, but that's time consuming. That is time consuming to do that. You know, 'cause you got to, you know, and you got to roll it all out and then chop it thinly. No, I don't want to do that.
Yeah,
It's,
I don't
it's
know.
just easier to buy. Yeah, it's
I've
just
never
easier to
done
buy.
it, so I don't know what all's involved.
No. There's a lot involved into do that. Yeah, no. It's just cheaper to buy it. I mean, it's in abundance. You don't really need to do that. Noodles.
I would like to know how to make them though. That way, if
Oh yeah, I know how to make it.
yeah,
But
if
I
there was
just don't
ever
want to
if
do
I
it.
wanted noodles and I couldn't like comply with some bullshit or whatever, and I couldn't engage with society or participate with society, and
Oh
couldn't
yeah,
just go to the store
yeah.
and purchase noodles, I'd be able to make my own.
Yeah, you can make it. There's another one they called soba noodles, which is like the granary bread. You know, you got your plain bread, and then you got granary. You have plain noodles, and then you got your wheat noodles. Really good. That's a really good one as well. Soba. That's really
If it ever
delicious.
gets to that point, though, I don't think I'm going to care whether or not I've got noodles or not. I'm just going to be happy to eat whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
Find some baby snakes somewhere and cook them up. Those would be my noodles. Some worms or. It's like, hopefully it
Adult
won't
snake.
ever be that bad.
Chop the head off. Slice it down the middle. Slices and then grill the snake. Yeah, on a low heat.
Never had snake. What's it taste like?
No, I've had crocodile. I've never had snake, but I've had crocodile. Crocodile's nice. Alligator, but crocodile, beautiful. And I've had kangaroo.
Does it taste like a cross between chicken and fish?
Yes, it does. Exactly. It does. It tastes more like fish than chicken, to be honest. More like fish than chicken. Beautiful taste. And kangaroo as well is really, really nice. Now that has kind of like a chicken. What else can I describe it as? Yeah, the taste of kangaroo meat. It's like a chicken, beef, and goat mixture. Really nice.
Well, they look like overgrown rats, so
Rats,
I wonder
yeah,
if they would taste like rats.
yeah. I was surprised to learn that they eat kangaroo in Australia because the population of the kangaroos outnumber humans in Australia. You see, so that was a surprise. This restaurant was giving you the tidbits as to, in part of the menu was a little bit of history of the kangaroo, and that's how I learned that. And then I also ate an ostrich egg. I've had an ostrich egg as well. That was brilliant. Massive thing. And that
Yeah, I'd
shell.
like to have an ostrich egg.
Yeah, that's nice. That was at an African restaurant. And again, I was surprised to see so many Japanese in there enjoying it full swing. Yeah, my African brother was making money, man.
So what would you do? You just take like the ostrich egg and you crack the top of it off, so you have like the egg. It's still like the
That's
shell's
right.
still whole and the egg is in it, and then you just take your meat and you chop it up and all your different seasonings and you toss it inside the shell with the egg. Set your egg on a fire, and then when you're done, you've got like an omelet for
That's
the
a
whole
nice
family.
meal you got there. Yeah, that sounds good. Yeah, the egg comes ready cracked because it's such a hard exterior. They crack it for you and bring it to your table. But yeah, wicked, man. Couldn't believe that. Couldn't believe how thick that shell was. Really, like the thickness of your nail. Really tough as well. Tough.
Well, it about have to. You know, I mean,
Yeah, a tough exterior.
it would have to be because look how large it is. Like it would have to have that kind of structural integrity in order to hold
Yeah.
that much pressure from the egg. Like that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah. I was really impressed with the egg. And the outside exterior had all these tiny little divots in there, tiny little divots all over it. So it wasn't completely smooth like a normal egg that we have. This one had divots, little like indentations all over it. And I thought, wow, man, this is amazing. Nature. I was just amazed at nature. I said, here's an ordinary egg that I have that you can just crush with your hand, pow, like that. You couldn't do that one. You couldn't hold that in your hand and crush it. You would require a lot of pressure. You know, they had a special tool to smash it with. You know, crack it with. I think an ostrich comes out of that. I used to think, as I was eating it, I thought, wow, man. And I was asking myself, am I doing the right thing eating this? You know, because it was the first time.
What would be wrong about it?
I don't know. You know, I'm thinking of all those environmentalists at the time. It did cross my mind. Okay, it crossed my mind. Mind you, when I ate the crocodile, it was one of revenge. That's what I said to myself.
Okay, hang on a second. I gotta ask you a question because I'm confused. So, what does being an environmentalist have to do with eating an ostrich egg?
Well, you know, sorry, the animal activists is what I meant to say. Sorry, I misspoke there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the animal activists, you know, they'd be up in arms if they found out. I thought, you know, it just crossed my mind. But with the crocodile now, it was the opposite. It was like, because they eat man, so I thought, revenge. You know. And then when I had the kangaroo, I thought, I didn't feel bad because the Australians eat them. So I thought, okay. Because I did feel a little bit, wasn't too comfortable at first. Because, as I said, the animal protection activists out there, you know. So, yeah, I was in two minds whether to or not. But as soon as I tasted it, I thought, yeah, this is nice, man. Really nice. Interesting. Aha, crocodile, I'm getting a revenge. You eat us, now we eat you, huh? You know. But it did cross my mind, was I doing the right thing? I mean, I don't know what the population of the ostrich is, so that's one thing. Crocodiles they've been around for thousands of years, and kangaroos, yeah, large number. So I wasn't too worried. It was the ostrich egg was the one that bothered me the most.
Well, even I don't think that you're gonna eat them into extinction anyway. Even if they're not overpopulated.
Yeah.
Like I don't think you would eat anything into extinction. But seems like an ostrich, like the meat from an ostrich. I don't know why, but when I imagine it, it's like intuitively I feel like it would be tough, like just very tough.
Yeah, it'd be like turkey. It'd be like eating a turkey. You know what have you had turkey?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you think? I've
Yeah.
never had ostrich.
Yeah, it would be like turkey. Okay.
Have you ever had a turkey egg?
No, never had a turkey. Ah, tell a lie. Yes, I have. I have. Yeah.
So
Many,
does it
many times
actually
in
seem
Nigeria.
like an ostrich egg?
No. Well, yeah. When you boil, it was boiled, so it was just like a boiled egg, really. And what with all the sauce and everything on it, you know. Yeah, I had that. I had that in the 70s in Nigeria. That was the last time I ate turkey eggs. Would have been in Nigeria in the 70s.
Gosh,
Good.
you remember what it tastes like after all these years?
Yeah, because it's one of those things that you don't forget, kind of thing, and it's an experience that that I like to recall the things that happened to me back in the day, and yeah, I can remember that. Remember the moon landings were happening back then. Yeah, it was the first time that I'd ever flown in an aeroplane. Right, I'm in a new country. So many firsts were going on. I'm not going to forget that. No way.
Well, I remember as a kid, I used to eat squirrel brains. Grandma would boil the skull, and then we'd take the spoon and crack it and just spoon out and scoop out the brains and eat it. But I remember doing it, and I remember what the experience was like, digging them out and eating them. But I can't remember the taste of them.
I remember the taste, yeah. I remember the taste of fish brains. I used to eat fish brains, right? And in Africa, they say if you eat the fish brain, you'll never get lost on the earth. You'll never get lost. Because fish have a memory, and like the salmon and that, always come back to the same place. So if you eat the fish, you'll never get lost. So I used to eat the fish brains, man.
Do they, though? Do they have memory, or are they following, some kind of other signal that, a signature that the Earth gives off? I wonder about that stuff, too.
Yeah, no, it's a signature, of course. Of course it is. It's not memory, is it? Can't be. They've never been there before, have they? You know what I mean? How would it be a memory when they've never been there before? Exactly.
I wonder if it would make you smarter to eat elephant brain.
Yeah, because elephants never forget. I like that one. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Smart animals. They say elephants never forget.
What's that?
You wouldn't get smarter.
Well, okay, so I wonder if I don't know, man. It's like, maybe it would, who knows? I don't know. Elephant brains, aren't they really tiny? It doesn't mean the elephants, just because they have memories like they do, that could actually be an indication that they have very, very, very limited knowledge, because the reason we forget stuff is because we have so much information that passes through our brains, right? So if an elephant is able to remember and have the best memory of all the animals, or that we know of, right? So it kind of makes me think that they have very limited information that passes through their brain, so they're able to retain all of it, because it's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So maybe they're not intelligent. It is.
Well, I think with me that applies. That's maybe why I can remember the stuff that I remember, because I don't load my head up with junk. Do you know what I mean? I just don't do that. I just, So with that not happening to me, then I can easily go back and recall the things that happened, because they're there, vividly clear, and they're not being buried under unnecessary junk. I can honestly say that. Yeah.
Do we really forget?
That's a good thing, because sometimes a smell can trigger a whole load of memories, just one scent. Yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That is true. Especially when you go to funeral houses or wakes, you notice whenever somebody dies or anything, you notice that there's a strong scent associated with that person. This is why, when you come from those funeral homes or wakes, it's advised to spray some water or say a prayer, because they say those scents follow you. For example, a heavy musk scent. When you smell a musk scent out of nowhere, you know something is off. You don't smell scents out of nowhere. Especially for example, when you're sitting in your house and you smell a heavy musk scent, there's different scents, different energies. So you'll smell a blissful scent, that have like a nice spring scent. But when you smell like a heavy musk scent, that's not. Yeah, it's associated with. Could be when you're I'm not gonna say what it is. Like because I don't know.
But you're right though. You're absolutely right in what you say.
Yeah,
Because
those heavy musks. Yeah, heavy musk scents, like where you smell like an old man scent, like an old man cologne. Yeah, dead house cologne or wake house cologne, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, no, you're right, man. You're right in that. That is absolutely true. I remember when I was like 17 years old, okay, I was working as an apprentice welder, and we had a contract where I work to put in handrails at old people's houses. You know, they're living by themselves, but in order for them not to have any injuries, we're putting handrails so they can navigate going up and down the steps here. And when you go into these old people's homes, like you said, there's that horrid death kind of musk smell that you want to quickly install this thing and get out. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. What you said there. And here in Japan, for example, when people pass away and then they have this year anniversary of their death, they put these joss sticks in and then they fire them up and it smells it stinks in the house, but it actually comes out onto the streets. So you know that, someone's having an anniversary of death. You see what I mean?
Your culture, is that like part of your culture to have an anniversary, like a death date instead of like a birthday? You have a death date, celebrate it like every year.
Yeah, it's part of the Japanese culture. Remember, I'm an African, but in Japan here, that's their culture. That every year that passes by, they have an anniversary of the death. Of course, yeah. And they have a reunion. Everyone comes in, family, relatives, friends, and they do that. Yeah.
Yeah, people everywhere from where. Yeah, some people keep singing services. Some people hold anniversaries. I'm Hindu, by the way, so most of the things are like I can relate on, like, you know, whenever you do anniversaries or like, you know, memorials, you know, for your gurus,
that's right.
your guru, your guruma, you know what I mean, or
yeah.
But yeah.
The last 2 years that's been on.
They don't even go to the funeral because, like, once they're gone, they're gone. It's just, you know.
Yeah, a lot of people used to think like that too, because there was a lot of people that, like, you know, those type of people that used to not hang around too much, but you just saw like 1 or 2 times or 3 times, and that was it. And you don't know the person, so why would you go to their, you know?
Yeah.
And you don't know what's following you. Here's the thing: is I'm not saying, I know there's negative and positive energy in this world. And I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but you know what I mean. You don't know what's following you when you come back from those funeral houses or wait.
Yeah, I don't go into it.
You don't know what's following you. Exactly. You know what I mean.
No, what I said why not to is, why are you not a conspiracy theorist? Do you not believe?
No. I'm saying like no. I mean, there were some conspiracies that came true now. Like, you know what I mean. Like, I looked into the whole Alex Jones debacle.
Go ahead. I was just speaking at you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I know. I definitely know. Yeah, I know. I mean, I was watching Alex Jones and a couple other people that, I mean, some of the stuff he said was kind of predicted to came out true. So I was like, oh shoot, that was crazy. But yeah, heading back on to this, usually, whenever you smell those type of scents, it's like it really puzzles, because like, wait, I don't wear no musk scent. I don't wear, my cologne is like $60-$70 cologne sets. I'm like, wait, where is this? You know, and this is where, you know, these things could follow you. They could follow you if you're not careful. That, you know what I mean?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I'm just living my life, so you know.
You gotta live your life.
Yeah, I've been to funerals. I don't really hang on to the death thing because I know I'm going to die. I'm not scared to die, so I'm not worried about that at all. I just live. I have to live, and then I'm going to die, and I'm going to die a long time. Then I'm living, so I'm just living now. I'm going out with a bang, man. That's
you have to live,
especially what's transpired over the years with the flat Earth and bloody hell. 9/11 was an inside bloody job, and bloody they took away Kennedy, and all this stuff's gone on. you better believe I'm living. Like I said, I'm a helium balloon that's never coming down now. That's not happening anymore. I am not
Yeah, you gotta
following
live your
any of
life
the
to
rules
the
that they
fullest.
bring up. I will fight with every fibre of my body to put down anyone that's trying to force me to do something I don't want to do. It's not going to happen. No way.
Well, yeah, nobody should like force you to do or believe in something that
Exactly.
you know what I mean.
I mean, silly, you know what I mean? They're lying about, they're twisting the creation of nature right in front of our eyes, and the people are blind to this nonsense. Crazy. Now you've got your new Omicron coming to get you now. Oh, please.
Yeah, this thing sounds like Ben 10. You know, Ben 10
Yeah.
from the car. What the? This thing sounds like a literally cartoon, written in a cartoon thing.
So think about this for a second. Like the first one, they say that you have to wear a mask and you have to cover your face and you can't have social gatherings. You can't gather in crowds. So
yeah.
And then so this one, the second one, they're saying that you have to plug your ears. So it's like, okay, they're not gathering in social gatherings, but they're still able to communicate. So it's like a way for them to just stop people from hearing the truth. Just tell them they have to plug their ears or they're going to die.
I mean, they're playing silly games, you know?
Silly rabbit. Tricks are for kids.
Yeah. I mean, we are literally like herds, you know? You know when they go, yeah, and then the herd goes this way, then suddenly, ah, and then everyone's going that way. And then, what? And they're all going that way. You know the herd, you know they change direction. That's what's going on, man. Literally. I mean, look at the human race. Look at it. Look at it.
Really, a man always wanted power, man. Just imagine we lived in a society where, I mean, you know, I mean, somewhere on another planet or somewhere like, you know, I mean, where our society actually helped each other instead of like, you know, what's crazy? And this is prevalent in any society, any race, any religion, well, anywhere. There's people that want you to do good in life, but they don't want you to do better than them. And it's 100% like that. The hierarchy out in this whole world. People want you to do good, but as soon as you go do a little bit better than them, nah, they don't like that.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm not like that because I say to my children that they are better versions of me. I said, you guys are better versions than me, so you're going to go out there and you're going to
exactly
pull back. That's what I said to my kids, man. I said, you got two cultures intertwined into you. That's very good. I have one, you have two. Two is better than one. Get out there and make your money.
I would hope that people do better than me because if this world would be pretty sad shape if no one did better than me.
That's what I was gonna say too. They should like now people are coming to that. They're saying that now we should start pushing. You know what I mean? Like people are coming to realization to that now when they should have been doing that since thousands of years ago. Or but you know, like I said, different times, man. Different times, different hierarchies, different society. You know, I mean, nah, it was a strange time to be alive right now, right?
Yeah, but they're using that technology now to imprison humanity so they can dumb it down even more. That's what's going on now, man. They've really got it down to a fine art, predictive programming. You know, they're running with it, man. We're leagues behind at the moment.
Yeah, I kind of hope that suppression of, you know, I mean, you know what? Everything started with the suppression of technology, and with that being said, suppression of technology from, you know, I mean, not just from the U.S., but from all these countries. And this goes back, if you know, the burning of the Library of Alexandria.
Yeah, the burning of the
yeah, this goes way. You know what I mean? This whole if we as a society had all this information and knowledge, we would have been way more advanced in. You know,
definitely. We've stunted growth, arrested development. Yeah, I totally agree with all that. Yeah, we've been set back, man.
This is suppression, man. I'm kind of tired of seeing this suppression. Well, like, you know, you seeing, you know, somebody always be suppressed or censored or say, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm like you like that. That's why I talk about the subject matter a lot and help people to try and advance themselves. It could be as little thing as like, you know, reducing all the chemicals you come into contact with in your house. because these things you've got all your bleach cleaners. Well, that's a good one, but you've got all your toiletries, all your cosmetics, everything in the house, and on a hot summer's day, they're all giving off vapor that you can't see, but yet you're breathing it in and wondering why you're feeling poorly from time to time. But if you reduce all that stuff and try and get some fresh air into your life, as simple as that, it'll do you a world of good. And try and get into the mountains and breathe the air from the mountains. The mountain dew is medicine. It's cleaning your lungs, it's cleaning your blood. You're raising the pressure of your heart so you exercise. Just something like that, just to uplift, can go a long way for people. But, do they want to listen? It's up to them.
It's like I said, we didn't have the suppression, not just information and technology alone. I think the mainstream media everywhere would have accepted flat Earth already, instead of battling this narrative that, what, guys, maybe this doesn't exist. But had we not had this suppression, people would have been open. Look how many people are opened up to UFOs. The people are way more open up to UFOs than what you say with flat Earth, right? Or aliens. Like any day. And that goes to show you that, suppression of technology needs to stop right then and there. So, like you said, it really needs.
I would agree with you there. Yeah, I'm often thinking when they invent these new things, do we really need it? And then what's being replaced? Was anything wrong with what was being replaced? No. What's being replaced is perfectly okay, but no, they bring it in, and and it's like they're degrading it rather than upgrading. I think in some cases with technology, I feel.
And you know what I noticed too? I noticed about YouTube. I noticed that there's something reading our minds. I don't know how, but I tested this when I went to the YouTube app. I'm like, wait, I didn't search for this video. This video is about healing frequencies. I listen to healing frequencies. So, the healing frequencies that, when you do meditation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm like, wait, I didn't search up this video for like 10 to 30 days, so I wouldn't see nothing in my playlist. So all of a sudden, I'm like, wait, is my cell phone my cell phone or something reading my mind? I'm like, wait. Yeah, I was like, I felt stunned. Like, all of a sudden, I see the videos here. Instead of seeing cat videos or technology videos, they have some kind of mind reading device that they're not telling us, of course, because there's no way to be accurately.
Have you searched for them before? You said what? 30 days prior?
Well, I know this. Just 1 second. Yeah, so I know I listen to healing frequencies, like often, like 417 hertz, 432 hertz, all these different frequencies have like different effects. Like 417 hertz is supposed to, wipe out all negative energy just by the frequency it gives off. So yeah, I noticed that. Yeah, there was kind of reading my mind. I was like, wait, I did not search for this video or anything. I didn't know I was going to play this exact video, even if it's predictive programming. So that goes to tell me that they have some super secret technology where that's how they're predicting our next move. Because there's no accurate, like, for example, there's times when I didn't even have a working cell phone because I was out of a job. And I had a Wi-Fi phone, and I was working at a medication printing press, folding medication pamphlets for all medications. And my Wi-Fi phone, burner phone, only has Wi-Fi service. Ribelsis, this medication pops up on this Text Now Wi-Fi app. I don't know, man. There's something that's connected. They're connected to some kind of grid, or I don't know how to explain it, but they have some kind of technology that we don't have to basically predict our next move. Because I logged into my PC. I logged on to Text Now. I've been using Text Now for 3 to 4 years as a Wi-Fi calling app. and Ribelsis. So the paper we load on these printing presses that folds the paper to the customer's specifications, like it come on any size pamphlet. So I had my Wi-Fi phone, mind you, no working cell phone service at all. It's a Wi-Fi phone, so it's only connected to Wi-Fi. Go home, I see Ribelsis, and then I showed this other Discord server I was in. I said, "Hey guys, you believe me now?" And I took a screenshot of it. They are listening to our mics. They know. They technically know our next move. Since we're broadcasting everything.
I'd have to agree with you there. They have to know. They have to keep an eye on us because they want to know how far we're awake.
Yo, that's terrifying though, man. That's really,
just makes it.
That's
I mean, it's underhanded and it's cheating. You know what I mean? But then again, what do you expect from these scumbags? You know what I mean?
Of course,
they're the ones who're scared. They create the problem for themselves. Now they're scared. I'm not scared of them. That's for sure, because I know who they are now. I'm not scared of you.
No, of course not. Of course.
Yeah, but
yeah.
They're scared because now they got to protect their lies, their deception.
Yes, if you notice, things are coming. We're coming into a new dimension or something like that. Because it's like, you notice all these people that did corruption, they're all dying off one by one.
Well, yeah, but they're putting in place. They're putting in place technologies to imprison humanity now. So Big Brother watching everything's linked to this technology. So I'm getting this funny feeling that we're going to have to leave technology behind and find a better existence, or without technology. You understand what I'm saying now? Otherwise, you're going to be stuck in the system.
Well, if they do that, there's going to need to be something in place. Like, I'm a millennial. I'm 31, right? And I kind of already see where technology is going to be heading next. If you look at Elon Musk's Neuralink, you know what I mean, and all these other technologies, you were heading down a path where probably in the next 10 years, 20 years, they probably we probably even got a technology to do this now, but I could predict where you're going to go without you know me, where you're going to do without you even telling me, and it's
Well, yeah. I hope I don't. I'm not going to need. I'm not going to need that. I'm moving away from technology slowly, trying to reduce my dependence on it. Not that I depend on it that much, but that's me.
If technology was on like a clean technology where we had you didn't know it was listening and people listening to our mics. I mean, we still owe a lot of credit to that guy, Edward Snowden, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that guy came out.
Yes and no, because at the end of the day, I'm surprised he's still kicking, because if he was there's a question over his head still for me, actually. He whistleblowed, okay. He went to Russia. I mean, I wouldn't go to Russia. I mean, you could easily be bumped off. Fuck that. What would we go to Russia for? No, man, there's nowhere you could go, really. Where could you really go and say you're going to be safe if you revealed something that you shouldn't have done?
That's true, because why would you go to Russia? Because Russia's technically, isn't Russia like the number 2 or number 3?
Exactly.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I wouldn't be going there. I'd be bumped off sooner. It would be easier for me to get bumped off. I don't know anybody in Russia. I don't know Russian. Fucking hell, why would I be going there?
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point.
Yeah, that's why, and he's still there from Russia talking about, his situation. I don't give a shit now, man. Look, they're trying to jab us with this shit, man. For fuck's sake. Get out of here with that crap.
I really think this is all planned, man.
Yes, it is. It is. That's
like I said, everything is planned. All these people, the 1% or the elites, or if you want to call them, they get around in a boardroom meeting and say this is how they're going to have a depopulation plan. It's already been confirmed. It's already been confirmed by people in the connects, in the networks, that these powerful people sit around in this boardroom meeting and say, here, super secret location.
I'll thank Alex Jones for that. Alex Jones, and when he highlighted the Bilderberg group and the Bohemian Grove thing, I mean, that's where I learned all that, and I thought, people are actually doing this. Wow. This is when you begin to realize you're in a system of slavery. You just realize it now. I mean, it's clear. Build the Burke Group. And you look at these people, and they're old age pensioners going in. Old fogies going in, making decisions on the whole world. Do you understand?
If you think about that,
fuck.
You're absolutely right. Look, even in I'm in New Jersey in the USA. And you're right. Look, they have people working paycheck to paycheck nowadays, and it's like, yeah, you are kind of part of this system where you're just working for a paycheck, and it's like, and you're living paycheck to paycheck. A lot of people in the U.S. around the whole world are living paycheck to paycheck now. So they kind of want. They kind of I don't know how cool they could be, but they kind of wanted this to happen. Otherwise, we would not be in the state we're in right now.
Well, yeah. I get the feeling that, I don't know, they're pushing for a fight. They're prodding us, man. That's what's going on here. They're bored.
Yeah, if you look at
they're bored with the humanity not waking up. Do you know what I mean? Everything they've done, they've got away with. It's like the game's got boring for them. So now they want to wake us up, and they're going. I mean, they're literally beating you up in Australia. If you're an Australian citizen, you're getting battered on the head with a bloody truncheon. Yeah, just because you haven't got your mask on properly. You're
crazy, man.
You're a 70-year-old woman coming to the aid of someone else, and she's getting strangled by the neck and slammed on the floor.
Wow.
Yeah. Literally.
When new recruits go into the military and they train them to be good soldiers, that's what they're doing right now. They're like, the people are new recruits, and they're training them to be good soldiers to police, to police us.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. They're being trained.
Pretty much what they're going to turn right now. It's dividing the people, getting the people to turn against the people. So it's like training period.
Of course, they've been totally brainwashed, totally brainwashed that now we are the enemy. We are the enemy now. That's what it is. That's what they're doing to the soldier today, to the police officer today. They're being trained to attack their own citizens from which they came from. Yeah, complete good divide, yeah. The best thing we can do is remind them that, hang on a second, yeah, everything you have, we pay for. And do we not have the right to stand up and say, excuse me, we don't agree with what's going on? Do we not have that right? So we've got to take what they tell us to do? Don't we have the right? Remember, you signed to protect us or not? Or did you sign to just kill us all? Is that why you became a police officer or a soldier? Or did you become a soldier to protect your country from terrorists from outside and from terrorists within? Did you not sign that? Right, you better start thinking. And just because you become a soldier doesn't mean you don't have the right to think for yourself and check the orders you are given. Ask the questions. Why are we having to go and shoot our citizens or beat them over the head? What did they do wrong? You see what I mean? They don't think, do they? They just follow orders, and that's not an excuse. So, no. I'm glad I was in the military for a while. At least I can talk about it. I know about their training and how they brainwash you to kill. So I am a good man to remind them to stop and think before you act. Yeah? Before you go and kill children and other people in another country. That when you go into their house, they got Tom and Jerry, Captain America, and all your American stuff all in the house. But here you are blowing the house up. All right, they just don't think. Soldiers are just don't realise, if you want peace, put the gun down. That's all I'm saying. Put down your gun and you got your peace. Fucking idiot. The general is a murderer. That's what the general is. The leaders of the murderers. That's what a general is. Brigadier. Any of them mobs. A field marshal. They're just murderers. I was horrified to see the Japanese commanders, who is like in his 50s and 60s, sending 18-year-olds to be doing kamikaze. Can you believe that? And they have a little sake, right? And then they're off to kill themselves for an emperor that they've never met. Whew. Honestly. Yeah. No, you hear me shout against war every day of the week, mate. Totally stop that. Waste of money. Waste of lives. We haven't begun to live yet. Come on, I've had a good time of it, I'd have to say. Especially with the flat earth. My flat earth days have just been, wow, icing on the top, really. But I've had my ups and downs. But the flat earth is just fully up. Ups and ups now. It's not ups and downs. They tried to bring us down, but when you're a flat earther, you don't get brought down. You don't. You know what's going on. So you make do and make best of the situation. They try to cripple you. They try and trip you up. They trip you up. You pick yourself up, dust yourself down, and you move on still. They can never stop us now. So it's not ups and downs, it's ups and ups when you're a flat earther. Anyone listening? On my own, yeah?
Do what?
Yeah, you broke up there.
Yeah, it seems like Discord sometimes has like a glitch.
I heard what you said, Jim. Jim's anti-war through and through. You can count on Jim to be anti-war through and through.
Yeah. Yeah, you got to be anti-war. I mean, it's just totally opposite of living, isn't it? I mean, you're killing. You know, what gives a country a right to go to another country using your tax to go and kill someone else? Just mad, isn't it? Absolute crazy.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking like that kind of war. I was talking about turning the general population into soldiers to go against and fight against the non-compliers, right? The ones.
Well, yeah. That's like a war in itself, isn't it? That is a kind of war in itself. You see, that's right. That's how I see that. You know, they're creating a war within itself now. We are the enemy. The non-compliers are the enemy now. Flat earthers are the enemy. Anti-jabbers are the enemy. Like you said, they're training them to, brainwashing them to think that we are the enemy, and then they follow the orders without even butting an eyelid. That's how they can slam. I mean, how can you slam down a 70-year-old woman for not wearing the mask properly? I mean, how can you do that? Where this individual is completely lost now. I could never do that. Don't matter how much training I had. Unless the woman was actually attacking me, endangering my life, then I'd have to defend myself. And even then, it would be measured force. It wouldn't be like I'm killing my life's being threatened. I'm going to kill this person. You know what I mean? Not that kind of force on an old lady. Fucking hell.
I was just talking to a friend of mine earlier today, and we were talking about this. It came up. It's like they have cultivated it's literally a narcissistic world. There's more narcissists that I've never used to. You would have to go through. You'd have to look for one, right? Well, when I was younger, or at least maybe I just couldn't recognize them as easy as I can. Maybe that's the difference. I don't know, but it's like they have cultivated and breeded and brainwashed and manipulated and socially engineered a society that is full of narcissistic behavior, like narcissistic personalities.
Yeah, yeah. And then these particular security mob are emboldened because they're being told they're doing the right thing. They've got all the equipment, so they feel invincible now. But behind that is a coward wanker behind all that armor. He's just a shit cunt. Excuse my French here, folks. But that's what he is. If you can go out there into society and smash down a woman at 70, grab another woman by the neck, pin her to the floor. You know? I mean, come on, man. Where are we going here, man, with this? What's happened, man? Where's the oh, it's just nut. I just don't get it, man.
I'm not even joking. Like, if you go out and meet like a group of okay, so if you encounter a group of strangers and you get to know them, like, I guarantee you 2/3 of them is going to be a narcissist.
Yeah, you're probably right.
And then half of that 2/3 that are narcissistic are going to not just be narcissistic, but are going to be, how do I want to say it? I don't even like using the word evil because it gives different connotations, but like have evil, cold, or just plumb heartless. No heart at all.
Yeah. And then you have to think to yourself. Yeah, you're right. And then you have to think, where does that all come from? How do they get to that state? How? Because even me growing up here, I know I'm watching TV. I know, and I often remind myself it's only a program, so it's not real. I actually used to say that to myself, watching a film or a cartoon or whatever, Star Trek even. I even used to say to myself that, it's not real. Can they really go to space? We don't know. I used to say that to myself just to keep myself sane, just so that I wouldn't be affected by the telly, even though I knew I was being affected by the telly. I still knew I was being affected by it, but I used to say to myself, that film I watched that can never happen. Just try and break that kind of being brainwashed feeling. I used to make a conscious effort that from time to time, it wasn't a continuous thing, but from time to time I used to do that.
As a Glober, being straight out and honest, I do understand what you're saying, Jin and Truth.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, hello, Jazza. You're coming in very, very low, mate. The lowest of the low.
Sorry, is it any better?
Oh, that's much better now. Now you're dominating the scene. Okay, good.
I'll do Oh yeah. For some reason, Discord sets everybody's volume on 200%. I was like, my headphones were like.
Yeah. So yeah, Jazza, calm down. What's been happening? Are you now realizing that the Earth isn't a spinning ball in your helicopter? Because it's not rotating underneath your helicopter, yeah?
Well, no, because I understand why it's not, Jin, but
I don't know how you can understand how it's not when it's not moving at all.
Well, that's what I mean by I understand it's not. That's why I don't think the Earth's flat.
You understand that the Earth is not moving, then that's good. There's hope. There is hope.
I won't go on to explain what I just said, but you carry on.
There is hope. Did you hear that, folks? He knows the Earth is not moving underneath the helicopter. Good.
That's not what I said. Carry on.
Yeah, and then the lack of curvature that we can't measure speaks volumes, reverberates right across the flat Earth.
Well, not really, but keep going.
Well, come on. I mean, you've been around a long time now, and you haven't been able to, for one time in your life, can you present it? No, definitely can't. Can you, Jazz?
Okay, well, at the same time, Jin, you haven't provided me any evidence to think otherwise. So We should probably.
Oh, I don't know. You must be blind then, because if it's not rotating under your helicopter and you're not experiencing any curvature, as nature never lies, you've never seen. NASA's telling you. You have an organization. NASA's telling you you've never seen the Earth as a spherical ball for real, because we haven't got a real picture of it. Neither do we have a video of it for you to look at, so you can say, "Oh yeah, that's it." We don't have any of that stuff. But yet you believe it. You're on a globe. You have no evidence for it.
No. We've got plenty and plenty of photos. You guys just don't want to.
Plenty.
Here's the thing. Why I want to say something. There's a reason why NASA cuts off all those feeds and everything. If you look at all this stuff flying in space and so many entities and stuff like that, it's interdimensional. But there's a reason why every time they look at Earth, it's always a Photoshop-esque. Because we all know that NASA never came out. They never came out with the truth on UFOs, so they're not gonna come out on the truth on the flat Earth too. Let's be honest, because they did. They brushed out so much. They brushed out so much, like stuff from photo brushing. And people at NASA are known to like Photoshop all that stuff out. So, I mean, you got a great point, Jen. And another thing too is that's a great question. Why has all these satellites that has like capabilities to take like 100 megapixel like pictures and stuff like that? Why any of these satellites they can't like take an accurate picture of the Earth?
Check this out, Jazza. I found this. I didn't find it. Justin showed it. He shared it with me. Records of the U.S. Secret Service. And if you go on that page and look, you'll find this.
Oh yeah, that's cool. It's interesting as shit. I'm thinking you're talking.
Wow, nice.
Are you talking about the Homogif or? Oh no, records of the U.S. Secret Service.
Interesting, isn't it, Jazz? That they would have. Why would they have this, Jazz?
Oh, just like finding fucking dolphins in a cloud doesn't mean it's a fucking dolphin.
Oh,
well, I don't know about finding dolphins in a cloud, mate. That's another fantasy, mate.
Dude, Jazza, we could just measure the Earth.
It's not just like that, Jazza. That's a false equivalency.
We could just do that.
Oh wait, people have.
Yeah, they have. And why don't? Why haven't any of you started a crowdfunding to go to Antarctica? Because the going below this 60-degree south thing's a complete load of
Really?
bullshit. Yeah,
That's what you're.
Bullshit.
It's okay, Jazz. You know what, Jazza, for your benefit.
But it's
Why would I want to go to Antarctica? What does going to Antarctica have anything to do with measuring the Earth anyway? It's like you can measure the Earth here. You don't have to go to Antarctica to do that. Jen, you're echoing, hun.
But
I'm sorry, yeah. Let me do that now. Hang on a second.
Truth,
My
wouldn't you want
apologies.
to go to Antarctica to prove that you can't go any further than that?
I'm not so sure that if someone were allowed to go wherever they wanted to go, and as far as they were able to go, I'm not so sure that, like, I don't know. I don't know if you couldn't go any farther. I don't know if it gets warmer. I don't know what the deal is there.
No. It's still cold as fuck.
But however, it's not needed. It's not necessary. If I were going to do anything, I would go to the north. I would go to the center. That's where I would go.
Okay, well, that's a silly place to go, really. If you're saying that the Earth's flat, you'd want to go to where it's the edge.
All right. Well, some people, like different people, choose different vacation spots for a reason. right? Because they have different
Yeah,
tastes.
true,
Like,
true.
you think it's a silly place. I disagree. Like, for me personally, I think it would be one of the most interesting places to go to.
Okay, that's
But
cool.
I have no desire to go to Antarctica, and it's not necessary and it's not needed.
Can I have a mic check?
Hey, Roger.
Hi.
It's like, I was like, hey, and I started saying mic check, and I didn't, and then I went to say hi to you, and I couldn't say both at once.
Roger reading your Strength 5 all the way from the Netherlands.
Yes. Yeah, I bought myself some new AirPods, so needed to check.
I kind of think you were getting onto General Byrd because the reason why you said Antarctica, right? Have you ever looked at there's a interview with General Byrd going on talk show talking about how they flew over Antarctica, and then it wasn't snow no more; it was green. They hit some kind of like unknown part of Antarctica that wasn't like I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I have vaguely heard the television
I
interview.
saw that. Yeah, I saw that myself as well.
I don't ever remember him saying anything about green. Maybe that's
No,
what
but
you wanted to hear.
no, I'm saying like the. I mean, I'm trying to recall.
He did say it got warm. So
Yeah, he said there's a part of Antarctica where it has no. It's like it's above literally like 30 degrees and stuff, and it's like everything like you could see the land and stuff like that. That's what.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw the land actually showed in that video that you're talking about. They actually show bits of green where there's no ice there.
Yeah,
Land.
no, yeah,
much more land, much more abundant, like vast land and
Yeah.
way like vast resources, endless resources. Like you said,
Yeah.
you used a lot of very interesting descriptors.
But you guys realize that Antarctica is one of the most massive continents there is.
Well, it's not a continent as such, that's for sure. But if just to help you out, right, Jazza, 1 minute past the hour, I posted a video for you, which will take care and explain to you why it is we can't go there. It's the latest video from Flat Earth Banjo. Hang on a second, Jazz. Hang on. Let me finish, and then you can talk. Yeah. It actually explains to you and directs you to the legal bodies that are patrolling Antarctica as we speak. Okay, it's there. It's a 25-minute video. 25 minutes. You have a cup of tea, do yourself a little scone or buttered scone, sit down and watch it for 25 minutes, and you're going to be well in the know as to why you will never be able to go to Antarctica on your own with your mates in a boat. Okay?
Okay, Jen, you just said for me to listen to that, and I did. I didn't interrupt. And you just said for me to listen to that in real time. And I can tell you in real time now, I know at least 6 mates that when they come back in 3 months, I can go and have a beer with them. And one owns the fucking hangar that my fucking aircraft is in, and he's going to fucking Antarctica in a week or so. He's going to Christchurch, and then he's going to Antarctica. 6-hour flight.
Yeah, hang on a second, Jazza, but he's not going on.
Hang on. So you're telling me that 7 people that I directly know that are in Antarctica in real time right now are talking shit to me. Is that what you're saying?
No, Jazza, I'm saying to you that. Yeah, Jazza, I'm saying to you that I cannot just go on my own. I have to go through an organised tour. Yeah, you can do that, right? And this video points that out, that there are 2 tours that leave from South America and New Zealand and Australia. They go to New Zealand, from New Zealand to Antarctica, come back to Tasmania, okay? These 2 tours, and he gives you the name of the companies who organise these 2 tours. That video is really good because it's a really good insight into how we can't go on our own. If we were to go on our own, your 7 mates in a boat, not being announced, and you go out there. Once you get into a certain zone, you get to a certain zone, the patrols are coming for you, and you will be met.
Jen, do you know why they do that? Just take a guess why they'd do that.
Well, they're hiding something clearly, and they obviously want to.
Jin, it's because there's fucking about 3,000 people in a fucking massive continent that don't have the ability to save you.
And they care so much about us, they don't want nothing to happen to us. They just want to keep us safe because they love us.
Exactly. They don't want to fucking... Okay, truth prevails. I'll send you a link to a helicopter pilot mate of mine that got a bravery award before the first lockdown. In a blizzard, one of the helicopters he was traveling with fucking smacked into the snow, and he turned back around and stayed in the blizzard with the pilot and the Australian scientist that was in the back of the helicopter and saved their lives. And after he died...
Would this be in Antarctica, Jazz?
Yes, in Antarctica. I'll send you the fucking article.
And and mind the language, Jazz, mind the language.
Okay.
Remember who you're talking to, Jazz, yeah? Remember who you're talking to, Jazz, that's all. Just remember.
Okay, Prince Albert, whatever the fuck.
Mind who you're talking to, mate.
And truth prevails, I'll send that to you on the next... Actually, I'll send it to you right now. I'll try and find it.
Okay, so my question for you is, are you saying that when Admiral Byrd returned from Antarctica and then he used all these descriptors and told us about all this land and all these endless resources and like you're pretty much selling it. It's like if they were selling tickets, he was doing such a good job that everyone would have bought a ticket to go. Yeah, right, to go there. So when he got back from doing this, are you saying that they formed this Antarctic treaty with all the nations, right? So that people couldn't go beyond the 60th parallel because they love everyone. Because they got back and they talked about it and they're like, oh, we got to stop people from going here because so we need to start this treaty. We need the entire world to do this because they're concerned about our well-being. Do you really think that?
It's always been about like, you know what I mean, there's so much lost knowledge that we don't know that could be, you know what I mean, very speculated.
Do you really think that, Jason?
I'm sorry, reiterate that. I was too busy trying to find that article. Sorry.
Oh. Well, you were saying that the reason that they don't just let people go there and navigate freely is because they're concerned for our safety and they love us. So
yeah, that's why.
Like, okay, so does that mean that what you're saying is when Admiral Byrd got back from Antarctica and he was talking about all this land and all these resources, that it just hit them and they had an epiphany. They're like a eureka moment. They're like, oh wait, no, we've got to stop people from going here. Right, because we've got to protect them. So we need to get every nation of the world together and form this treaty so that everyone can work together, even though, right, some of them is at war with one another. But they're going to work together on this, right, to keep us safe because they want to protect us. So that's why they formed the Antarctic Treaty. We're not allowed to go beyond the 60th parallel because they want to protect us.
I know.
Do you really believe that?
They formed the Antarctic Treaty because it is the most pristine place on the fucking earth. It's in the middle of the Atlantic. That's why there's only penguins and seagulls there, because there's no land bridge for other mammals to get there.
With that, I can fucking agree with you. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
Well,
but
I disagree because he's saying it's a continent in the middle of the Atlantic, and
it is a continent. It's in the
it's
middle
not a continent.
of
It's
nowhere.
not a continent. No, it's not a continent.
Plenty of videos and pictures like that contradicts that, right? It's like it doesn't even.
Sorry.
It's a place. It's real.
Nah, they're definitely hiding something. It's definitely been speculated by the UFO community, flat Earth community, every community out there that there's some kind of lost civilization, lost technology, you name it. There's something that they didn't want to let the masses see.
Okay, dude,
because
so there's
there's
like
no way.
4, there's up to 7,000 people every winter in Antarctica over the last fucking 50 years, so why the fuck haven't they found that?
That's what. That's
Haven't
yeah,
found it.
that's a good.
Limited,
That's been
limited
Great question.
That's a good question.
Yeah.
why.
Well, no,
That's a
no,
very good.
You
question just
okay?
totally fucking wrong, you dumb fuck.
No, oh wait, mind yourself. Wait, do you want to get muted? Do you want to get kicked out of here, mate? Do you want that? Because you always seem to be crying when you're not in here. Do
Like I
you
said,
want that?
there's something that they don't want us to know because listen, I mean, you could be right too, Jazz. I'm not saying you know, but there's something that they're just trying to suppress the masses. That I mean, there has to be something out there that they don't want us to know. Even if it was that, I mean, there's something out there. There's some kind of holy grail.
Well, regardless, like we can't go there, right? You and I can't go there and verify anything of what we think or spec. However, it's like, it blows my mind. Like you really think that they formed the Antarctic Treaty because they care about us and they want to protect the land.
Ridiculous.
They want to protect the ice. They want to, not even land. It's like
No.
they want to protect the ice.
Yeah, they're protecting it from us. They're hiding.
That's all I'm going to say about it. I just wanted to know,
Okay. First of all, he said it's in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean.
right? And it's not.
Right? I don't know where he came up with that idea. Second of all, if he's got like 7 friends that are in Antarctica, I'm pretty sure he could have paid them, a couple $100 or whatever to give him like 3 days of footage, right, of the midnight sun because flat earthers haven't accepted a video yet. And he would love to prove us wrong for a couple $100, I'm sure, especially if he makes as much money as a helicopter pilot does. So whatever it would be worth to pay, hey guys, could you just send me some, 72-hour sun footage? Right? Should be really easy.
Actually, Jason Conda promised back in March this year, that he was going to get his friends to make a video. That's what he said. He was going to get his friends. I'm still waiting for that video now. And that was March this year. He said he was going to do that. And I'd be very interested as to whose helicopter they're flying. What, they took their own helicopters down there? What's going on now with the helicopter fucking shit?
No, Jin.
In a blizzard.
Jin, I invited you over to come to New Zealand, and I will take you up to altitude to prove to you that there is a pressure gradient.
Well, talking about something totally different to what I just said.
And
24-hour sun, you promised.
You're welcome to come over as well.
You promised.
Please do.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Pressure fills the container, my friend. There's no gradient. There's no gradient. It's the pressure fills the container. It remains in constant pressure.
See, hockey puck. That's why you're dumb as fuck.
Oh, really?
Okay, Jazz, let's keep this civil. Like,
Really?
we need to stop.
Pressure fills the container. Why would you?
And everybody's been talking to you with respect. So can you just keep it chill?
I know truth.
Why? There's no gradient. Either it's pressurized or it isn't. There's no gradient in between. There's no gray area. This gradient is a falsification of the what you interpret of a mass that sucks everything around you, and that's where you built the whole premise on.
Okay.
No, don't come down, man.
Hockey puck. I'm not going
You want to come down? You want to come down this bowling alley? I'll roll you over.
Yeah, and I'd love to get you arrested.
Well, let's go.
Oh my God, guys! Can we not just have a discussion? Can we not just talk about it? Do we have to really start?
Yeah, truth.
So we were additionally going back on the point where that saying that nobody's not allowed in Antarctica, right?
Which is completely false.
Okay. So if there's so many communities out there that agree, look, I'm from a UFO community. I'm a part of this flat Earth community. So there's 2 communities agreeing on that there's something going down in Antarctica, even if you're right. There's something bigger that we don't see. There's something that
take what you need. You can't take enough supplies to be able to even do anything, and you can't freely navigate. So to tell you where to go, when to go, and how to go.
Okay, and in saying that, and just what you were just saying, sorry, was that you just saying, Richard?
Yeah, I was saying that like there's something bigger that like they don't want to show us, or suppression. I was telling Jen earlier, there's a thing called suppression of technology that's been going on since the dawn of mankind. It's always been suppressing the masses of technology, knowledge, information. We have all this technology, but you guys can't really measure the diameter of Earth, right? Didn't Jen, wasn't you saying that earlier, where they said that we don't have the technology or something like that to accurately measure? Yeah,
that's right.
So we don't even know. This is what I want to know. What's really? I mean, I did some research on my own. They said how they're taking these steam weapons and de-icing all that ice, and they're finding these underground structures or this lost ancient civilization. That's why there was this part of Antarctica that had you see these people in these suits with these steam guns, and they're just melting all this ice with these steam guns and stuff like that. And I was like, wow. I think there's an article on Google somewhere. But definitely, man, there's something in Antarctica they do not want us to know, man. Take it from both communities, man. Take it from the UFO community and take it from the flat Earth community as well. Just be open to it,
Yeah, but
Right.
dude, seriously, there's things I'm open to, and there's things I'm just not. And one of them,
right.
And one of them is the crazy shit that you've just said. It's like, where the fuck did you hear that from?
Didn't you hear that you had to clean up your language or not? I mean, did you not hear that? No. What part of that don't you understand, Jazz?
Jen,
yes,
we can all start effing and bliming, but then it gets into a crap show. Now, do we want to go that way? Can you not just speak English without the epic word? Can you not do that?
He did. I don't think he said that. All he said was shit, Jen. Or maybe I missed it. I don't know.
Hey, Jen, all I'm saying is that it may be where I come from, but if I'm not effing and seeing everywhere with no reason, if it's in context, then it's okay.
As far as I'm concerned, it's rude. Clean it up. I can swear like that all day long, but it's not. It does not make a good conversation, does it?
Hey guys, I got some information.
You never meet yourself, so.
Well, I want to address you thinking that what he said was crazy anyway, because all he said was that they're hiding, that they're not telling us everything. There's definitely something there that they're hiding. Right beyond
definitely
point or in certain locations. Like, why is that so crazy?
There's.
I was asking Jazzo why he thought it was so crazy. Why is that so far fetched? Do you really think that they're telling you everything? Do you not think that they hide things from us? As a people?
Well, if you really think about it, let's just take.
Well, I mean, it's just an easy yes or no. Do you think they hide stuff from us, or do you think they're absolutely 100% honest with you?
Well, let's make it easy, yes or no.
Yes or no, Jess? Yes or no? Just yes or no.
Do they hide things from the general population?
No, they don't have any reason to.
Okay. Well, that's your viewpoint. That's what you believe. I just wanted to understand that.
Yeah, I gotta speak on that. I gotta speak on that for a second.
I can explain that, which he won't because he can't.
Hank, go ahead.
I've been listening to you talk for a minute, and I gotta say that to think that they don't hide stuff, you would have to have never read a FOIA request in your entire life. Because every time there's a FOIA request, there's always this redacted part. And, I ain't got nothing against that, right? Let's say that they redact something to do with national security that would put our troops in danger, right? Some top secret stuff that, excuse me, bro, excuse me. Yeah, so to think that they're just going to tell the location of all the troops so the enemy can kill our troops, just so they put the truth out there. Because why would they hide that kind of information, right, Jonathan?
Yeah, he's kind of right on the Freedom of Information Act, right? The FOIA requests.
Have you ever read a FOIA request? They don't give you everything, right? Do you think we got the 12 minutes of missing tape from the Nixon tapes? Do you think we got that? Do you think is that in a museum somewhere? Nah, bro. They covered that shit up. The 12 minutes of the missing tape during the Nixon administration, right? Who knows what was on it? Could have been something to do with Kennedy, something to do with NASA lying about going to the moon. Who knows? Nobody knows, right? Because they hid it from us.
I mean, yeah, got a point on that. Look even to the astronauts that went into the moon and stuff. There's so much. They say all our data has been wiped out by cosmic radiation telemetry data. Would you believe that?
No. They tell us that it was either thrown away or copied over, the telemetry data.
There's so much to that. Like, I don't even. So, I mean, there's even like a release edited footage that was edited out of what they released to the public, but it was discovered later and it was released where they were they darkened the room and they put a cutout piece of cardboard over the window to make because the Earth was like, you could see the Earth because they were just in low Earth orbit. Like, they were just high up in the atmosphere, right? Maybe not low Earth, but they were high up in the atmosphere. They weren't in space. But you could see the entire Earth. It was flat, it stretched out. And they had this cutout piece of cardboard. They put it up over the window in the shape of what they wanted, like, to depict the Earth to look like from a far off distance to us, right? That they faked it. They darkened the room and put a cutout piece of cardboard. And not only that, but Universal Studios had already had using for their logo before they ever even claimed that they went to the moon. And do you really think that the president was talking to them while they were on the moon on a corded phone? Like, there's just so much.
And Nixon. And the president was Nixon at the time, right? And their best friend was Walt Disney. And Kubrick. They're all pictured there, these Nazis, all there, walking there, hand in hand, best buddies. Come on, man. Right? Sorry.
So, Richard, you think they went to the moon, Richard?
No. Here's the thing, I mean, to say we lost that technology to go back to the moon, that's a big, like, a reverse moment in human history. Because they had this technology in 1960s, and out of nowhere, we can't go back to the moon again. I mean, we have way better technology than we had in 1960s, but there's something up that, I mean, the same thing with Antarctica and all these other things, we're not being told.
Even staunch Globers will deny the moon landing, man. I mean, you put it correctly. We have all this technology, and people still think they couldn't have faked it, right? They couldn't have faked it in a studio. Whilst we have all this technology now, right? But those days they couldn't have faked it, right? Using miniatures, stop motion.
Yeah, and the grainy screen and the public propaganda and the whole agenda that they built. That's what they did. They made a miniature model with on our heads and they planted an idea in our brains of what a globe should be. I remember they did to me in elementary. I was like, man, I just figured out my country. I was like, I don't think I can do this globe stuff. I remember my first feeling about it. I was like, and the first plane run I went on, I was like, man, I didn't see the curve. He's like, well, you didn't get high enough, son. I was like, man, I've been so high in my life, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out. But
so there's 3 ways to lie, according to the court. right? You tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. The first is an outright lie. The second is a half truth, right, where you admit lie by omission. And the third is nothing but the truth, where you add stuff that isn't true, right?
Yeah, but
So
yeah. So yeah, carry on.
to say that the governments aren't lying, right, and they're not holding back stuff. I mean, who would even say that on a live stream? I mean,
Yeah, I don't think he wanted
if you
to. I just don't think he wanted to address the fact that he needed to investigate. I think he I have a hard time believing that when he said that he literally that he truly believes it.
Oh,
He jumped out. He jumped out because, of course, we're gonna put his feet to the fire, and then he jumps out. Right?
But please finish, Hank, because I know you had more to say. I was just letting you know that I don't believe. I have a hard time believing that when he said that he meant it.
well, I mean, he just pretty much expressed to everybody in the server that he has a severe form of psychosis, where he trusts the government. He trusts the government like blind faith, like they would never hold anything back from me. I'm Jazz Conda. They tell me everything. My government tells me everything before I wake up in the morning.
Yeah. That's why they part their hair and say, "Yeah, you're a good boy." Yeah.
Yeah. So and this is now, right? Our Minister of Health is holding back information that is what. So we also have this kind of act of freedom, Information of Freedom Act, right? We have something similar. So you can ask for the documents, right? And then they have to give you. But now they tell us, well, no, we are so busy doing the current thing that we can't give you the information, right? So they're doing all these procedures and new laws and whatever they need to do this last 2 years, but they won't give the information. They're hiding it.
They're
gonna hide it.
That whole system is just it's so disorganized. It's organized.
And then the judge came along.
Yeah.
This year, the judge came along and he told the Minister of Health, well, you need to release that information. And he told, no, I'm too busy. So he's denying a judge ruling.
Wow.
So, yeah, government hides stuff.
Yeah,
No,
there's
guys.
stuff that we don't.
Jazz Conda believes that the government has no secrets. How could they? Why would they need to?
Yeah, that's like Project Paperclip, Project Bluebeam, MK Ultra.
Every war that ever started,
and
and
the Kennedy,
all these
Kennedy
secret
files,
projects,
the Kennedy files,
all these secret
Kennedy
projects are
files
going
that
on.
they were supposed to release 2 years ago. 2 years ago, they were supposed to release the Kennedy files, and they never did.
They never did, yeah. Because, like I said, you know what I heard? They were saying that Marilyn Monroe from Stephen Greer. I don't know if I heard this from Stephen Greer or somebody. I don't know. They said that Marilyn Monroe knew that she was gonna expose the expose on UFOs, and they had to eliminate her. Or they call it wet works. Supposedly,
How would Marilyn Monroe know this? How would she be privy to that? It's a wild one, isn't it?
They said that Kennedy must have told her, and she wanted to blow the whole lid off this whole thing. And I think it was Greer that told this story, because Greer has some redacted information. Dr. Stephen Greer, like Kennedy had told her that she wanted to blow everything, and then the next couple of days they had to either make a severe decision because she was going to blow the lid off the whole. And back then they were in secrecy.
She didn't seem that type. She didn't seem that type of woman that would want to do that.
Correct, but that's like one of the theories that's out there. That
Yeah, it's a wild one. I think that's a wild one. Like trying to ride a wild horse with that one, mate. I couldn't. Nah, I've been thrown off of that one. Sorry, UFOs. Nah,
It's funny, right? Because when they told us we lost the technology to go back to the moon and it's a painful process to build back again, they never had that technology, right?
Exactly. They never had it in the first place. Fucking cheek, excuse my
Pretty easy to lose it when you didn't have it.
Yeah.
I mean, they're saying too that they've been gifted, or they could have been saying that, or they've been gifted this certain technology by certain races or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that's the reason why you guys can't go back to the moon.
So the current iPhone is like 10 times, 100 times faster, better than the computers they used back then, right?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
They told us they told us we had to be careful because, or else we would have punched through the aluminium walls of the LEM.
What?
They couldn't run it. They couldn't run it at Earth's air pressure. They had to run it at low pressure as well because of the thickness, how thin that aluminium was. Yeah, less than 2 millimeters thick. Less than.
Oh,
that is
the
thick.
lunar lander. That thing.
Yeah, the lunar excursion and the command module as well. And the command.
That coat hanger and tinfoil. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah. That's their specs.
In Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong were sitting next to the engine when it landed.
Serious?
He was landed. Nothing. Sitting next to the bloody engine.
I'm looking around the moon. This is where I'm going to sit.
Kicking up some dust.
Yeah.
Right a little bit. Kicking up some dust. Right leg down.
But nothing under the legs. Nothing left under the legs. Oh no.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Here we are. Hey, bring it out there and wave the flag around a couple times. Beep, boop, boop, boop.
And then the funny thing is, there isn't a picture of Neil Armstrong on the moon, by the way. There isn't a portrait picture of Neil Armstrong on the moon. There isn't one. It's all of Buzz Aldrin from that Apollo mission. All right.
They said that initially they've been warned off by other species not to go back on that moon.
I have that.
That's the reason why they never went back to the moon. Because
I heard that one.
Supposedly that these species saw that we humans are a warfaring, power-hungry civilization. That look how we treat each other on Earth. You think we're going to treat each other good on when we land on Mars? Hell no, we're going to be probably worse. Even if we have good technology, we're still in demand of power. You know what I mean? So those higher dimensional beings decided, nope, you guys aren't allowed back on this moon or in space for that matter.
Yeah.
Because look, we can't even get look. You look at this Discord, we can't even get along with each other here. You think we're gonna go get along on Mars?
Yeah. How are we going to get along on the moon if we can't get along on the Earth?
We can't even get along. Yeah, like I said, mankind is a power. We're war-fearing, power-hungry. We're like, give me money. You know what I mean?
That was a take on Gus Grissom saying, how can we talk between two buildings? How are we going to go to the moon if we can't talk between two buildings? All right? That was my take on that one. How can we get along on the moon if we can't get along on the Earth?
Yeah. On the Earth, yeah. That is so true, man.
Yeah, man. And when we're still killing for freedom, we're so free we can kill for freedom. That's how free we are. We're very free.
If I was to go back in time or go forward back in time and listen to all the wars all the powers. Wow. And then you could be like, well, now you know why we're probably not even allowed in space at this point.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we're gonna
go
do the
back
same
in
thing.
time and meet
What do you think Elon
the
Musk and Jen?
arseholes. Yeah, sorry. If you go back in time and meet the arseholes who created this nonsense, man, you'd see they're all cowards, every single one of them. And yet they've perpetuated this mad system we're living in.
Yeah, there's gonna become a day where, but I have to say though, I've been seeing progress, in this new day and age that we're going into. Like, it's like we're stepping into a new dimension. I feel there is progress now. I feel that. You know what I mean? There's in the right direction now. It took some time to get the ball rolling, but now the ball is rolling.
Yeah. It's definitely rolling. Slowly,
Yeah.
but it's rolling. Yeah. You know, we've got the power, man. Look at the panic there. Look at they're in panic mode at the moment. You know, absolutely flat Earth. Wanting everyone to get the jab because we've woken up to the fact that the jab is just a hoax itself. So now they're panicking. It's a cartel in panic mode. We've got to get everyone because we're losing billions. We're going to lose billions.
Well, and that's neither here or there, right? And you got into the depths and the levels. Yeah, people. Yeah, those multimillionaires are losing billions. That's who runs this fucking shithole, right?
Yeah.
Kicking curse,
Multi-billionaires they are now, aren't they?
kicking curse and bitch and and we do what we can. Get enough of us together. Like, you get one crack and can make a crease, and the crease can penetrate the whole fucking dam.
Speaking about damn, whatever happened to that hole in the ozone layer?
Oh yeah, that was a good one.
Oh yeah.
Whatever happened to that?
That's a good one as well. Yeah, what happened to that?
Because they used to cover that story back in the 90s. I remember when I was like,
apparently it repaired itself. We lowered the emissions and it repaired itself. I remember.
That's Wait. They said
that's what I heard.
Well, see, the truth is, in the 80s, women were using lots of hairspray, right?
Yeah.
If you go back and look at the photographs, well, apparently, they didn't want to blame it on the women, right? Because this era is the era of, the woman, right? She can't do no wrong. So they don't want to come up and say it, right?
Yeah.
Must have been it.
All those CFCs, man. All those.
Yeah, I remember that. The CFCs, man. I remember I stopped buying deodorant and that because of it. I stopped instantly.
I stopped drinking out of a garden hose maybe at 10. Man, I drank out of a garden hose. You know what I mean? Man, we did those things.
Yeah, people used to drink out the.
It happened. Yeah. It was good times. I used to get mad at a guy that worked with these, like, hey, man, how's it, what was it like growing up in the 80s? Like, fuck off, man. It was the best decade. It was the best decade, man. We had those jammer shorts and fluorescent colors, and Beastie Boys came out, and
wasn't the
Run
rompers?
DMC, and like good music came out in the 80s.
Yeah.
Pretty pimp.
Yeah, I'm a '90s baby, man.
Two Live
But the
Crew,
'90s, the
Two Live
'90s was good
Crew,
though.
Eazy-E, NWA, 90s
Yeah.
kid. Yeah. Well, you know.
Yo, the '80s and the '90s, like I think the Gen X, the people are in their 40s, and the people in my generation, and the millennials are like 31, like in the 30s. Like we're the last
There was
generation
some really
to
good
say
stuff in
that.
the 60s as well.
Yeah, oh, yeah. No, but I'm just saying, like our generations are technically the last generation to say, "Hey, we had a good childhood growing up."
Oh, it's amazing.
These generations that's coming up, they can't say that now.
Man, anything after this year, whatever we're in, 2020, my kids grew up like 20 years ago. So they got a piece of what reality is. These kids now in 2020, man, my kid had to graduate this last year. It was like a drive up graduation, well, you know, whether it's a big deal to you or not or whatever, right? But it's different. It's different.
Yeah, it was a drive-through.
You know, yeah, it was a
Drive-through
graduation, man. It was ridiculous. I had a big old truck there with a big old horn, and I honked it, and you know. What do you do, man? My boy, he's graduated. Oh, I was proud of it, but you know, but that's the reality. And you see a child there, and you're going to Walmart. I don't know if it's like that where you are, but you see a child, and they're just trying to be a good kid, man. This poor little child, they're just trying to keep her. I could just imagine what she, you know, oh, I got to be a good kid. I got to keep my mask up. She tightens up in front of me. It's like, I mean, used to be people had bad breath. Remember smelling bad breath? You probably haven't smelled bad breath in over 2 years. You always have that one guy you work with, that badass, stinky ass breath. Or that auntie or that grandma or whatever, right?
Hey man, just give it
that.
coworkers.
You haven't smelled that in 2 years. He was like face talker guy. He'd be like, right in your face, European feller. God bless him. And fuck, I was so happy I was wearing a mask in front of that saliva spraying man.
Nah, see, take this power brush and go and take this power brush and go in the bathroom.
Right? It's good and bad. Depending what your environment is, this right? In this environment, nobody wants to get sick. It's all bullshit. But whether it's fun or not, and that being bullshit, and this being bullshit, and testing over. Hey man, I saw a good video on Dan Pratt. Dan Pratt, there was a fucking sweet video. Somebody uploaded a classic of it. We got some bad hot bacon. Woo. I know I'm not that interesting, but
oh my.
Saturday, man, making some soup or what?
No, I'm at my car and opening the doors. So
Yeah. You know, hope it's not minus anything crazy.
Yeah, you might want to put some lubricant on those hinges.
There's some
squeaky hinges.
Yeah.
Make a whole ton of noise. They make a whole ton of noise when you come from work. You're coming very.
Yeah.
Yeah, but these last 2 years.
my bad, guys. It's also very windy here, so I'm going on mute. I don't know why it's on mute. Why I was on mute, but
don't even worry about it, bro. You got pretty good mic.
Your system's gaslighting you. Right, guys, I'll catch you guys later on. Yeah, I'm going to go and get some dinner. Enjoy. Remember, it's bliss being a flat earther. Yeah, it's bliss.
Yes. Well, that's better than being ignorant. Kind of got sick of that.
Yeah, man. Like I said, it's questioning everything. You know.
Yes.
Because once you start questioning everything,
Question something, anything, right?
yeah, your mind starts to open up. You're like,
Yeah. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's all you're doing. That's all a person's doing. That's all I've ever done. You find the answers that are kind of interesting. It's not a one-sided story.
yeah, because you get different perspectives. You get
yeah, and you weigh them. Yeah, and you weigh them your past knowledge and your new knowledge when you get on. Hopefully, accept the new knowledge and new understanding of perspective. You weigh them. Well, would it? I don't know. If you exclude all the jargon of peer reviewed and this and that, and who writes those books, that you really have to step away from that. That is probably the hardest thing is for somebody to understand where they are is to let go of everything they ever heard of or anything, and just deal with the reality that you live in. And I guess like it gets beaten into us that we're so small that we'd never understand. But as a group and as a collective, as the people looking at the perspective that it possibly could be something different is greater. Yeah. Hope it does.
so many possibilities. And this is a great place for discussion. We're gonna be people who don't believe in it. They come over here. They at least they could get a open mind, and if they don't believe it, they don't believe it.
Yeah.
But they can at least say, "Hey, you guys came over here. You guys wanted to get other people's story, their perspective on it, or like how you feel on it."
If you're curious enough to come here to actually look at it and be in opposition of it, be curious enough to look at the other side of the story, though, right? Like we know both sides of the argument, and they don't understand that. Little people, they're funny.
Well, yeah, people come here from different communities, so
Yeah.
that's understandable. People come here from, what I mean, like I'm from UFO Discord,
Mhm.
and I was always into big into that, like what I mean, aliens.
Yeah, I was totally there, man. Like, yeah, when that Mars movie came out in the '90s, and I can't remember the actor, but there was brilliant actor. It was a Mars movie in the '90s, and yeah, man, love science fiction. I Netflix right now, or was it one of these other channels, the free ones? They got one narrated with the computer guy's voice. He narrates the whole series. It's called science fiction. It's called science fiction. Yeah, it's called a science fiction thing on Netflix right now. Narrated by nothing better than our fucking top end physicist. Hey, who's the computer guy? Anybody got that guy? He was supposed to die like 20 years, 40 years ago. Like Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, Stephen Hawking.
I got it. Oh yeah, man. I love that. He narrates a whole series on science fiction. I was like, right on. This is like, oh, you're an asshole, Mr. Science. And then everything he does is science fiction, right? Everything they all do is science fiction, man. So it's not reality. I've never been there. You've never been there. Nobody's been there. They only done it in their brains as a little theory. Numbers are a magical thing. It's a language on its own. I mean, you can't. I don't know. People are under a spell, man. People are under a spell. I swear.
Yeah, they said that there's actually a big theory that people, most civilization, the whole Earth is under this some kind of spell or some kind of
something, right?
They don't question. Yeah, because think about it. Look, everybody's working. Everybody's working way more longer hours today. You know what I mean? By the time people get home from work, they don't really got a lot of time to look in all of this.
Yeah,
Your average.
and you're a slave to a world that they're part of producing. Yeah.
And you're talking about what, like 70% of the U.S. or any other country?
Or any culture. Yeah. Doesn't matter. Canada, U.S., Mexico, don't matter. It really don't matter.
People don't question things, man, and it's like there's like. Oh. You're right, man. People need to wake up because there's like they're under a spell. They need to wake up and realize that, you know.
Because my teacher told me so. That answer is getting old because that's all you're hearing. My teacher told me so. No, you know what I mean. That's the only answer I hear in my head every time. My teacher told your teacher's wrong. Okay, you want you know go up there and do some mathematical calculations for yourself. Put 2 bees in the ground, and that's it.
My teacher
told me so. Yeah, that's all I hear. That when I hear that jargon, that retardedness, like my teacher told me, "Well, who's your teacher, man? Let's talk about teachers in the world, right? You know, you're just a language, man. You're just, you know." My teacher told me like something different. I'm like, can you handle that? Can you handle that, man? No, they can't. They can't deal with that. That's too bad. My eyes see different than what your teacher told me. My calculations are what you tell me or where you're standing, but your teachers told you. Oh, but my calculation says that's false. Oh, but you still stand on your beliefs. You still stand there. It's disgusting. It's brainwashing of an entire population. It's amazing.
They're brainwashing at its finest.
Without even a hint of even a look. And if you take even a fraction of real skepticism looking into it, it's absolutely what it is. It's the reality of what you live in, man. It's flat. Sorry, bro. Oh man, going flat is fucking. You don't want to go there, though, right? You want to be with the cool guys. Playing in the physics gym. Mathematical equation shit. Bullshit. R values. Gradients of air. Yeah, I got a gradient of air right now here, folks. That's a good one.
And a Jazza guy.
Oh, that's my event. It's a visible solid structure. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Like, if that ain't science fiction, I don't know what it is. That's a beauty, that one. Oh, sweet, amazing. And when we are born into a culture of being star lovers, and we're born, and that's all we see on TV now is just, and I love it. I watch every space traveling movie. I mean, Why
Yeah,
not?
yeah,
Right?
you gotta be open.
We're human. We're human beings. We want to travel. We're always going to search for the exit or the entrance or whatever. We're curious people as a being. Of course, we want to travel. We want to see what's going on somewhere. We travel everywhere every day in our own lives. We travel into a game or we travel into a music or whatever you enjoy, right? Or beer or but we travel that way. It's where we travel. Hopefully after high school and college physics or whatever the fuck they teach, man. I don't know. And just because you take physics or I don't know, I guess you know some things. I mean, but I mean, you know, theories. I don't know. I never honestly. I'm a tradesperson. I deal with real life situations of how to fix complex situations here on where I am. Man, can build anything anywhere. I guess. I'm not stupid. I know what level is. You know? I know what fucking air pressure is. I know what that is. I know that's not possible if it's on a flat plane between standing water, and you can obviously see. And is everything illusion? Is it, you know? That's. It's getting tired. You look through your telescope. Oh, everything is raised by the telescope. Oh, it's an optical illusion. Okay, and flat earthers looked into that. It's not a mirage. It's there is. That's my rant tonight.
You're not ranting, but
Oh, okay, then. Cool. No, I don't think I am. Speaking, man. Yeah. Somebody earlier was talking about the feeling about just getting to know flat Earth and stuff. And they're so excited. And what was they're just so excited about everything, right? Yeah. How you mean share it? Yeah. Wrong side. I changed my little background photos. And that's just the robot of the mentality of the people who just roll in, right? That's their robot mentality. If I took a high school course in chemics, physics, or anything, then I'm fully duly and authorized to force my opinion upon the masses, right? Because isn't that a badge of honor? Are they giving out massive badges anyway? No, massive badge. Trying to wrap my head around a Globy. It's difficult. What is it? Real life perspective? Where Any globies out there? Globies. Globies. Yeah, bros. Well, I don't have a acoustic guitar, and if I did, I don't know how to play it. But if anybody does, go ahead, jam it out. We're on a shift change here. What's going on here?
What is that?
Is there a shift change going on with the opposition?
It looks like.
Get so many social credits a day for doing their part. Keep running the bullshit opposition. I don't know, man. Most people just uninformed. Just uninformed.
Over here, I'm in New Jersey, man, in winter. It's getting down there now. Temperature's about, man, 30, 40 degrees.
Oh.
Morning silence. Everyone's sleeping, huh? What you guys doing in here?
What's up, Jamesy?
What's going on? You guys spoke to Richard. You guys spoke to Richard Mohabir.
Yeah, we talked to Richard. Yeah.
Cool. Looks like he's a YouTube streamer.
Hello.
What's good, Richard?
Here?
How's the YouTube business going?
I've been trying to get back, get up my YouTube live streaming up there. I started broadcasting like games on my PC. Then figured like I downloaded this mobile emulator for PC, so I was just on streaming like PC games and mobile games.
So you go specifically with games that are trending, or more about games that you like, or trying to put games out there yourself?
It was a little bit of both, because it was like there was this game called Guns of Boom I'm a content creator for. That game used to be it's an auto fire game. You just point and shoot. But that game used to be like the one of the top 10 games at the Google Play Store, but because of the devs' greediness, devs and mobile games now, they become money hungry now. Most games become pay to play.
Yeah. That's the huge business right now. Pay to play.
Yeah, man, but that's So a lot of these players from Guns of Boom, a lot of players from Guns of Boom and all these like they left and they went to CODM. So when they went to CODM, basically you have all these companies trying to be like Call of Duty when they can't execute when they can't basically carry out they can't do that for their gaming company. I mean, the gaming company is called Game Insight. It's a good gaming company.
I got a really good idea for a game. I'm just not a programmer.
Oh, nice.
Well, it's to where everybody can get paid when you play the game yourself. You can get up to 10,000, 1,000,000, 500,000, shit like that.
I was gonna mention something like that, because that's actually trending on the metaverse. They're kind of like making games that people will get paid for playing. Paid by playing. Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a whole different one, Jimsy. This is my idea where you could do one for anatomy, one for cars, motors, engineering, one for rocketry, one for just different things. Well, hold on. And they have all the schematics. You plug all the schematics, everything that can happen in the real life physics, you plug in. So you can have outcomes that say if I blow up my lab on the game, then all I do is buy a couple credits or whatever, get a new lab, you rebuild your lab, and it has all the information from where you first didn't blow it up. You know what I'm saying? Where you maybe you added salt and you blew up your lab, for example. Now you can go back, don't add salt, add something else, and it'll give you the result. But you keep going, and everybody in the world, it always adds. So if you discover something new, everybody gets that on their computer. Your name pops up. You can win money. You know what I'm saying? So you can discover a new type of motor they haven't. You can discover a new type of fuel, and all the schematics or all the physics are put in the game for everybody to use. Everybody can all use them. Once you have the game, everybody's connected with the game, and the whole world's physics and science and all that shit's the top. It's right there, and you can have the ability.
Everybody's adding into it.
Right, and you can use materials say you're a dude in a dirt farm. You got plutonium on the game by the ton if you need it. The reaction of or whatever they've recorded so far. And like I said, whatever you can put in there, it's like it's slightly theoretical too, because you'd be able to put outcomes in there they haven't, found yet. And if it doesn't match what you've done an original one, then you get money because you're making a new discovery for the whole world, and everybody gets to use it.
The rarest material will be on unobtainium. You cannot obtain it unless you know about the flat Earth.
Right, but but in theory, this in this program, you would be able to use any material known to man that they know the reaction to or of. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, that sounds cool.
yeah, I think they would find new motors, make up a medium, and try to go through it and shit like that. Pulse gun, all kinds of new stuff.
It's a good concept, and it actually it will be like a learning game as well. Like actually, people can learn actual things from it. It will
Right,
be
you
fun.
can build a new heart, motors, just anything. I mean, a new electric, magnetics, anything you can have in life, you can put on that game.
It's a big sandbox, a reality sandbox. Wow.
Yep.
So
And
those games,
everybody's goes.
those games, that they're paying you right to play.
Well,
Those
not
can be
really
found
to
in the
play. You got to buy the game, but if you happen to discover something new, like a new chemical or a new fuel, you design a new heart that doesn't break down in theory on the game for 1,000 years. So you designed a new heart. Everybody gets that design now. You don't patent it; it's not just yours. Everybody gets it. And now you get paid because your name blinked on the screen. You discovered something that hasn't been discovered by any other player or the people today yet. You know what I mean? And you get a
But
check.
in the pay to play universe, it's more you get paid like in these cryptos and these tokens that are in the metaverse.
This would be
You
you'd be able to get paid.
to buy other stuff,
No,
whatever.
you can get paid in electrical currency if you want, but you can get paid in cash too. The government or who because the game will cost a certain amount, and then like I said, if you blow up your lab, it costs credits. Like a penny. It costs credits to do certain things like.
I mean,
what game gives you the ability to make $1 million if you only pay $100 for the game?
that's kind of true. I mean, you know what? Another thing is, man, is a lot of games they're kind of becoming. They have to get away from the pay to play thing because you see, take it from this game, Guns of Boom. I'm playing for I'm a content creator in. They literally like Call of Duty makes you grind 30 minutes for an hour for a gun, right? Which is feasible. Now, these pay-to-play games, mobile games, they make you grind insane amount of hours just to get a weapon, frag, whatever you want, right? And it's just like the pay-to-play, it's a lot of these game companies, like this game company right now, they're losing a lot of, their player base is declining. And that's what ends up happening to, a lot of these games out here. They get put on a list. The devs get greedy. You know what I mean?
There's some of many of these games are super greedy, extremely super extra duper greedy. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
This game.
When you're grinding, when we're grinding anywhere from, I kid you not, if you look on my live streams, I'm grinding for a gun or for like better gear in this game, and I'm like, wait, why is this thing taking so long? And then I come to find out that these games that are pay to play, the system doesn't work like that no more, man. It's just like you can't force all your players to pay to play. You know what I mean? This is why.
Right.
This is why game companies make it things more free, or give you incentive to like, hey guys, you unlock this gun in 30 minutes. But they want more people to sign on to still keep playing their game, because what ends up happening is other game companies got to acquire the games that are dead, release them back under their company. And actually, I think that's what's going to happen to this game called Guns of Boom for mobile.
It used to be one of the top 10 games in the mobile store.
Well, I mean, what's really different from a run and gun game? I mean, unless it's Battlefield or something, I mean, any run and gun game is just a stage setting and you're running back and forth. Really, to me, that's kind of boring. I like the Battlefield idea where the building can come down, you can get tanks, you can get jets, you can get I mean, you can fight with whatever the fuck you got.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. Over here it's just like auto fire. You see the auto fire games, the auto fire genre. It really attracted a lot of players too, because a lot of players just like it's like this game's more like they're trying to be Fortnite, but they're trying to copy off of Fortnite and Call of Duty, and it's like
probably like Apex. It's probably a mix between Apex and Fortnite, huh?
Yeah, it's like a cartoon. Yeah, whenever you see a video of the game on YouTube, you'll probably be amazed, be like, damn, they're trying to be like Fortnite. And I'm like,
yeah, but remember, Fortnite has a lot of deals with big companies like movie companies, X-Men, Superman. You see, the skins is more about status. People want to have this cool looking stuff that is for status. If you pay a lot of money to have all these skins, it's because you have money. You can spend, and it's like a status thing. Many of these pay to win games, they make it very grindy and very difficult to obtain one item, but they will sell it to you for a certain amount of money because of status.
Right. But look at all the money they make, and what do you really get back in your life? Nothing but heartache and retardedness. See, the game that I come up with, you're actually creating something. You can get money, put in your fucking books. You can get a new car. You can get new shit. You can create whatever you create on the idea of the game that I have. You can literally, in a week, put it into real life. Because
so you put in $100. You got to put in $100. You said.
But
the
game think about it. What are you?
What happened was,
I get what you're saying, but the market kind of moves like that. I think it's the right way to do it, the way you're saying, Demo. But think about it. People buy Ferraris for status, or they buy the BMW because they want to look cool in a cool car, right? And they buy the new shirt or new shoes.
Right.
It's kind of similar to the video gaming. It's similar to the video games because people buy stuff just to, show off.
Well, you'd be the new Tesla. So, like on the video game, if you designed a car better than Tesla's or better than the Hellcat, just for example, you can in like a week, a manufacturer could make that car for you.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't want to be the old guy that died penniless.
Oh, of course. Well, you gotta understand.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's a point to this. You're making the world a better place, and you can get paid. Yeah,
which is good. Well, I kind of agree on that too. And it's just like, it could be an opportunity. It could be an eye-opening opportunity. And what I wanted to do was, that's actually great. But being a gamer, live streamer now in 2021 is like, everybody's trying to become a streamer, and it's like, there's so much saturation out there in the market that everybody's trying to be. The next streamer trying to become the next Stone Mountain 64, or somebody's trying to become the next Ludwig.
You got unlimited time to sit there and do that. Yeah.
Well, look at Ludwig. Ludwig, the biggest streamer on Twitch. He's moving from Twitch to YouTube now, because Twitch is treating him like shit. So he moved on. And I can see why too, because even for small creators like me, even with small creators like me, the discoverability on their platform is not good. For small creators, no, because you literally gotta like grind so much time on Twitch just to make an impression to anybody, and that's the thing that YouTube you don't have to do it. So I'm thinking that he must have switched to go to YouTube, because when he did it, one of his videos blew up.
Yeah, but certain shit might blow up not for your own purpose anyway. And why would any gamer get more play than certain other things I could name? I'm not even going to name them, but why would a guy sitting there in a fucking chair scratching his ass playing a game all day to some fucking 10-year-old kids or 7-year-old kids? Why would the world want to promote that by the trillions?
There is incentive to that. It's being incentivized, and it's been growing. that kind of how do you say, profitable way of doing business, like showing yourself playing video games and reviewing video games. That's it. That's been growing and growing only.
The virtual reality is just going to kill you in your chair. You're going to be sitting there with a fucking helmet on and slobber on yourself. In about 10 days, you'll be sitting there and the people will be dead. Like, that's all that's going to lead to is a sore ass. And
well,
I think in a way you're right, but obviously, if you can sit down and play some video games, but if you don't have to do it for 24 hours, you can play for
there's a lot of people
go out there to exercise, eat correctly, sometimes with family.
People don't do that right now. People don't even do that right now. So I highly doubt they're going to do that. They're going to die. They're going to die.
Well, here's the thing. A lot of streamers is like, depending on what your community is, because there's so many different community of streamers itself. Now you have a lot of girls coming out with this hot tub stream.
Oh yeah, it's about showing the half their boobies, half their ass,
yeah. So that's become norm now. So those streamers influence. You got some dumb streamers out there. I agree, because now those streamers, it's all a ploy to make money, right? And see who could get the most attention. This is why there's a saying, Roger. People want you to do good in this life, but they don't want you to do better than them, right?
But that streamer girl is dependent on that guy that is on the internet sitting down just watching naked girls, or
Exactly.
And the interaction with the, because going online and watching a video of whatever girl is one thing, but interacting with the streamer, that has an extra incentive for some people. Interacting with them, asking questions, telling them, wear a different shirt today, whatever. The people get incentivized for that, and they pay money for that kind of stuff. But yeah. It's kind of crazy.
It's weird what's promoted over other things, is my point.
Yeah.
The priority of things.
I agree
100%.
Yeah, because I agree that, like, promote something that's going to be useful to mankind. Don't promote something that's not going to, that has like no relevance. You know what I mean?
Running and killing everybody in a room. 50 people on one side, 50 people on the other. Everybody go kill and die. Everybody kill and die. Everybody kill and die. Kill and die. Shoot, shoot, shoot. Kill and die. Shoot, shoot, die, kill. That's it. That's our games. The funnest game.
There is other genres of games that are decent, but they're not as big as the kill and destroy thing.
Because the government. Listen, the government can have you a virtual reality mega world, the GTA of fucking the century with everything possible on it, to where you can jump in a cop car down the block from your fucking house and look at the streets on your road. You could, there's so many badass things they could do with computer programming and stuff. But
you could do it now. You could technically do that now. You know what I mean? You have all this technology.
Right, but I don't want to go that way with it. I don't want to go virtual reality for stupidity to get locked in the game. I want to go virtual reality for the ability to see the virtualness of the game. Like, okay, so anatomy. You can see all the anatomy of virtual reality of like a heart. You could work on it, practice doing heart surgery on this game rather than on a human. You could practice, working on putting body parts together, trees. I don't care. You could whatever you think of possible in the physics of reality. Everybody,
like simulation games are similar to that, like flight simulators, and there's a huge
you'll make something.
It's doable. Yeah, good games like
you can make lungs. You can breathe with underwater on this game. You can, like, whatever design you make. Like I said, if you make the right design and you get paid, you can literally have someone make your design for you and you can own it. So if you made a new car, you made a book bag Bumblebee, you made something cool for the world that you put on, and you just go and that's your suitcase car or whatever, electric, just whatever you create. You can get that too. You can actually have that item. People could buy that shit.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm on, board with innovation and going forward. But you gotta understand too, man. It's the people calling the people in power calling the shots of what you can view or what you cannot view, and what's more appealing. And that's why you have influencers, man. All these influencers, they influence the wrong shit, man. And it's like we're like, we're trying to like technological advance, and here you have all these influencers influencing the wrong, and you see what ends up happening is influencers influence your base, and then it hops from streamer and their fans, streamer to the next fans, streamer to the next fans, and that's how everything influences.
Yeah, but listen to this though. Science, right? This like the word renaissance, or a boom or something like that, right? The idea of science would go from today, right, to the Jetsons within a fucking month, within a week. I guarantee it. If they gave the ability to hand these games to kids, and all the kids had the government physics for everything the government knew was possible for certain shit, certain amounts, certain things, and all these little kids everywhere had at it, I'm telling you, there would be new discoveries by the day, by the second, that the government don't even have. So their retardedness of trying to hold us down to keep us one fucking piece of drop of grain in the fucking hourglass at a time is not really helping them either. Really, they could be dropping the whole thing of grain, all the grains of sand at once, every day.
Well, here's the thing. We all know that, government has technology they're not gonna be willing to show the public. We all know that.
I'm saying we can come up with technology they fucking wish they had that we ain't showed them.
Yeah, I agree with that. But then again, they're gonna probably, if the government buys us out, that's a big If they give us, if they give you like a couple billion for your, this piece of technology.
No, you don't get a couple billion for it. What you do is you get like a Nobel Prize. You'd be awarded on the game. You'd get a prize, whatever, an amount of money, just for example. And then your thing can be used by anyone. It doesn't mean the government buys it from you. Everybody gets this now. There is no your patent. It's everyone's. So everyone has that patent now, especially if you own the game. I mean, anybody in the world who discovers something, the patent goes to everybody once it's discovered. It's not yours. It's not the government's. It's everyone's. Once it's discovered on this game, it's everybody's for free.
Yeah.
Nobody can sell it or buy it to each other.
Yeah, it's basically helping mankind. It's basically helping mankind in a way to progress forward.
Right. You want to know new technologies? Fucking get this game. You want to know shit you haven't seen before? Get that game up. I guarantee you'll see it. You could literally see it now if you let little kids in labs, but little kids in labs can kill each other. So on this game, you're not going to die, but you're still going to have results. And of course, it's not going to be reality. Don't get me wrong, but as close as you can put the schematics to certain things, chemicals, amounts, eyedropper amounts, like the, reactions and shit. Yeah, you record all that. So if your lab blows up today, tomorrow we can start the day before your lab blew up and re-evaluate our whole situation and re-go about what we're trying to discover or make. The newest gas will be HHO, hydrium. I'm telling you, things that you couldn't even fathom could be discovered on this game.
I think you have to stop people from being Glovers to achieve that.
No, I think I just got to get a game programmer or somebody to buy that game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too, because, like I said, when these games, like I was saying earlier, this game called Guns of Boom for the mobile, the player base is declining and the devs don't really listen to the community, although we're in the Discord talking about the various issues of the game. Now, what ends up happening is when these games go dead, Game Insight, the gaming company that owns one of these games, they either got to shut down that game because there's no more players. What are you going to do?
But don't overestimate that kind of stuff, because remember, these companies, they made a lot of money already. They can build another game, and that game
that's
will
what I'm
never
saying.
do it.
That's what I was gonna say. So Game Insight, they own like 8-9 games. So you know, what I mean, they only have one hardcore game, which is this auto fire game with different weapon classes, and you know, what I mean, but yeah, definitely. I was in the Discord in that Guns Boom server. I was like, listen, what's going to happen one day? It's when the player base declines and there's no more, like, you know, the devs don't listen to the Discord community, and that's wrong from the get go. You as a developer, you have to listen to your fan base, and that's what ended up happening to that game. So people just left and
Do you
started going to
understand
call
that?
it. People,
Yeah, but you're thinking from a point of view of a poor guy trying to develop a game. That's never really what happens here. You understand all these games are mostly from the government, right? Do you know that? You know the government has their hand behind Rockstar and all these fighting, shooting, fucking war games. Like the first developers and the makers like who else has time to sit in the lab all day? Like I would like to make the game I'm talking about in any aspect, a body form, a motor form, any form. I couldn't do it if I fucking pissed blood. I couldn't try. It would take me my lifetime. I couldn't do shit. So where do these trillions of hours, manpower, time, and all this shit come from? And direct.
They have teams of people working all together for one
Before
goal.
anybody makes a cent off this game, there are teams and teams and teams of people working to make the fucking game, and everything that it is entailed or goes with it, and it's government started. So when you're talking about all these games and all this other shit, you have to understand the majority, like they all stem from a government or a source from somebody so big that they can't fail even anyway. It doesn't even matter. Doesn't even matter.
Yo, isn't Rockstar pretty big? Like they got like, I mean, yeah, I heard something about that too. They like these game companies were in collaboration with the government because that's how they got. Because that's how they got. That's how they got their technology.
Have you ever played Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, 5.
Yeah. Illuminati, government, fucking affiliated, top to the top rated.
Hey guys, excuse me for a second. Sorry. Does somebody have the quote that Einstein says there's no optical experiment that proves the Earth is spinning? Anybody have that quote? I need it.
The quote
says there's no optical experiment that can prove the Earth is spinning.
Yeah, it is.
I
think it's one of Einstein's quotes. It's just one of his quotes he has. You just look it up.
I'm gonna get it right.
Yeah, somebody.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Roger. Is that Roger? Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of these games, they're government, man. I mean,
I played GTA 5. It's pretty addicting.
Right, and it's fun as hell. It's got everything in it. Why would a game be other than that, really? That game has everything. You can run it, every fucking thing. You can literally, if you mix that game with the idea of some of the shit Zelda had, you can literally go fishing in the game. I mean, just any fucking thing. Soccer, football, baseball, fishing, basketball, in the game. Wrestling, karate, every fucking thing. Race cars, boxing, swimming, jogging. Everything you can think of humanly fucking to human form.
Yeah, that's
from stealing cars to robbing banks to just shooting motherfuckers all day, rolling tanks, jets, flying a jet to where you can almost headbutt a person with the front of your jet and get good enough to do it every fucking time and not crash into the street.
Oh shit!
Park your jet inside a fucking garage in GTA. I've done it. Park your helicopter in a garage. I've done it. I could fly. Man, I'm telling you what. I'm a bad motherfucker.
Yeah, GTA 5 did break a lot of boundaries. They talk about GTA 6 is gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be way better than. I mean, right now there's so many mods, servers for GTA 5 as it is, 5M servers. But yeah, man, I mean,
you could get better than 5. All I can think you do is just add more stuff to it that you don't have in it already.
That's what I was gonna say too. That's what actually 5M servers are. They role play. the GTA 5. They do role plays and stuff like that. I know a girl. She's actually the first to make Pokemon in her server. Pokemon Bucks, Pokemon. Her name is Save a Princess on Facebook, and I started watching her last November, so she knows me from coming in there and like from being a long 1 year viewer, right? But she would role play as Ash Ketchum.
Yeah.
So
a lot of people wanted me to role play. It's a lot of famous people wanted me to role play on GTA.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, definitely role play, but.
Yeah, a lot of people got a good fame from that GTA. I could have did that shit. It takes a lot of time, though. You got to be able to pay your bills. That's what I'm saying. Who has the ability to sit there for 82 hours in a fucking basement and start putting ones and ones and ones and O's all day in a screen? Like,
yeah, that's true. Rockstar would have had to work on this project at least 10, 15 years ago to make this. Because think about when the last GTA 4 came out. These games do take a long time.
Money and the time and effort for all the people that put into that shit.
Yeah, they did say Rockstar created a game, but maybe there was we don't even know too, because some of these things are like secret. But there was different company game.
Rockstar is probably Rockefeller.
Who's that?
It's probably a Rockefeller game. Rockstar, Rockefeller, the Rockstar company.
Yeah, you never
Who do you think the stockholders are and the ones that invest money into them? Come on, bro. And like you're saying, they spend a lot of time and resources into developing these games for the end game, but it's similar to something like NASA. They spend a lot of time, money, and people, time and resources to go to the moon, but it's not a real thing.
So they're spending a lot of time and money to get you to run back and forth and kill each other with these guns. So in real life, when you get to be 15, 16, 17, 18, they put you in the military, you're ready to go.
Yeah, I know multiple people from that example that you just said that they play video games and they saw like an ad in the Xbox about going to the military and stuff, and they ended up going.
Ended up there.
Did you hear about the thing the CIA did one time?
Well, the CIA, I heard that they did Vault 7. Vault 7 is where they was listening to people's TVs, and that came out in 2018.
They released the thing back in when they first put out electronics, radios, signals, towers, anything you fuck with the FCC is their shit they recorded, backward and forward, both ways. I don't care if you buy